Chapter 32-33. Looking at the black-armored man, he was in an even worse state than Yuanya. His body had been sent flying, and the 8-feet-long snake spear in his hand flew diagonally into the air. The black smoke that was originally protecting the black-armored man had now disappeared, revealing a large head under the armor. On the face of this head, there was a pair of broom-like eyebrows and 2 leopard eyes. Now, they were filled with horror. On the mountain path, Xiaohua's thin figure stood steadily. The wishful staff in his hand gently twirled one after another, as if the attack just now was child's play. He looked at the embarrassed man in black armor with a smile that was not a smile. Xiaohua said very easily, "If fellow immortal wants to test this Xiao's skill, then say it as soon as possible. If this Xiao didn't know that you don't have Buddhist telekinesis, your life would be left here today." Humph. The black-armored person coldly snorted. Black smoke rose from his body and seeped out from within the black armor, supporting his body that had lost its balance. Immediately, he waved his hand. The black smoke rushed out like a tentacle and wrapped around the snake spear that was about to land on the ground. At the same time, the black horse that he was sitting on stabilized and appeared below him. "This old man just wanted to see how strong you are. If we talk about fighting. Hee, how can this old man directly compete with you?" The black-armored man straightened his back. With a loud bang, several feet of black flames rushed out from his black armor. Amidst the black flames, a strange skeletal horse and skeleton flashed before disappearing. What was special was that the skeleton's eyes flashed with 2 pitch-black dots, and there was a kind of terrifying brilliance. Looking at the powerful black flames, Xiao Jian and the others couldn't help but tremble, and a kind of fear appeared in their eyes. Fortunately, the black flames on the man's black armor flickered in the air for a few breaths, and then quickly disappeared, slowly revealing the true face of the man in black armor. The man in black looked at Xiaohua with extreme dissatisfaction. "Fellow immortal and this Xiao are not enemies, there is no reason to fight to the death." A strange look flashed across Xiaohua's face. He looked at the man's weathered face and said with a smile, "This Xiao doesn't know why fellow immortal chased me all the way here from the immortal town. Is there something you need this Xiao for?" "I'm Shui Ping." The black-armored man's face turned serious as he hung his snake spear on the hook. He cupped his fists and said, "I'm the Left General of the country of Nanpu County. I'm currently the county governor's envoy in charge of disaster relief for the Longevity Town." "Oh, so it's General Shui." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and cupped his hands. "I wonder, what advice does General Shui have?" "This Shui has come for 3 matters." Shui Ping's gaze was like lightning as he shot a glance at Xiao Jian who was standing by the side. He said coldly, "The water race flooded Longevity Town on Liao River. This matter infuriated the county governor and he wishes to investigate the root of the problem. He wants to know which demon is so arrogant. As for that so-called princess of the water race, she came from the River Tide Temple. I, Shui, want to bring this Xiao Jian back to meet the county governor. If the king is enraged, I will bring this Xiao Jian before the king." "General Shui, you are mistaken." Xiao Jian was somewhat fearful, but he was abnormally calm in front of Shui Ping. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, he immediately pointed at Lu Yi who was standing by the side and said, "Although this old man is considered the abbot of the River Tide Temple, that girl was brought to the River Tide Temple by this young man named Lu Yi. This old man doesn't know the origin of that girl, so this matter has nothing to do with me." "Oh." Shui Ping raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. 2 wisps of black smoke spewed out from his nostrils as he said loudly, "Is this true? If you dare to deceive this general can kill you right now." "My lord." Although Lu Yi's eyes were filled with fear, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Daoist Master Xiao is right. Little Yun was indeed brought to the River Tide Temple by this lowly one. However, this lowly one doesn't know the origin of Little Yun. She was only picked up by this lowly one from Liao River." Lu Yi's voice was trembling as his teeth slightly chattered. Clearly, Shui Ping's terrifying black flames had frightened him. "All right then." Shui Ping laughed sinisterly. Since you are the source, then follow this general back to Longevity Town. Hee hee. Seeing Lu Yi's footsteps moving towards the black horse despite his fear, Xiao Hua sneered. General Shui, if this Xiao hadn't left Jianghu City, this Xiao wouldn't have cared how you treated Lu Yi. However, after leaving Jianghu City, this Xiao has already taken Lu Yi in as a servant. His coming and going isn't up to him. You need to ask for this Xiao's opinion. Fellow immortal Xiao. Shui Ping was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to stand up for Lu Yi. He asked curiously, is this true? Whatever this Xiao says, is true. Xiao Hua replied proudly. Fellow immortal Xiao. Shui Ping hesitated slightly as if he didn't want to fall out with Xiao Hua. He said faintly, Liao River's water tribe flooded Longevity Town. This is something that has never happened in Nanpu County in the past 50 years. The prefectural governor is furious. I believe that the monarch's imperial edict will arrive soon. Lu Yi is the person involved. This matter is of great importance. This general came to Longevity Town on the orders of the prefectural governor to investigate the truth of the matter. I must bring Lu Yi back to Nanpu County. Daoist. Lu Yi said timidly, please tell me where you are going. I will follow General Shui to Nanpu County and then look for Daoist. You are only my servant. You have no right to speak here. Xiao Hua waved his hand and ignored Lu Yi. He looked at Shui Ping and said, this old man has already told Imo Jinli the cause of this matter. Even if Lu Yi returns with you, the matter will still be the same. There won't be another word. This old man has a use for Lu Yi. I won't let you take him away. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Lu Yi silently lowered his head. He took a few steps back and stood beside Yuanya again. Fellow immortal Xiao. Shui Ping was displeased. This general sees that you are also of the Daoist lineage. That's why I'm talking nicely with you. If it were anyone else, fellow immortal Shui. Xiao Hua's tone was the same. This old man also sees that you are a Daoist itinerant cultivator. It's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't argue with you. Lu Yi is my servant. How can he leave with you just because you say so? If fellow immortal insists on letting Lu Yi go with you, then there's no need to talk about the other two matters. You. Shui Ping's eyes widened as he stared straight at Xiao Hua. The black horse beneath him snorted and spewed out a lot of black smoke and sparks. Its front hooves kicked the mountain path and melted several deep marks into the ground. For a moment, the entire mountain path was silent. Even the wind had stopped. Xiao Hua, you are making things difficult for this old man. Shui Ping finally spoke. Shui Ping, if something belongs to this old man, let alone a servant, even if it's a primordial stone, if this old man doesn't agree, no one can take it away. Xiao Hua didn't back down and said indifferently, this old man isn't making things difficult for you. This old man. You call yourself this old man in front of me? Shui Ping chuckled as if he was about to fly into a rage. Why would Xiao Hua be afraid of him? He looked up and down. The wishful staff in his hand was still waving slowly. He looked completely lazy. General Shui. Xiao Jian hurriedly said from the side, from what I know, Longevity Academy's principal Zhu Junfeng and the prefectural governor are old friends. Since Principal Zhu knew about this and didn't keep Lu Yi, then Mr. Zhu should be able to explain it to the prefectural governor. Moreover, Mr. Imo Jinli and the others from the Chongyun sect didn't mention this matter. General, there's no need to fuss over this matter. General, you came here for 3 matters. The first matter. I'm afraid it's not the most important, right? Let's talk about the 2 important matters first. Forget it. Shui Ping thought for a moment after hearing Xiao Jian's words. He waved his hand and said, Longevity Academy is in charge of Longevity Town. The prefectural governor basically doesn't interfere. It's just that this matter is too terrible and the prefectural governor can't ignore it. Since Mr. Imo knows about this matter, this general can also report this matter to the prefectural governor. Xiaohua only smiled faintly and didn't even say a word of thanks. Since Xue Ping was given a way out, he said, "Of course, this general isn't afraid of fellow immortal Xiao. It's just that this general came to Longevity Town not only to investigate the truth of the matter, but also to take charge of the disaster relief of Longevity Town. When this general arrived, I heard from Principal Zhu that fellow immortal Xiao had donated 100,000 dan of rations. Not only did this solve the famine in Longevity Town, it also allowed this general to bring the remaining rations back and distribute them to other disaster areas. Therefore, this general chased after you to thank Daoist Xiao. As for the matter of your servant, this general won't pursue it on account of the rations. I'll have to trouble General Xue." Hearing that Xue Ping chased after him to thank him, Xiaohua cupped his hands. "This matter involves the people of Longevity Town. This Xiao is duty-bound, so there's no need to thank me." 100,000 dan of rations. Xiao Jian was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. On the other hand, Yuanya and Louis didn't have any concept of 100,000 dan, so they didn't have any reaction. Xue Ping touched his black armor and took out an inch-long vermilion jade pendant. He threw it to Xiaohua and said, "This is a reward personally issued by my Nanpu Prefecture's prefectural governor. Fellow immortal Xiao has contributed to the people of Longevity Town and donated rations. You can receive this reward. Also, this item has some uses in my country of Xi." "All right," Xiaohua glanced at the ordinary jade pendant and nodded, keeping it in his pocket. "What's the third matter, General Xue?" Xue Ping glanced at Xiao Jian and the others on his left and transmitted his voice. "Fellow immortal Xiao, this old man came here for official matters, but this last matter is a private matter." "Oh. Fellow immortal, please speak." Xiaohua was slightly stunned and transmitted his voice back. "This old man will first ask, does fellow immortal Xiao hold a position in other countries of hidden immortal continent?" Xue Ping asked somewhat urgently. "No." Xiaohua seemed to understand Xue Ping's thoughts and shook his head slightly. "This Xiao is a rogue cultivator. I like to be a free cloud and a wild crane. I don't like any restrictions." Chapter 32-34. Great, Xue Ping was about to clap his hands as he exclaimed, "It's great that fellow immortal Xiao is a rogue cultivator. I wonder if fellow immortal Xiao is interested in the position of Nanpu County's right general?" Xiaohua laughed as he waved his hand. "This Xiao has already said that I am an idle cloud and wild crane. I am used to being free and do not like any restrictions." "Sigh, fellow immortal Xiao." Xue Ping laughed bitterly. 30 years ago, this old man had the same thoughts as you. I wanted to practice Dao techniques and refine my divine ability so that I could be free and unfettered between heaven and earth. However, reality is cruel. Our Daoist sect is already in the middle of the hidden immortal continent. Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects are not fond of us. The primordial stones, spirit herbs, and elixirs that we need for cultivation are not easy to obtain. Especially Daoist cultivation techniques. Even if Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects destroy them, they will not fall into our hands. This old man cultivated to the third stage of the first-grade primordial energy back then but was unable to advance any further. I thought of many methods but to no avail. Thus, I had no choice but to serve under Nanpu County's county governor. You see, in just 30 years, this old man has advanced from the third stage of the first-grade primordial energy to the second stage of the second-grade primordial energy. This is something that this old man did not even dare to think about in the past. This old man is unable to tell fellow immortal about the benefits within. However, fellow immortal can think about it. With the power of a county supporting your cultivation, how could you not advance by leaps and bounds? At least it is better than a rogue cultivator like you finding your own way, right? Xue Ping advised again. Under Nanpu County's county governor, there is only this old man as the left general. The cultivation of the other Daoist cultivators are all shallow. This old man alone is unable to support them and is unable to contend against the other Buddhist sects and Confucian cultivators. When this old man arrived at Longevity Town, I heard Zhu Juanfeng's words and knew that fellow immortal strength is immense and that you have the courage to defeat 10,000 men. I immediately rushed here to thank fellow immortal. If this benefit is not given to my Daoist fellow immortal, who else can it be given to? Secondly, I wish to ask fellow immortal to lend this old man a helping hand and become the right general of Nanpu County. With the two of us working together, we will definitely be able to make a name for ourselves in Nanpu County and even request for the position of general from the king. Not only will it make a name for itself in the country of Shi, it will also be extremely beneficial to our cultivation. When he spoke up to hear, Xue Ping sighed again. Actually, in the end, it's because I've seen too few Daoist disciples, and it's even rarer to see a disciple who can charge into battle like fellow Daoist. I can't let go of this opportunity. Hee hee. Xiao Hua doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. He only chuckles and says, "Many thanks for General Xue's good intentions. This Xiao really can't go back with you. This Xiao has more important things to do. General Xue, please pay more attention to the right general." Fellow immortal Xiao, are you really not going to reconsider? Xue Ping seemed to have the intention of recruiting him. That strike from the first time they met had left an extremely deep impression on him. No need. If General Xue has nothing else, then this Xiao will take his leave. We will meet again someday. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Fellow immortal Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua's resolute reply, Xue Ping knew that he couldn't keep Xiao Hua, so he hurriedly said, since fellow immortal isn't willing to be the right general, then this Xue doesn't dare to force it. However, this Xue has something to ask fellow immortal for help next year. I wonder if fellow immortal is interested? Xiao Hua frowned and immediately thought of the treasure hunt in the West Sea. He looked at Xue Ping and smiled bitterly. General Xue, could it be that you've discovered another lost treasure somewhere? Ah. Fellow immortal. Xue Ping was shocked and asked curiously, fellow immortal knows? What does this Xiao know? Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, this Xiao isn't interested in treasure hunting. General Xue should find someone else. Sigh, fellow immortal, do you think this old man doesn't want to find someone else? Xue Ping smiled bitterly. This old man is familiar with some Daoist disciples, but they are all useless. The one with profound cultivation is a Confucian disciple, and that place happened to be a Daoist ruin. I heard that there are ancient elixirs hidden inside that are extremely beneficial for breaking through bottlenecks. This old man also needs to prepare for the bottleneck of the second grade of essence force. Second grade of essence force, ah. Xiao Hua muttered to himself and thought, this hidden immortal continent is very strange. How could Daoist be exterminated by them? What is the truth behind it? If this Xiao wants to return to the Dawn Rain continent, these Daoist ruins are probably the same as the Buddhist ruins on the Dawn Rain continent. I have to take a look, right? If a mere second-grade essence force cultivator can take a look, then what's wrong with this Xiao going? After all, the Daoist sects in the hidden immortal continent have already declined. It's good to be able to help a Daoist disciple. All right. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. This Xiao can lend you a hand. However, this Xiao also has a matter to trouble General Xue. Please speak. Xue Ping didn't find it strange at all and smiled. If fellow immortal Xiao has any conditions, feel free to state them. You and I are villains before gentlemen. Xiao Hua waved his hand. It's not much of a condition. It's just that this Xiao is looking for a place called Lu Town. If General Xue can help this Xiao find a place called Lu Town in the hidden immortal continent, this Xiao will definitely help you. Hiss. Xue Ping took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Hua. His expression was strange, but he couldn't tell what he was thinking. After a moment, he sneered again. Fellow immortal Xiao, are you making fun of this old man? If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Why make such a boring condition? Who knows how many countries there are in the 9 great provinces of the hidden immortal continent? Who knows how many villages and towns there are? How can this old man find the Lu town you're looking for in the vast sea of villages and towns? Sigh, it's really not as simple as this Xiao and Xiao Jian thought. Xiaohua sighed in his heart and spoke again. General Shui is wrong. This Xiao isn't lying. This Xiao is indeed looking for Lu Town. Since General Shui is the left general of the country of Xi's Nanpu County, you must have some conveniences in this area. Alright, Shui Ping saw that Xiaohua wasn't speaking nonsense and nodded slightly. This Shui can help you search, but this old man is powerless. I'll search as much as I can, right? In that case, many thanks to General Shui. Xiaohua cupped his hands and added another sentence. How about this, if General Shui is only searching in Yuzhou, then how about adding a sect called a Misty Sect? Misty Sect? What sect is that? Confucian or Daoist? Shui Ping frowned again and asked patiently. This Xiao also doesn't know. Xiaohua spread his hands and smiled bitterly. This Xiao is also helping others search. Since you can help this Xiao can also help General. All right. Shui Ping nodded. If it's only Yuzhou, this Shui can give it a try. Since General Shui has promised this Xiao, then this Xiao will also promise General Shui. When this Xiao is free next year, this Xiao will go to Nanpu County to look for you. How about that? Xiaohua didn't dawdle and agreed very swiftly. Great. Shui Ping clapped. With fellow immortal Zhao's help, this matter will be settled. As he spoke, Shui Ping took out a pitch-black token from his armor and handed it to Xiaohua. Fellow immortal Xiao, this is this old man's token. When you come to Nanpu County next year, you can use this to find this old man. This old man will return today and make preparations. I will quietly await Immortal Senior's arrival in my residence. All right. Xiaohua grabbed the token and said, when this Xiao is free next year, this Xiao will go look for General. All right, this Shui will take his leave. Shui Ping bowed on the horse and patted the back of the black horse's neck. The black horse raised its head and neighed. Black smoke and sparks spewed out from its nose and mouth. Black fog also appeared from its 4 hooves. It carried Shui Ping and charged into the air towards Longevity Town. This Shui Ping didn't dare to jump off the black horse from start to finish. Xiaohua sneered as he watched the black fog fly away. It's not only because he's wary of this Xiao, but also because his cultivation is connected to this black horse. This kind of cultivation method seems to be somewhat similar to Huan Country's beast cultivation method. Seeing Shui Ping fly away with the black horse, Xiaohua retracted his gaze. The 4 horses that had collapsed on the ground due to the black horse's arrival now stood up again. They all snorted and sweat dripped from their bodies. It was obvious that they were extremely frightened. Damn it, what kind of monster is this black horse Shui Ping? Could it be a demon from the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm? With this horse, is there still a need to fight on the battlefield? As long as this horse neighed a few times, wouldn't the other horses collapse on the ground? His title of Left General is truly a waste. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that the horse couldn't even pull the carriage. Yuanya, pack up. We'll rest here for a while. Xiaohua saw that there was no way to leave and could only instruct. Yes. Yuanya's reply was always concise. Lu Yi walked over with a nervous expression and said in a low voice, Daoist priest, this little one thanks you. Go and comprehend it. Xiaohua rolled his eyes at him. If you can't even comprehend such a simple incantation, you might as well have been taken away by that charcoal head. Being this old man's servant is truly shameful. Yes, this little one will continue to comprehend. Lu Yi's somewhat long face immediately smiled and hurriedly went to help Yuanya tidy up the horses. However, how could Yuanya allow him to do so? He was still chased to the side and sat there, closing his eyes to continue his interrupted comprehension. Senior Xiao. Xiao Jian walked over and said with a smile, although Shui Ping's actions are somewhat reckless, what he said is extremely true. Senior Xiao should agree to head to Nanpu County. Oh. Xiaohua raised his brows and said with a smile, if what fellow Daoist Xiao said is the same as Shui Ping, then there's no need to say anything. This Xiao has his own plans. This Xiao doesn't care about the few conditions he mentioned. If you have other ideas, feel free to say them. Xiao Jian was somewhat embarrassed. He knew that Xiao Hua was very dissatisfied with him for pushing Lu Yi out. However, in reality, Xiao Yun was brought to the Tidal River Temple by Lu Yi. If he didn't hear Xiao Hua and the others mention it on the way, he wouldn't have known that Xiao Yun was the princess that the Water Tribe wanted. Xiao Hua was obviously dissatisfied with Xiao Jian, and Xiao Jian himself felt wronged. Chapter 32-35. Junior doesn't know about the Thousand Demons' sacred realm and the Pure Land. Xiao Jian smiled, but on the hidden immortal continent, if one wants to make a name for himself, whether it's a Confucian cultivator or a Daoist, one must have a strong backing. Otherwise, it's impossible to step into the ranks of cultivation. Especially my Daoist. Right now, you can teach Lu Yi the basic incantation and let him enter the foundation building stage. However, if he doesn't have the support of spiritual herbs and medicinal pills, I'm afraid it will be impossible for him to reach the enlightenment and fusion stages by himself. Senior has already cultivated to the 3rd level of origin energy and is the target of recruitment for the prefectural governors and monarchs of various countries. Senior can take advantage of this. No need to say more. Xiao Hua waved his hand. This Xiao has no interest in this matter. Yes, Junior understands. Xiao Jian hurriedly shut his mouth, but after thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but say, actually, Senior can also hand over the matter of finding Lu Zhen to Shui Ping. The country of Xi is neither big nor small in Yu province and has a good relationship with the nearby countries. It's hard to say about other provinces, but Yu province should be able to find out. This old man has already entrusted it to him. Xiao Hua said indifferently, oh, by the way, it seems like you're very familiar with the situation in Yu province? Yes, Junior did a lot of homework in this area back then. Xiao Jian's eyes flashed with joy. He finally got the words he wanted to say. Oh, then let this old man ask you. Xiao Hua seemed to be interested. How many Daoist sects do you know? How many Daoist rogue cultivators do you know? This. Xiao Jian didn't expect Xiao Hua to suddenly ask this and was somewhat caught off guard. However, he hesitated slightly and smiled bitterly. Senior, you know that Daoist sects are not allowed to be established on the hidden immortal continent. How do you want Junior to answer? Hiss. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. To be honest, for the past 10 days, he had been trying to find out the specific situation of the Daoist sects in the hidden immortal continent. However, until now, he hadn't seen a cultivator with a cultivation level that could directly talk to him. Not to mention Xiao Jian, even Shui Ping just now was only at the foundation establishment realm. Their strength determined their vision. They wouldn't give Xiao Hua a real answer. However, Xiao Hua still did not expect that on the hidden immortal continent, the situation of the Taoists was so bad. Of course, this situation was much better than when the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators were on Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua's eyes turned again, and he said with a smile, not on the surface, but in the dark. This. I don't know. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. When I stepped into Daoist cultivation, I was already warned. He could cultivate, but he absolutely could not establish a sect. If he did, the Confucian cultivators would definitely send people to exterminate him. This was the iron law of the hidden immortal continent. Is that bullshit immortal Buddha grand ceremony supposed to be like this? Then why do you still want to cultivate Dao techniques? Why didn't he choose Confucian cultivation? Even the Buddhist sect is better than the Taoist sect. Xiao Hua asked with a smile that was not a smile. I'll let Senior know. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. This isn't something that Junior can choose. My single Yang kingdom was founded on Taoism, and I was chosen to be the crown prince since young. Of course, I have to cultivate Qi and cultivate Taoism. Xiao Hua stared blankly and asked curiously, what? Taoism is not allowed to establish a sect, but if you establish a country with Taoism, you can? That means, There are many countries supported by Taoism in the hidden immortal continent? Indeed. Xiao Jian nodded. But Senior is too optimistic. In the hidden immortal continent, most of the countries are established by Confucian cultivators, and there are very few Daoists. And now, there are a few, replaced by the Buddhist sect. That's really strange. Xiao Hua was especially puzzled. This was somewhat illogical. Could it be that it's okay for this old man to support a country? Of course you can. There is no doubt. Xiao Jian's eyes lit up, and he said with certainty, with Senior's current cultivation, you can barely be the state teacher of a country. If your cultivation is a bit higher, you can naturally control a country with your own will. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Is the king willing? Xiao Jian showed some awkwardness and said with a smile, of course it has to be mutually willing. Moreover, being the state teacher is different from being the left general. You have to contend with the nearby countries, and you have to help the king expand his territory. Forget it. It's not tiring enough. Xiao Hua waved his hand, seeming very dull. But if you stop the state teacher and control a country, you can easily get all the things you need for cultivation. Xiao Jian was a bit anxious and quickly explained. My cultivation is still shallow, so I don't dare to think too much. Xiao Hua raised his head and said, Yuanya has already prepared the carriage, let's hurry. Yes, Xiao Jian was a little dejected. It was not easy for him to say some of his thoughts in the conversation just now, but he was mercilessly interrupted by Xiao Hua again. He really did not know why Xiao Hua, who looked very approachable, was so good to the ruffian Lu Yi and was equally good to the uneducated Yuanya. Why didn't he want to listen to his thoughts? In the following few days, the number of carriages decreased, as if they had entered a remote village. Xiao Hua thought that next, the main road would be replaced by a small road, and the small road would be replaced by a wasteland. He was afraid that he could only ride a horse and walk. However, in less than 2 days, the number of carriages increased again. The main road did not show any signs of narrowing, but instead became more spacious and flat. While Xiao Hua was feeling a bit strange, before he could ask Xiao Jian, he saw that several li away in front of him was a large and magnificent river. Above the river, there was a stone bridge that spanned across both sides. Soldiers that had never been seen in the past 10 days were now standing on both sides of the bridge, wearing neat armor and holding bright weapons in their hands. They were valiant and high-spirited. Xiao Jian, where is this? What kind of bridge is this? Why is it so important? Xiao Hua was a bit puzzled. When he got closer, he asked Xiao Jian, you actually need to send so many soldiers to guard it? I'll let Senior know. Xiao Jian looked up, this is the border of the country of Xi. This river is called Fanli River, which is the border between the country of Xi and the country of Jiasa. The people of Xi call this bridge Fanji Bridge, while the country of Jiasa calls it Libei Bridge. This bridge connects the country of Xi and the country of Jiasa, so the two countries naturally have to send a large number of soldiers to guard it. As long as we cross this bridge, we will reach the border of the country of Jiasa. Ah! Xiao Hua almost cried out, this is the border of the country of Xi? Xiao Jian, tell this old man, this country of Xi, how big is it? At this moment, Xiao Hua finally realized that he was a country bumpkin. He always thought that the country of Xi was as big as the country of Xi in the cultivation world. Who would have thought that after walking for a few days, he actually walked, yes, walked, not flew, and reached the border of the country of Xi. Thinking back to a few days ago when he casually brushed off Xue Ping didn't suspect him at all. It turns out that Xue Ping knew that he could rush back to the country of Xi next year. Even if he had to walk. Xiao Jian clearly didn't understand Xiao Hua's astonishment and replied curiously, previously, this junior has already told Senior that the country of Xi is considered a medium-sized country in the Yu province. It should have a radius of 1,000 li. Nanpu County is also the county closest to the country of Jiasa. Although Longevity Town is also the closest town to the country of Jiasa, it is still about the same. As for the country of Jianghu, according to what this junior knows, its radius is only about 800 li, smaller than the country of Xi. And on the other side of the country of Jianghu is the country of Bronze Pillar. The country of Bronze Pillar is rich in bronze and its territory is twice the size of the country of Xi. It should be about 2,000 li. It is said that the country of Bronze Pillar is currently fighting with its neighbor country of Jianghu. If there are no accidents, the country of Bronze Pillar should be able to win. Then, after the country of Bronze Pillar annexes the country of Jianghu, it will expand to about 3,000 li. Damn it, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua almost roared from the bottom of his heart. No wonder this hidden immortal continent has provinces as the boundary. It is within these provinces that the countries are divided. It turns out that these countries are all extremely small and can't be compared to the countries of Xi, Meng, and Lian on the Xiaoyu continent. If this is the case, not to mention one country, even if this Xiao supports 5 or 10 countries, so what? It's just a territory of 10,000 li. Looking at Xiao Hua's green and red face, Xiao Jian didn't know what Xiao Hua was thinking. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and he didn't dare to ask. However, when he saw the side of the bridge, the line of carriages waiting for the soldiers to inspect and pay, he immediately understood. He hurriedly explained, "Senior, although we need to pay taxes to cross the border between the two countries, we are Daoist disciples. Yuanya and Lu Yi are considered our servants, there is no need to pay for them. Senior, you don't need to worry." Am I that stingy? Xiao Hua unhappily glared at Xiao Jian, but he was still very surprised. It was just a short period of 10 days, how could Xiao Jian know that he was stingy? Yes, yes. Xiao Jian hurriedly replied. Oh, that's right, this Jianghu country is only 800 li, it's a small country. Then why is the Copper Pillar country giving up so much? Xiao Hua asked, puzzled. Xiao Jian understood something and said with a smile, didn't this junior already say it before? Every country has an imperial advisor and the others, and even has the support of various Confucian sections. Although this Jianghu country is small, it should have the support of the Chongyun sect and other Confucian sects, so the Copper Pillar country does not dare to invade. As for the country of Jianghu, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be supported by a Daoist senior. At this point, Xiao Jian's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness, and he added, of course, in the past few decades, the Buddhist sect has infiltrated the hidden immortal continent too quickly. Perhaps the situation in the country of Xi has long exceeded this junior's knowledge, and there is a high possibility that there is an expert from the Buddhist sect secretly presiding over the country of Jianghu. No matter where you go, power, benefits, and strength cannot be separated. Xiao Hua sighed and did not ask any more questions. Chapter 32-36. Just as Xiao Jian said, there were many carriages and merchants waiting to be inspected by the Xi soldiers. They passed through the border and entered the bridge. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian spurred his horse on, not even bothering to line up. He galloped through the center of the road, heading towards the soldiers who were holding weapons and guarding the bridge. Daoist priest, please wait. One of the soldiers walked out and raised his hand, shouting, please take out the official document for inspection. Boundless holy man. Xiao Jian called out his Daoist name. He reached into his bosom and took out a square jade clip. He handed it over and said with a smile, this is my official name. Please check it, General. Daoist priest, please wait a moment. The soldier took the jade clip without looking at it and hurried towards the side of the bridge where several tents were located. Not long after, a strong man wearing armor with a sword hanging from his waist quickly walked over with the jade clip in his hand. He bowed and said, this general, Li Xianyu, greets Daoist priest Xiao. I, Xiao Jian, greets General Li. Xiao Jian's face was indifferent. He raised his left hand and saluted, saying, I brought my disciples and seniors to travel around Yu province. At this moment, we are heading towards Jianghu country. Please make an exception for us. Daoist priest Xiao, you can naturally bring your disciples to Jianghu country. This general only needs to inspect the carriage. Li Xianyu looked at Xiao Jian, then looked at Xiao Hua and the others, and said with a smile, but you only wrote Daoist Xiao and a boy named Yuanya in the official document. There are still a few blanks left behind, and the remaining 2 boys. How dare you? Xiao Jian shouted, raising his hand. He looked at Xiao Hua very respectfully and said, "This is the senior of this old man's sect. How can this old man's name be written on this old man's official document?" This general greets immortal master. Li Xianyu was shocked and hurriedly bowed in front of Xiao Hua. After all, for a young man to be called a senior by an old man, this young man immediately had the demeanor of an immortal master. Xiao Hua nodded and waved his hand. Li Xianyu couldn't help but stand up. Immortal elder. Li Xianyu straightened up, swallowed his saliva, and said nervously, "I know that Immortal Master is a senior expert, but, do you have an official document?" This old man doesn't have any official documents. Xiao Hua shook his head. This old man also doesn't need any official documents. This. Li Xianyu gritted his teeth and said awkwardly, "The order I received is that, anyone who comes from the border in front of me must either pay customs duties or have an official document." So that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded. "This old man won't make things difficult for you, senior." Xiao Jian smiled and said, "As long as you fly over this bridge, you won't have to pay any tariffs." Xiao Hua unhappily looked at Xiao Jian. He clapped his hand and took out a low-grade spirit stone, throwing it to Li Xianyu and said, "This old man doesn't have the gold and silver used in the secular world. This is a primeval stone, what do you think?" Immortal Master. Li Xianyu didn't expect Xiao Hua to be so amiable and actually take out a celestial stone. He hurriedly and carefully caught it, smiling apologetically, "You don't have to do this. The order is just to prevent people from pretending to be outsiders. Since Immortal Master is an outsider, you naturally don't have to pay customs duties. How can this old man take back what he took out?" Xiao Hua said indifferently, "You are also a general of a region, so you still have to abide by this order. Besides, this old man doesn't care about a single primeval stone." Yes, this little one understands." Li Xianyu lowered his head. "Can this old man leave now?" Xiao Hua asked politely again. Li Xianyu hurriedly stretched out his hand and pulled the reins of Xiao Hua's horse, saying respectfully, "This little one will send Immortal Master over." Thank you for your trouble." Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. "Damn it, a single primeval stone. It's gone just like that." Xiao Jian watched as Li Xianyu put the primeval stone into his pocket. His eyes turned into hooks, wanting to hook the primeval stone out of Li Xianyu's pocket. He complained in his heart. Li Xianyu led Xiao Hua's horse all the way to the middle of the bridge before stopping. He bowed and said, "Immortal Master, after crossing this bridge, the border of Jianghu country will be there. This little one doesn't dare to cross, so this little one can only send you here." "Okay, thank you General Li." Xiao Hua nodded his head and patted the horse. The horse took small steps and crossed the blood-red mark in the middle of the bridge. At this moment, wah-ha! A burst of noise that sounded like the chirping of birds came from the distant horizon. At the same time, a gust of wind blew, causing the various flags on the bridge to flutter in the wind. Lie. The pitiful horse let out a mournful cry, as if it was extremely scared. It kicked its 4 hooves and was about to rush down the bridge. Xiao Hua frowned and coldly snorted. The horse immediately felt its body become heavier. Don't talk about running, it couldn't even stand stably. Just as the horse was about to collapse on the ground, Xiao Hua floated down and patted the horse. The horse obediently lay down on the bridge. Caw caw caw. The sound of birds chirping turned into a burst of horse laughter. It came from the right side of the bridge. A black cloud flew over from there and quickly passed by everyone's eyes. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over and saw an extremely ugly demon within the black cloud. Its body was covered in black fur, but it was holding an almost naked woman in its embrace. The woman was as beautiful as a flower, her skin was whiter than snow. Her lotus-like arms were wrapped around the demon's neck. The black and white contrast between the two people was extremely clear within the black cloud. These two people didn't seem to care about the secular people on the ground at all. They seemed to be teasing them as they rushed forward and disappeared. See? This. Isn't that a demon? Xiao Hua was a little shocked. Looking at the trembling Li Xinyu not far away, he asked curiously, how can it come and go so freely in Jia Sa country and Shi country? Good, Senior Immortal knows. Li Xinyu lowered his voice and said, this demon is not from my Shi country. In the middle of Jia Sa country, Bronze Pillar country and Jiang country, there is a black cloud ridge. It is a place that the three countries are unable to take care of. If I'm not wrong, this demon should be from the Black Cloud Ridge. Oh, Senior Immortal, if you go to Bronze Pillar country, you naturally won't be able to, but if you still want to go from Bronze Pillar country to Jiang country, then you will have to pass by the Black Cloud Ridge. Senior Immortal must be careful. I heard that many people have been buried there. Yes, this old man knows. Xiao Hua nodded. He floated onto the horse and was about to enter Jia Sa country. Senior Immortal, Senior Immortal. Another voice came from behind Xiao Hua and the rest. Oh. Xiao Hua turned his head to look, only to see an old man with white hair and a beard catching up to them while panting. Xiao Hua looked at the old man and frowned. It was obvious that this was an old man from the secular world. He looked to be around 60 years old. To be honest, compared to Xiao Hua's age, he was really like a child. However, Xiao Hua looked to be in his 20s. When facing this kind of white-haired old man, he felt a kind of pressure in his heart. He would naturally call him an old man, and would also naturally call him a brat. Could this be the legendary judging a book by its cover? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly to himself. What's the matter, old man? Fortunately, before Xiao Hua could speak, Xiao Jian had already stood in front of Xiao Hua. Greetings, Daoist. The old man bowed respectfully. This old man is Qi Jin from the Sunhai Trading Company. I came to look for Daoist. There is something I would like to discuss with Daoist. As he spoke, the old man glanced at Xiao Hua. Xiao Jian frowned and said curiously, I and the others don't have a place to stay, and we don't have any training grounds. If old man has any wish to fulfill, I'm afraid I and the others won't be able to satisfy it. Daoist. Qi Jin's face had a trace of pleading as he said in a low voice, this old man doesn't want to pray for the gods. This old man has another matter to discuss with Daoist. If possible, I would like to ask Daoist to cross the bridge with your master and wait by the roadside. This old man will explain everything. As he spoke, Qi Jin took out a small silver ingot and stuffed it into Xiao Jian's hand. He said, in addition, my Sunhai Trading Company will pay for the customs for Daoist and the others to enter Jia Sa country. I only hope that Daoist can hear about this matter. Xiao Jian touched the silver ingot and felt it was slippery. His heart was already blooming with joy. He turned to look at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, Senior, what do you think? Hee, you have already agreed, so why ask this old man? Xiao Hua smiled. At this time, he already had a plan for the road ahead. Everything was just a kind of experience. No matter what the old man's request was, in Xiao Hua's eyes, it might not be difficult. Even Xiao Hua had some intuition that it was related to the evil spirit in the black clouds. Ai's master has agreed. I will wait for you at the front. Xiao Jian looked at the many carriages lined up behind the old man and knew that this was the Sunhai Trading Company's fleet. It would take them a lot of time to cross the border. Yes, thank you Daoist, thank you Immortal. Qi Jin was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. He bowed and hurriedly ran to the back. Following his shouts, a burst of laughter rang out. Some of the people next to the carriages saluted Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua didn't care about these people's thanks. Instead, he asked in astonishment, Xiao Jian, could it be that, after crossing the border between Shi and Jia Sa country, not only do we have to pay customs in Shi, but also in Jia Sa country? Senior. Xiao Jian pulled the reins of his horse and followed Xiao Hua down the bridge. He explained, that's right. However, people and goods are different. People only have to pay 10 copper coins for crossing the border, while goods have to pay according to the value of the goods. Isn't this robbery? Xiaohua immediately thought of the perverted sea beast he encountered in the West Sea. What was the difference between this and a sea beast? If there was any difference, it would be that they were openly using the banner of righteousness, making it impossible for people to avoid. Chapter 32-37. Ha, senior, this is different. If the goods of Sunhai Trading Company are bought in Shi, there must be an official document to pay the tax. Here, there is no need to pay. If the Sunhai Trading Company is passing through Shi, they have already paid the tax when entering Shi. When leaving Shi, there is no need to pay again. Xiao Jian explained with a smile. However, looking at Qi Jin's appearance, it seems that they have traded in Shi. Moreover, there is no official document to pay the tax. At the border, they must pay a certain percentage of the tax. Then when they enter Jianghu country, they must pay the tax. Xiaohua asked. That is natural. This tax is from Shi, the other side is from Jianghu country. Xiao Jian nodded. Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Alas, this business is not easy. The tax is an important part of a country's income and expenditure. It is impossible to exempt it. Xiao Jian said with familiarity, of course, it is not only for business, but also for anything in this world. Even if it is to be the ruler of a country. While speaking, several people went down the bridge. Sure enough, under the bridge, there were some people similar to the soldiers of Shi. However, their armor and flags were completely different. Everyone entered the border of Jianghu country. Half a mile away from the bridge, there was a tea shed. Xiaohua looked at the scorching sun above his head and ordered them to rest near the tea shed. After waiting for a full meal's time, they saw nearly 20 carriages led by Qi Jin coming out of the soldiers' blockade. When Qi Jin saw the carriages parked in front of the tea shed, the disappointment on his face immediately disappeared. He urged the horse under him and hurriedly brought a man dressed in martial arts clothes to the tea shed. There were not many people in the tea shed. Xiaohua and the other three were sitting at a shabby table. Except for Yuanya, who was drinking cup after cup of tea, the other three closed their eyes and did not speak. Daoist. Qi Jin rushed into the tea shed. He originally wanted to talk to Xiaohua, but after thinking for a moment, he walked to Xiao Jian and cupped his fist. Our humble trading company has too many goods. It is a bit troublesome to pass the customs. Sorry for the long wait. No matter. Xiao Jian opened his eyes and smiled. We are just traveling. Whether we walk or lie down, it is all cultivation. This wait is nothing. Daoist is really a master. What you said is really profound. Qi Jin looked at Xiao Jian with an extremely admiring gaze. This old man and the others have worked so hard for Adu's item. I don't know when we'll be free. When it's time to be free, you'll definitely be free. When you can't be free, just say it. Xiao Jian was much more familiar with these words than Xiaohua. Yes, this old man understands. Qi Jin put his palms together sincerely. However, when he saw Xiao Jian's unfriendly expression, he immediately understood. He put his palms down awkwardly and pointed at the burly man beside him. Escort Chen, this is the Daoist Xiao I mentioned just now. Come and meet him. I'm Chen Kai from Fu Wei Escort Agency. Nice to meet you, Taoist masters. The burly man stood up and cupped his fists in greeting. His voice was loud and clear, but there was a valiance and unwillingness in his eyes. Boundless holy man, Chen Zhuang, greetings. Xiao Jian seemed to understand something and returned the greeting with a smile. He then looked at Qi Jin and said, Elder Qi, what do you mean by this? This. Qi Jin was a little embarrassed and explained his intentions. It was as Xiao Jian had expected. The distance from the border of Jianghu country to the nearest city was about 100 miles. There was a section of the mountain road that was quite dangerous. There were 3 groups of mountain bandits alone. These mountain bandits often went down the mountain to rob, and the merchants passing by were all terrified. Jianghu country had sent troops to kill them several times, but they returned without success. In the end, they simply ignored them and let these mountain bandits fend for themselves. Since the mountain bandits were born, how could they be destroyed? Although the leader and number of the mountain bandits were constantly changing, these mountain bandits had become a malignant tumor at the border of Jianghu country. Unfortunately, there was only one main road from the kingdom of Shi to the kingdom of Jianghu. On the left side of the mountain road, there was an impassable forest. Therefore, even if a merchant like the Sunhai Trading Company knew that there were bandits here, they could only brace themselves and pass through. At best, they could hire more armed escorts like the Fu Wei Escort Agency to protect their own trading company. Qi Jin had just seen the Shi general's unusual respect for Xiao Hua, so he had a sudden idea to ask Xiao Hua and the others to protect him through this section of the mountain road where the mountain bandits were rampant. Although Xiao Hua and the others were not escorts, Qi Jin's lack of trust in Fu Wei Escort Agency and his behavior of seeking medical treatment halfway through the journey made Escort Chen extremely dissatisfied. Chen Kai didn't say anything, but how could Xiao Jian not see the disdain and even a faint hostility in his eyes? He had seen this kind of look in Zen Master Ming Yu's eyes more than once. If I had known, I wouldn't have collected Qi Jin's silver. Xiao Jian was somewhat regretful. After listening to Qi Jin's explanation, he already understood that these mountain bandits couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, they lived so freely at such a close distance to the border. If it weren't for the fact that they had nothing to do with the border guards of Jianghu country, Xiao Jian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. As for Qi Jin's intention, Xiao Jian was even more aware. Qi Jin didn't necessarily want to rely on their martial strength. What he valued was Li Xianyu's respect for Xiao Hua. Qi Jin thought that since they were familiar with Li Xianyu and the others, when they encountered the mountain bandits ahead, they would definitely make the mountain bandits hesitate. As for this reason, Qi Jin couldn't tell Chen Kai or Xiao Jian directly. He could only use a probing tone to ask Xiao Jian and the others to protect them. Damn it, we're all smart people. After Xiao Jian felt regretful, he subconsciously looked at Xiao Hua. It was obvious that they couldn't have any relationship with the border guards. Li Xianyu's respect was for Xiao Hua and that piece of vitality stone. Facing the mountain bandits, not to mention himself, even Yuanya might not be able to protect himself. How could Xiao Jian dare to make a decision? Oh. Escort Chen, contrary to Xiao Jian's expectations, a trace of joy flashed across Xiao Hua's face. He asked, "Let this old man ask you, do you know the Lotus Escort Agency?" Lotus Escort Agency? A trace of vigilance flashed across Chen Kai's eyes. He asked curiously, "Daoist knows the people of the escort agency?" "Tell this old man, do you know the Lotus Escort Agency?" Hearing Chen Kai's answer, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed. He seemed to be somewhat ecstatic as he asked hurriedly. Chen Kai shivered. Xiao Hua's gaze was like lightning, as if it pierced into his heart, giving him a big fright. The dissatisfaction in his heart had long been thrown out of the highest clouds. He hurriedly replied, "Good, immortal elder knows. This one has never heard of the Lotus Escort Agency." Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly, appearing extremely dissatisfied. Immortal elder. Chen Kai's forehead was somewhat sweaty. Facing Xiao Hua's dissatisfaction, he felt an indescribable feeling of oppression and powerlessness. It was as if facing Xiao Hua was a huge mountain that could crush him into meat paste at any time. Now he truly knew how powerful Xiao Hua was. This one has heard of the Lotus Escort Agency, Swallow Escort Agency, Zhenfeng Escort Agency, but I've never heard of the Lotus Escort Agency. What about the Misty Sect? Xiao Hua knew that there wouldn't be any definite answer, but he still asked in a low voice. This one has also never heard of it. Sweat dripped down Chen Kai's face. His knees almost went soft. He really couldn't face Xiao Hua's incredulous gaze. This lowly one is just an ordinary escort. What immortal elder is talking about, this lowly one doesn't know. Who? Xiaohua let out a long sigh. He sighed again in his heart. AI, escort. Isn't this one's second brother an escort? Lotus Escort Agency, Misty Sect. Why should this one make things difficult for an ordinary escort? Xiaohua let out a breath. Chen Kai immediately felt that the danger that could easily crush him to death had suddenly disappeared. Only then did he involuntarily stretch out his hand and wipe the sweat off his forehead. His heart also relaxed as if a huge rock had been removed. Immortal Elder. Qi Jin naturally saw Chen Kai's sorry state and was even more overjoyed in his heart. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression was good, he hurriedly said in a low voice, "This old one is so bold as to ask Immortal Elder to come with us. We will properly serve Immortal Elder along the way, AI." Xiaohua ignored Qi Jin and raised his head to look at the road outside the tea shed. His gaze was somewhat blurred, as if he saw the end of the road and also the end of time. It was when Qi Jin mentioned the escort agency and the escorts that those distant memories began to appear like fragments. Lotus Flower Escort Agency, Armed Escort Agency, escorts, and other unfamiliar terms appeared like a fountain. He couldn't help but have the urge to ask. He really wanted to get what he wanted from this escort called Chen Kai. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was still disappointed. Perhaps, they're not far away. Xiaohua's heart was somewhat moved. The arena, the village, the escort agency, these are all things that Xiaoyu continent doesn't have. They're all from this one's memory, senior. Xiao Jian's voice was indistinct again, as if it came from the horizon and woke Xiaohua up from his homesickness. We have to go either way. Why don't we go together? Up to you. Xiaohua's face was as calm as water, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. However, Xiao Jian already knew that Xiaohua was somewhat unhappy, so he hurriedly said, "If senior likes peace and quiet, we won't follow the caravan." "There's no need." Xiaohua waved his hand. "If we want to follow, then let's follow. It's good to be able to give them a helping hand." "Yes, Junior understands." Xiao Jian's mouth revealed a smile. He turned to Qi Jin and said, "Why aren't you thanking Daoist Xiao?" Yes, thank you Daoist Xiao, thank you Daoist Xiao." Qi Jin was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. He then pulled Xiao Jian's sleeve and hurriedly left, as if he had something to say. Chen Kai couldn't stand Xiaohua's imposing manner and also took the opportunity to slip away. Seeing that everyone had left, Xiaohua looked at Yuanya and said, "Yuanya, why haven't you spoken these days? Have you had enough of this tea?" "Daoist, Junior doesn't know how to speak." "I might as well not speak." Yuanya drank another cup of tea and placed the somewhat tattered teacup on the table. "Junior will go get a carriage." Chapter 32-38. With that, Yuanya hurriedly got up and hurriedly walked out. Hee. Xiaohua looked at Yuanya's back and then looked at Lu Yi, who was sitting beside Yuanya and had closed his eyes to think after drinking a few mouthfuls of tea. Xiaohua brought Lu Yi out of the tea shed. The carriages of Sunhai Trading Company had already started to move. Qi Jin and Xiao Jian came out from behind a big tree. Both of them had a satisfied expression and seemed to be chatting happily. As for Chen Kai, he was already riding a horse in front of the carriages. Lu Yi. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the tea shed. The owner of the tea shed was lowering his head to clean the tables while secretly glancing at the carriages. He coldly snorted and turned to Lu Yi and asked, "Have you comprehended this cultivation technique?" "Yes, Immortal Elder knows." Hearing Xiaohua's question, Lu Yi opened his eyes and revealed a complicated expression. "Under Immortal Elder's guidance, this little one has already comprehended it yesterday." "Ah? You already comprehended it yesterday? How many days has it been?" Xiaohua was shocked. He looked at Lu Yi from top to bottom. After all, Xiaohua was not a competent master and didn't know how to teach other people cultivation methods. Lu Yi was just an ordinary person and had never come into contact with Daoist cultivation methods before. Lu Yi was a little shy, but his eyes revealed a trace of pride. He whispered, "If it is as Immortal Elder said, this little one has already comprehended it." Then, "Can you sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Xiao Hua asked impatiently. Lu Yi shook his head regretfully. "This little one cannot sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that Immortal Elder spoke of. I don't know if this little one's comprehension is wrong or this little one does not have this kind of aptitude." Xiao Hua nodded. "Get on the carriage, this old man wants to hear your comprehension." Yuanya watched Xiao Hua bring Lu Yi onto the carriage, and then the carriage became silent. Although he could see their mouths moving, he could not hear anything and knew that this was Xiao Hua's technique. He sighed slightly and drove the carriage to the back of the Sunhai Trading Company. However, when he sighed, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This smile was somewhat mysterious. After about half a meal's worth of time, Xiao Hua, who was inside the carriage, sighed like Yuanya. He looked at Lu Yi and smiled bitterly. "Lu Yi, it's not that this old man is praising you, but your aptitude is incomparable. You have indeed thoroughly comprehended this cultivation technique, and there is no mistake about it. But even so, I'm afraid it's because your physique isn't good enough that you're unable to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." "Yes, Taoist priest, I understand." At this time, when Lu Yi heard Xiao Hua's praise, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Taoist priest has already said this at the beginning. This little one has a plan in mind. This lowly one is already fortunate enough to have a glimpse of the immortal cultivation technique. As for whether or not I have the fate to cultivate, this lowly one doesn't care anymore. Yes, it's great that you have such intentions. I'm just afraid that you're too ambitious." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Since that's the case, this old man will teach you another cultivation technique. You can try it again." "Yes, I'll listen to Taoist priest's instructions." Lu Yi nodded vigorously. After Xiao Hua passed on a simple water-type cultivation method to Lu Yi, he once again irresponsibly gave him a few small dates, allowing Lu Yi to comprehend it himself. Xiao Hua himself once again exited the carriage, riding on the back of a horse, leisurely and contentedly admiring the scenery outside the main road. Brother Ya. After Xiao Hua left, Lu Yi closed his eyes for a long time. After carefully memorizing the cultivation technique, he walked to the front of the carriage and sat down cross-legged. He whispered, "You've worked hard these past few days." "Hee, it's not hard at all." When Yuanya heard this, he didn't turn his head. He shook the reins and stabilized the horse pulling the carriage. He said, "Now that you have an opportunity, you must properly grasp it. The Immortal is a good person. It's our great fortune to have met him. He won't be able to stay with us for too long. You must cultivate well and strive to have the Immortal accept you as his disciple and take you away. It's easier said than done. It's too difficult." Lu Yi sighed. "Since I was young, I boasted that I was smart and had a photographic memory. But look at the hundreds of words the Immortal gave me." Shoo. Yuanya, who didn't know much about the ways of the world, was suddenly shocked and hurriedly said, "Brother Lu, you can't say this anymore. Only you know it." "Yes, I understand." Lu Yi hurriedly smiled. "Taoist priest only said that I can't pass it to others. He didn't say that I can't nag. If the Immortal says one, you must think two." Yuanya wanted to say something, but looking at Lu Yi, he didn't know how to express it. "In short, you know this better than me. It's better not to make the Immortal angry." "Yes, I will remember." Lu Yi looked at Yuanya, who didn't speak much, and his heart warmed. He handed the spirit dates in his hand to Yuanya and said, "This is the date given by the Immortal. I haven't eaten it yet. Try it." "Okay." Yuanya didn't hesitate. He reached out and took it. He threw it into the air and was about to use his mouth to catch it. "If you don't want to die, then don't eat it like this." Xiao Hua's voice drifted over. The thumb-sized spirit jujube stopped in midair. Yuanya raised his head and waited foolishly. At this moment, the carriage suddenly sped up. Yuanya's body involuntarily fell down on the carriage. With a pa-da sound, the spirit jujube fell down and hit Yuanya's nose. Gidge. A burst of laughter suddenly sounded, like a string of silver bells swaying to the left of Yuanya. A red pony happily ran past Yuanya. Not only was the pony's mane fine and smooth, but there were also strands of light coming from the saddle and other things on the pony's back. There were also traces of red mist coming from where the pony's hooves touched the ground. It was as if the pony didn't touch the ground at all, and it didn't make the slightest sound. Looking at the little red horse, there was a woman dressed in red. Her face was covered with a layer of red veil. Although her figure was graceful, her face couldn't be seen clearly. The laughter came from the woman's veil. As the woman laughed, the little red horse galloped past Yuanya's carriage, and a faint fragrance wafted through the wind. Jia. Jia Wu. Yuanya was originally lying on his back, but when he heard the laughter, it was as if he had seen a ghost. His face suddenly turned pale, and he used all his strength to push his arms back. His entire body flew out of the carriage as he screamed in disbelief. Gidge. Gidge. The silver bells continued to ring, but they were getting further and further away. The little red horse was very handsome. In a short moment, it had already caught up to the front of the Sunhai Trading Company. Jia Wu. Yuanya groaned. Before he even landed, he stepped on the horse pulling the carriage and wanted to chase after Di Fui. Get out of the way, get out of the way. A rough voice came from behind, followed by the rumbling of horse hooves. The entire avenue was shaking. Everyone looked up and saw a cloud of dust rising from the bridge that they had just stepped off. A group of cavalrymen wearing pitch-black armor and riding pitch-black horses were chasing after them with long spears in their hands. Although this group of soldiers was quite far from the woman in red, everyone, including Xiao Hua, thought that this group of soldiers was the woman's bodyguard. The soldiers were in a line of 3, almost occupying the entire road. Under the rough shouts, the workers and bodyguards of the Sunhai Trading Company hurriedly moved the carriages to the side, trying their best to make way for the soldiers. As for Yuanya, he had already landed on the second carriage in front of him. However, the soldiers in front of the group of soldiers had already raised their spears. Hidden behind their helmets, their gazes were like sharp swords as they stared at Yuanya. Yuanya, come down. Xiao Hua said indifferently. You won't be able to catch up. But. Yuanya stood on the roof of the carriage. His face was filled with an indescribable excitement and reluctance. In the distance, at the end of the road, the woman's figure was like a burning cloud. Yuanya knew that he really wouldn't be able to catch up. Hurry. Hurry up and come down. Seeing the dozens of soldiers in black armor turn their heads to look at Yuanya, the spears in their hands were raised. If Yuanya made any strange movements, these spears would not hesitate to stab at him. Xiao Jian hurriedly shouted, "This. I don't know which country's black armor army this is." Yes. Yuanya looked into the distance with some unwillingness before looking to the left and right. Only then did he jump down from the carriage. Rumble. The black armor army quickly galloped past under everyone's gaze. There were more than 100 of them and their movements were uniform. Even the hooves of the 100 black horses were almost the same. When the black armor army was far away, the workers of the Sunhai Trading Company urged the carriages to move again. The dozens of carriages slowly moved again, leaving Yuanya standing on the side of the road in a daze as he lightly bit his lips. Yeah. Xiao Jian asked curiously. This is the Jia Wu you were talking about? She doesn't seem to know you. She was only around 3 years old at that time. How did she know me? Yuanya suddenly understood something and smiled bitterly. Also, I gave her the name Jia Wu. She might not know it herself. What? Xiao Jian's eyes widened and he almost laughed out loud. You. The woman you yearned for day and night, was actually with you when you were 3 years old? She. How could she possibly know you? You aren't joking with your master, right? No. Yuanya's emotions surged and he lost his usual calmness. Have you only seen her once? Also, you couldn't have seen her real appearance just now. Xiaohua was also curious and asked softly, how many years has it been? The Jianghu of 3 years old and the Jianghu now. How could they be the same? How could you recognize her? All right, immortal elder knows. Yuanya's face finally revealed a trace of blood as he proudly said, when I heard her laughter, I knew it was her. Also, whether immortal elder believes it or not, I can smell Jia Wu's scent. Chapter 32-39. N. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the first time he saw Fairy Hongxia. Didn't the red mole at the corner of Fairy Hongxia's mouth give him a familiar feeling? Xiaohua nodded slightly. Jia Wu is pretty good looking. Xiaohua said softly as he looked at Yuanya's dazed expression. Furthermore, this old man has already left a mark on her body. As long as it's within 100 li, this old man will definitely be able to detect it. Really? Yuanya's eyes were filled with ecstasy as he clenched his fists tightly. His arms were trembling. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed but did not reply. Ha ha ha. Yuanya jumped up and somersaulted a few times in the air before landing on the ground. He was clearly extremely happy. Looking at Yuanya's appearance, Xiaohua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Damn it, it's good to be young. No, this old man can't take advantage of his seniority in the future. There's no reason for me to be so lifeless, it's really boring. Yes, wasn't Xiaohua the same as he was in the past? However, after coming out of seclusion for 100 years, he felt that he was old for no reason. He kept calling himself this old man. It really felt like he was past his prime. This Xiao is just over 200 years old. If I reach nascent soul, my lifespan can reach 2,000 years. Compared to an ordinary person, I'm only around 10 years old. Damn it, this Xiao is still underage. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Senior? Xiao Jian looked at Xiaohua strangely. This senior had beaten Xiaohua from the peak to the bottom of the valley in an instant. It's nothing. Xiaohua's face immediately became as cold as ice. Then, he raised his eyebrows and unhappily looked towards the horizon 100 zhang away. There were a few pigeon-like birds that were quickly flying past. Humph. Xiaohua snorted coldly. Those birds suddenly fell down and fainted when they landed on the mountain rocks. As the saying goes, snakes and rats are in the same nest. It's really like that. Xiaohua's gaze turned and looked at the tea shed in the distance. Brother Ya. Seeing Yuanya happily land on the carriage, Lu Yi was also happy for him. He carefully handed the spirit jujube that had fallen on the carriage to him. You're really amazing. You've already decided on a marriage at the age of 3. I really envy you. Slap. Yuanya raised his hand and slapped the back of Lu Yi's head. He scolded, how am I as despicable as you think? I was only 7 or 8 years old at that time. Tell me. What is going on? Just as Yuanya finished speaking, another person appeared out of thin air. That person's voice was extremely wretched. Old. Yuanya was furious. Just as he was about to scold him, he saw who it was and immediately smiled apologetically. Immortal. Immortal Elder, you. Why are you here? Tell me, tell me. Xiaohua said with a smile, I've heard you play the Sun in the River Tide Temple. At that time, I didn't see Jia Wu, but now, this old man knows what Jia Wu looks like. If you don't tell me, hee, Yuanya helplessly looked at Xiaohua's disrespectful appearance. He then looked at Xiao Jian, who was riding a horse and pretending not to care. However, his ears were already perked up. Yuanya could only drive the carriage and tell the story of what happened. Yuanya had lived in the mystic jade dark forest since he was young. He danced with the wild wolves in the forest. When he was 5 years old, the black wolf that raised him was bitten and seriously injured when it was fighting for territory with another wolf. The night the black wolf died, Yuanya took the black wolf's corpse into the depths of the Wolf Valley. He wanted to bury the black wolf. However, on that full moon night, Yuanya heard the faint cry of a baby. This was the first time Yuanya had seen a human baby. It was the first time he had seen a human like himself. Therefore, after burying the black wolf's corpse, he brought the baby back to the wolf's den. However, the arrival of the baby attracted the attention of the pack of wolves. Perhaps because they no longer had the black wolf's protection, the pack of wolves wanted to chase Yuanya away. Thus, a fight broke out between Yuanya and the pack of wolves again. The 5-year-old Yuanya was naturally no match for the pack of wolves. After being bitten and covered in cuts and bruises, he carried the baby, whose left arm was also injured, out of the wolf's den. At that time, the baby should have just been born. It cried loudly and had a high fever after being attacked by the pack of wolves. Yuanya naturally did not understand this. He only thought that the baby was hungry, so he caught rabbits and roasted them for the baby to eat. How could a newborn baby eat these things? Just as Yuanya was helpless and the baby was on the verge of death, a group of colorful butterflies fluttered their enchanting wings in the morning light and flew past Yuanya and the baby. The baby seemed to be attracted by the colorful butterflies. Perhaps it had run out of strength and stopped crying hysterically. This made Yuanya very happy. Ignoring the cuts and bruises all over his body, he carried the baby and followed the butterflies to the side of a lake. At the side of the lake, there was a doe that had just given birth. It was mournfully licking the dead baby. It was in so much pain that it wished to die. Looking at the lifeless baby and the milk dripping from the doe's mouth, Yuanya suddenly understood something. He quickly caught the doe and used its milk to feed the baby. After eating its fill, the baby fell asleep and slept for half a day. After half a day, it cried loudly and ate the milk again. After a few days like this, the baby's fever subsided and the wounds on its left arm healed. However, the wolfsbane had left a long scar on the baby's arm. Other than a small blanket and a sun, the baby had nothing else. Yuanya himself did not have a name, but he gave the baby the name Jianghu. Just like this, Yuanya, Jianghu, and the doe that had lost its baby lived by the side of the butterfly pond. Jianghu gradually grew up, from swaddling clothes to learning to walk, and then to babbling. They lived there for 3 years. During these 3 years, Yuanya would go hunting during the day and Jianghu would stay with the doe. At night, Yuanya would accompany Jianghu and play the sun for her. Every time he played the sun, Jianghu would obediently lie in Yuanya's arms and look at him with sparkling eyes that were like the stars in the sky. These happy days lasted until one day. Yuanya remembered it very clearly. It was a stormy day. Yuanya woke up early to hunt as usual, but before he could catch any prey, he suddenly felt uneasy. It was as if they had a telepathic connection. Yuanya hurriedly ran back to Butterfly Lake. As expected, the side of Butterfly Lake was covered in blood. The doe had been killed on the ground and there were light footprints beside it. Yuanya angrily followed the footprints out of Butterfly Lake. Unfortunately, under the heavy rain, Yuanya quickly lost track of the enemy. Helpless, Yuanya left Butterfly Lake and searched the entire Mystic Jade Dark Forest to find Jianghu. Unfortunately, Yuanya had underestimated the Mystic Jade Dark Forest. He had spent 5 years and had not even explored half of the forest. The remaining areas were filled with fierce beasts that Yuanya could not deal with. Yuanya had gathered his courage and tried to deal with a fierce beast that he thought he could handle. However, he was heavily injured by the fierce beast and was captured by a hunter who had entered the Mystic Jade Dark Forest. After that, Yuanya was taken out of the Mystic Jade Dark Forest and sold to the arena. Speaking of the arena, Yuanya seemed to be touched by something sad. His face revealed a sorrowful expression as he raised his hand and placed the spirit jujube in his mouth. Just as he was about to fiercely chew on it to relieve the dryness in his mouth, Xiaohua's interested voice sounded out again, "TSK TSK. What an unforgettable love between childhood sweethearts. This old man advises you to eat it bit by bit. Otherwise, you will never see your Jianghu again." Xiao Hua's words were naturally not as fast as Yuanya's actions. However, before Yuanya heard Xiao Hua's words, he seemed to have lost all his strength. No matter how hard he tried, he could not bite down. Only after Xiao Hua finished speaking did he regain consciousness. Hee hee. Yuanya laughed embarrassedly and lightly bit down on a piece of spirit jujube. In an instant, his mouth was filled with a sweet fragrance. This sweet fragrance was something that Yuanya, who had lived in the forest since young, had never tasted before. When he greedily chewed up the spirit jujube and swallowed it into his stomach, an indescribable warmth rushed into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. A comfortable feeling spread through his limbs and bones. Ah! Yuanya could not help but moan. He licked his lips, wanting to take another bite. However, he was extremely reluctant. Seeing that Yuanya was about to hide the spirit jujube in his bosom like a meat bun, Xiao Hua laughed. No need to be so stingy. This old man has a lot of these things. If you want to eat some, you can ask this old man anytime. As he spoke, he took out 2 more spirit jujubes and threw them to Yuanya. Yuanya stretched out his hands and very nimbly caught them, immediately keeping them in his bosom. Ai, how pitiful. Xiao Hua stood up and stood on the carriage. He sighed, Yuanya, you and Jianghu. Perhaps it was the enmity from your previous life. If you don't owe her, then she owes you. However, the heavens threw the 2 of you together at such a young age. TSK, now. You know her, but how could she know you? Moreover, she is now a descendant of some royal family. What about you? Such unrealistic thoughts should be put aside for now. At this point, Xiao Hua suddenly froze. He looked at Lu Yi, who was eating a spirit jujube with his eyes closed. Although Yuanya and Jia Wu's story sounded a little absurd, wasn't it similar to Lu Yi and Xiao Yun's experience? One was a wild boy who grew up in the forest, the other was a descendant of a royal family. One was a shrew in the marketplace, the other was a princess of the water tribe. Immortal elder. Yuanya's face was slightly red. He smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. Jia Wu is a family member to this junior. Moreover, she is his first family member. This junior is very concerned about her life and death. Since she is living well, this junior can rest assured. Whether she knows this junior or not, whether she sees this junior or not, it doesn't matter. Ai, what an ill-fated relationship." Not far away, Xiao Jian's ears drooped. He sighed and did not say anything else, as if he was warning Yuanya. Daoist elder. Just as Xiao Hua was about to say something, Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes in surprise and shouted, "This junior. This junior knows what spiritual energy is." Chapter 32-40. A strange expression appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He didn't dare to give Lu Yi too many spirit fruits and only gave him the lowest grade spirit jujube. Firstly, it was to let him eat until he was full. Secondly, it was to let him experience the spiritual items of Taoism. Xiao Hua didn't place too much hope on the spirit jujube. However, Xiao Hua still underestimated the spirit jujube in his space and also underestimated Lu Yi's aptitude. Just this one spirit jujube was enough for Lu Yi to grasp the spirit jujube as a small foot. "And you should first experience it and don't do anything else." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and instructed, "My Taoism's divine abilities all rely on the spirit jujube of heaven and earth. If you can't experience the spirit jujube of heaven and earth, just relying on these spirit fruits, it's impossible for you to step onto the path of Tao." Yes, this little one understands. Lu Yi was very happy. He took another bite of the spirit jujube and closed his eyes to experience it. Looking at Lu Yi's excited appearance, Xiao Hua inwardly sighed. Lu Yi's aptitude was indeed not bad. Not only was he able to comprehend a qi refining cultivation method that he had never cultivated before, he was also able to keenly sense the faint spiritual energy within the spirit jujube. This was absolutely impossible for the previous Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was even more clear that if Lu Yi couldn't sense the spirit jujube of heaven and earth, it would be impossible for him to step onto the threshold of cultivation. Without the spirit jujube of heaven and earth, all of Taoism's cultivation was just a castle in the air. After entering Jia country, other than encountering the black armored army led by Jia Wu at the bridge, there were no other unforeseen events. The caravan of Sun Hai Trading Company moved forward in an extremely orderly manner. When night came, someone led them to a spacious mountain ridge to rest. The caravan was prepared. Not long after, Qi Jin led 2 people and brought some food to Xiao Hua and the others. What made Xiao Jian depressed was that other than his own stomach being hungry, Lu Yi and Yuanya didn't feel hungry or thirsty at all. They didn't even drink a mouthful of water. Compared to Xiao Jian's depression, Qi Jin was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Otherworldly awe. What does this mean? This means that the immortal in front of me is really an immortal awe. As for the Taoist priest who took his silver coins, he was just like him, a layman. After Qi Jin left, Xiao Jian gnawed on a stewed pig trotter. Although the pig trotter was very fragrant, Xiao Jian's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness as he looked at Xiao Hua, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. His mouth was tasteless. Xiao Hua ignored him and seemed to have fallen asleep. After the meal, a bonfire was lit in the middle of the group of carriages. The escorts and some of the workers from the trading companies took out food and wine, and even gambling equipment. They started to make a ruckus. Seeing this lively scene, the eyes of Xiao Jian, who had been silent all this time and felt somewhat out of place with Xiao Hua, suddenly lit up. He glanced at Xiao Hua from the corner of his eyes and quietly walked over. However, he had only taken a few steps when Yuanya hurriedly got up and followed him out. When they reached the shadow of a carriage, Yuanya hurriedly caught up with Xiao Jian and said in a low voice, "Master, for you." "What?" Xiao Jian was stunned. When he saw Yuanya carefully take out a spirit jujube wrapped in an oil bag from his bosom, his face turned cold. "Pa." He slapped the oil bag away and said, "This old man doesn't need the pity of others. This old man has eaten a lot of these spirit fruits in the past." After he finished speaking, he ignored Yuanya and quickly walked away. The embers of the bonfire gradually extinguished in the night wind. Xiao Jian happily walked back while humming a tune. He lay down near the carriage and quickly fell asleep. In the night, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and indifferently swept a glance at everything that was somewhat messy. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. The Taoist's divine sense was actually used by Xiao Jian in gambling. I'm afraid that if the Tao sovereign above the 9th heaven knew, he would fly down in anger to punish Xiao Jian, right? On the 2nd and 3rd days, they didn't encounter the bandits that Qi Jin was worried about. Everything was normal. Moreover, there were more carriages on the road. Not only were there bodyguards from the Sun Hai Trading Company, there were also bodyguards from other trading companies. It seemed that even if bandits came out, there was no need for Xiao Hua and the others to make a move. These bodyguards could handle it. Qi Jin and the other managers of the trading company were happy, but on the other hand, Xiao Jian couldn't be happy. His divine sense was originally weak. On the first day, it was exhausted. This divine sense won him a lot of money. However, on the 2nd and 3rd day, there were more bodyguards participating in the gambling. Xiao Jian no longer had any means to cheat. He didn't know if it was because of bad luck or other reasons, but Xiao Jian lost again and again. At the beginning, Xiao Jian wanted to withdraw in time. Unfortunately, he won too much on the first day. How could the bodyguards who lost money let him go? After he lost all the money he had won in the past to others, even with Qi Jin's reminder, the red-eyed Xiao Jian simply couldn't listen. He even said that he would get angry with anyone who didn't allow him to gamble. This kind of gambling behavior was the favorite of all gamblers. The gambling continued until dawn. Under the morning light, Xiao Jian walked to the front of the carriage, somewhat tired. In the distant shadows, a group of bodyguards and some shop assistants who participated in the gambling secretly poked their heads out. They were afraid of the otherworldly Xiao Hua, and even more afraid of Yuanya, who was more ferocious than a beast. However, they couldn't let go of the vitality stones that Xiao Jian lost to them. Losing a game wasn't scary. What was scary was, the more you bet, the more you lose, and the more you lose, the more you gamble. On the third night, no one came to wake Xiao Jian up. However, as he looked at the bustling scene around the bonfire and heard the bets being placed, Xiao Jian felt as if there was a pair of small hands clutching at his heart, making it impossible for him to fall asleep and calm his heart. Finally, Xiao Jian resolutely walked to the side of the bonfire. Looking at Xiao Jian's long shadow in the bonfire, Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something. Xiao Hua felt that he understood, but in reality, what he understood was still too little. When the moon was high in the sky, Xiao Jian came back and took away the last portion of the vitality stones. However, Xiao Jian didn't come back to rest. He followed his own vitality stones to the bonfire. This time, Xiao Jian didn't stay for long. Soon, the bonfire was abnormally noisy. Xiao Jian staggered back. Although the darkness of the night was a very good layer of protection, Xiao Hua could clearly see that Xiao Jian's face was bruised and swollen. When Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, he already understood everything. Xiao Jian actually began to cheat after losing all his primeval stones. If you want to cheat, you can cheat, but you were discovered by others. If it wasn't for Xiao Hua and Yuanya behind Xiao Jian, this guy would have been beaten to a pulp by a group of bodyguards. Perhaps one could see true feelings in difficult days, but one's true nature would never be seen. Perhaps only when one was comfortable and relaxed could one see one's true nature. How many loving couples could help each other when they were in poverty, but when they were rich, they couldn't help each other? This was what people often said, being able to share hardships but not happiness. When Xiao Jian didn't have money, he could bring Yuanya along. No matter if it was divination or running a training hall, he was able to keep his loneliness. However, when he was comfortable and his life was secure, the bad side in his heart immediately revealed itself. No matter how much he pretended, it couldn't hide it. The morning wind blew, blowing away the darkness of the night. Everyone stood up in high spirits, their faces filled with smiles as they faced a new day. That's right, how could a few boxes full of vitality stones be compared to ordinary gold and silver? But it was Xiao Jian who lost it all. Everyone who received vitality stones was abnormally happy. This was something that they couldn't even dream of. Even if they went home now, in this lifetime, no, several lifetimes, they wouldn't be short of money. This world was like this, there was only so much happiness. If you were happy, others wouldn't be happy. If you weren't happy, others would take away your happiness. Xiao Jian was like this. Others completely robbed him of his happiness, leaving him with only bitterness. Other than frowning, he was listless. Yesterday at dusk, he still had wealth comparable to a rich man. Today at dawn, he had become a pauper, with nothing left. However, contrary to the expectations of Xiao Hua, who was coldly watching from the side, after the carriages had left for half an hour, the dejection on Xiao Jian's face had already disappeared. It was as if he didn't go to the bonfire gambling house, and even more so, as if he didn't receive any vitality stones at all. Hee, how interesting. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jian, who was in a good mood. He really didn't understand. He was very clear about the value of those spirit stones. If he lost those spirit stones, Xiao Hua would definitely not forgive himself, and would definitely be heartbroken. Oh. There are interesting things every year, but it seems like there are a lot of them this year. Xiao Hua's gaze had just moved away from Xiao Jian, and immediately looked at a few tall mountains in the distance. Those tall mountains surrounded the main road, and it was unknown when the main road under their feet started to narrow. The weeds on the side of the road were also lush. It was as if it was a barren place. Perhaps the huge gambling house from before made these escorts' sense of smell become dull. Only when they saw the tall mountains did they become alert, and immediately sent a few escorts to rush into the mountains to investigate. Including the carriages that joined the carriages later, there were already dozens of carriages in the Sunhai Trading Company. There were also close to 40 escorts from different escort companies. They waited for a moment, but still didn't see any signal, and couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, Qi Jin came again. The pitiful Qi Jin was now knocked out by Xiao Jian's vitality stones. Those were immortal stones. Qi Jin, who had traveled extensively, had long heard of it. His own home also had a lot of immortal stones, but seeing Xiao Jian lose more immortal stones than he had collected in his lifetime, he really didn't dare to put Xiao Jian, who had taken his money, together with the current Xiao Jian. He had already regarded Xiao Jian as an otherworldly expert. Even though this expert had been beaten up by many escorts, he only regarded this otherworldly expert as someone who was playing in the mortal world. Seeing Xiao Jian impatiently waving his hand, and then looking at Xiao Hua, who was sitting cross-legged on a horse with his eyes closed, Qi Jin confidently returned to the carriages. At this moment, the escorts who entered the mountains also sent a signal that it was safe. Chapter 32-41. Dozens of carriages started moving again. Although the escorts were nervous, they still urged their horses forward. This was the only way to enter the capital of the Jianghu kingdom. Beyond these mountains was a sprawling forest filled with wild beasts. There was no way to go. The only thing they prayed for was that the mountain bandits would not come down the mountain to rob them. They were either drunk, had robbed enough, or had seen that there were enough escorts in their carriages. Unfortunately, these escorts' luck had already been used up a few days ago when they gambled with Xiao Jian. They had only been on the mountain path for about 2 hours when their extreme joy turned to sorrow. After a series of loud gongs, hundreds of bandits dressed in different outfits swarmed out from the side of the mountain ridge where the carriages were located, surrounding the carriages like dumplings. Even if the group of escorts wanted to escape, there was no way for them to do so. Ha ha ha. While everyone's expression changed, Xiao Jian was covering his mouth and laughing. That's right, he had nothing on him now. His primordial stones had long been used up. He was the only one who wasn't afraid of the mountain bandits. Nay, a loud roar came from the front left of the carriages. A yellow horse turned out from the mountain ridge. The man on the horse was 20 feet tall. He held a long saber in his hand and shouted, "This road is opened by me." Then, there was another loud roar that was even louder than before. A bull-like mount came out from the back of the carriage. There was also a valiant person sitting on it, and he shouted with a ferocious face, "This tree was planted by me." Soon after, the man stopped talking again. Only some of the bandits on the left were beating their gongs with all their might. When the sound of the gongs faded away, 2 more burly bandits appeared from the front and the right of the caravan. They shouted, "If you want to pass through here, you have to pay the toll." That was the best song of all time. Strange, what's going on? Xiao Hua was puzzled. He looked around and asked in a low voice. Daoist. The quick-witted Lu Yi had already opened his eyes. He wasn't nervous at all. He smiled and said, "These 4 mountain bandits belong to 4 different strongholds." They said 4 sentences at the same time, which means that the 4 of them will attack together today. I think they found out about the bet a few days ago and attracted the attention of the 4 strongholds at the same time. Normally, they would take turns and only come out when it's the turn of the village. Well, that's the only way. Xiao Hua came to a realization. He had clearly killed all the birds that were sending messages, and he hadn't seen any suspicious birds flying over these past few days. How could these bandits know the exact amount of treasures in these carriages? Perhaps this was the only explanation. However, what Xiao Hua didn't know was that although he was cautious, he still made a mistake. Among the information that the birds brought, in addition to the information about the trading company, there was also information about Xiao Hua and the others' Daoist identities, and also a warning to the bandits not to make a move. However, since Xiao Hua had killed these birds, the mountain bandits naturally wouldn't be able to find out about the warning. Naturally, they would come out to intercept him. Especially with the existence of Xiao Jian, the Taoist master. Even if these bandits knew about this, would they let go of this great opportunity to make a fortune? Since Lu Yi knew about it, the other escorts would also know about it. Some of the escorts had already urged their horses forward to collude with the bandits. Xiaohua put away his doubts and released his divine sense. He watched with interest as the righteous and evil sides discussed over there. This familiar scene made him believe even more firmly that his original home was in the hidden immortal continent. He was being chased by two nascent soul experts, but unexpectedly, he profited from a disaster and returned to his homeland. The collusion only lasted for a short moment before both sides broke down. It wasn't that the bandits wanted too much, it was that the escorts and the trading company wanted to give too little. Immediately, the sounds of fighting rang out. Under the escort of the escorts, the workers of the carriages risked their lives to break out of the encirclement. The bandits from all directions also raised their weapons and charged forward. When both sides came into contact, casualties immediately appeared. Although there were many bandits, the majority of them weren't skilled in martial arts. Although there were few escorts, they were all experts. Most of the miserable screams came from the mouths of the bandits. The escorts were rarely injured. Just like this, the carriages once again charged forward for a distance of several dozen zhang. Xiaohua and the others were also very depressed. At first, Yuanya followed behind the carriages. Later, the bandits chased from behind. When Yuanya prepared to meet the enemy, those bandits actually let go of the worn-out carriages in the carriages. They didn't even look at Xiaohua and the others. They directly passed by and challenged the escorts guarding the carriages. This. Xiaohua looked at these ant-like bandits and didn't know how to deal with them. He was a nascent soul cultivator. Although he could casually attack and these several hundred bandits wouldn't be able to leave their lives behind, could he do it? Could he make the lightning from the 9 heavens fall on the heads of these bandits who didn't have any magic power? Even if these bandits' steel blades were once stained with blood. Immortal Elder. Immortal Elder. In the distance, a faint shout sounded. When it entered Xiaohua's ears, it was Qi Jin's cry for help. Xiaohua glanced at Xiao Jian, who seemed to be rejoicing in other people's misfortune, and didn't seem to have any reaction to this cry for help. Xiaohua instructed, Yuanya, go, help Elder Qi. Yes, Yuanya had long wanted to move. Now that he heard Xiaohua, he immediately jumped up from the carriage. Take the weapon. Xiaohua waved his hand and threw the magic wand to Yuanya. With the magic wand in his hand, Yuanya was like a tiger with wings. He leaped into the air among the bandits. Every shadow of the wand would break the bones of the bandits. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He was invincible and was about to reach Qi Jin. You brat. At this time, on the mountain ridge to the right of the carriage, a fat monk holding a crescent moon spade roared. He urged his donkey-like mount to rush down the mountain ridge. The monk's chest was bare. His 2-inch-long black hair danced in the mountain wind. When he waved the crescent moon spade, it made a woo-woo sound like a ghost's cry. The donkey was even more strange. When it wagged its tail, it was actually twice as fast as a horse. It rushed down the mountain ridge as if it was flat ground. In a few breaths, it had already arrived in front of Yuanya. Have a taste of my staff. The fat monk roared again. With a woo sound, the crescent moon spade smashed down with earth-shattering force. Clang. Yuanya did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly waved his magic wand to meet the attack. With a deafening sound, the fat monk and the donkey were stopped and almost moved back half a foot. Yuanya was shaken off the mountain path. His whole body somersaulted a few times in the air, but he could not dissipate the huge force. After landing on the ground, he was pushed back several feet before he could stabilize himself. Looking at the area between Yuanya's thumb and index finger, there was a faint trace of blood. The area between his thumb and index finger was actually split by this attack. Awesome! Yuanya's eyes flashed with a fanatical expression. His legs moved, and with a trembling hand, he waved the magic wand and rushed toward the fat monk. Ha ha ha! The fat monk also laughed and urged the donkey to fight with Yuanya. The fat monk was also very good. The crescent moon spade flew up and down. It was a match for Yuanya. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was no clear winner. However, Xiaohua could see that Yuanya did not have many moves, but each of his moves was dangerous, forcing the fat monk to be tired. Coupled with the weight of the magic wand, Yuanya gradually gained the upper hand. Although the fat monk's moves were very tight, his strength was slightly inferior to Yuanya's. He also did not have Yuanya's fearless fierceness. Soon, he was at a disadvantage. He might be fine for now, but after a long time, he would definitely be defeated. Fake monk. You also have a day like this. The fierce man who had been standing at the back of the caravan on his bull-like mount laughed loudly. He raised the steel spear in his hand and shouted. Second brother Ji, if you don't help me, that cheap sister of yours will be a widow. The fat monk was finally able to catch his breath under the shadow of Yuanya's staff and shouted loudly. Just as the fat monk finished speaking, woo! The sound of a staff whistling interrupted the fat monk's shout. This old man is coming. The fierce man called second brother Ji urged the old bull under him. The bull's hooves actually emitted a faint smoke, and it rushed toward Yuanya. Humph! Xiaohua sneered. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard the sound of hurried horse hooves in the distance. A clear and slightly childish voice sounded. Bold mountain bandit, you actually dare to do such a wicked thing in broad daylight. Eat my sword. Not only was Xiaohua shocked, even second brother Ji, who was about to attack Yuanya, turned around to look. Dozens of feet away, there was a large green horse. On the horse, there was a scholar who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. This scholar was wearing a green scholar's robe. His thin lips were tightly shut, and he held a 3-foot-long green sword in his hand. Under his sword-like eyebrows, his bright eyes flashed with hatred. Although the green horse's back was as bumpy as waves, the scholar stood steadily on the horse's back. When he got a little closer, the scholar's figure jumped from the horse's back. Using the horse's momentum, he rushed into the air and pierced towards second brother Ji like a wild goose. Still wet behind the ears, little brat. You don't even dare to tell me your name, and you actually dare to be so serious with your grandfather. Second brother Ji saw that the sword light was like a star, sweeping through the air and piercing toward him. He couldn't help but sneer. Pointing his spear in the air, he roared and turned around to meet the scholar flying toward him. Clang, clang, clang. The scholar's robe fluttered in the air. The sword light was like a floating frost, and the steel spear was like a horned plum blossom in the flying frost. The moment the scholar and the bandit met face to face, they immediately exchanged several moves. The scholar's figure was forced to dodge in the air by the bandit. After borrowing the force of the attack several times, he finally had no choice but to land on the side of the mountain ridge. Where did this scholar come from? Second brother Ji seemed to be somewhat afraid of this scholar. He shook the steel spear in his hand and coldly said, "Which academy are you from? You have no business here, so you should leave early. You are not my opponent." Ha ha ha! In broad daylight, when is there a place in the hidden immortal continent where a thief can teach a scholar a lesson? The scholar waved his green sword, and a green light flashed. He coldly looked at second brother Ji and loudly said, "I am not willing to tell you my name because you thieves don't deserve to hear my name. If you hear my name, it will be an insult to me for no reason." Chapter 32-42. Ignorant child. Second brother Ji laughs again, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. Don't you think about it, I and the others have been here for several years. How many people more powerful than you have yet to make a move? How could a child like you know about this? I don't know about the actions of others. I only know that the people of the world care about the world's affairs. We wanderers naturally have to care about the world's injustice, get rid of the world's evil deeds. The scholar is not afraid at all, he coldly snorts, and says righteously, "I boast that I am not good at learning, but I read books, practice etiquette, cultivate righteousness, and hold a 3-foot-long sword, so I should move forward and get rid of the world's evil deeds. Although I can't do what the ancient proverb says, But, if a bandit soldier commits an evil deed, I will kill him. If a bandit general commits an evil deed, I will also kill him. If we can't get rid of evil, what joy do we have in life? Laughing proudly in the world, getting rid of the universe, what fear do we have in death? Good. Xiao Hua suddenly stood up from the carriage. This scholar's few words had instantly enlightened Xiao Hua. His previous hesitation had all disappeared. He almost wanted to clap his hands and exclaim in admiration. Since you want to die, I will let you die. Killing a nameless scholar like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I don't believe that the academy can find my mountain stronghold. Second brother Ji is furious. A man of character will not change his name. I am the wanderer Yu Zhongquan. The scholar's eyes flash with determination. He knows that this battle points to disaster, so he clenches his teeth and says word by word. When the scholar's name enters his ears, Xiao Hua's figure sways, and he almost falls down from the carriage. Yu Zhongquan? Xiao Hua is dumbfounded, a bitter face, and a desolate call immediately flashes in his mind. Yu Zhongquan, wanderer, you, where are you? This is the end of the tragic love story of Little Cabbage in front of Tianmen Mountain, on the bank of the cold river, and also the last words of the malicious spirit Huang Yi before he fell into the cycle of reincarnation. Xiao Hua didn't expect that this story would actually appear in the hidden immortal continent. This Yu Zhongquan is it that Yu Zhongquan? Xiao Hua looked in that direction, inwardly pondering, is it the ranger Yu Zhongquan that Huang Yi mentioned? See no indecent, hear no indecent, speak no indecent, move no indecent. However, since his name is Yu Zhongquan and he is a ranger, how can I just stand by and watch? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes as the green light between his brows flourished. Ripples instantly appeared in the air as tens of thousands of lightning bolts began to move, but just as Xiao Hua was about to use the thunderclap lightning flash technique, his heart stirred. With a wave of his hand, a centipede that was several feet long and as thick as a fist flew out from the void. Right now, the Herculean centipede was completely different from before. On the black shell, there were some strange runes. These runes flashed with a faint black and gold light as the God Power centipede flew. The God Power centipede didn't have many legs before, but now, they were even longer. Thick black smoke was coming out of each leg. The smoke supported the God Power centipede as it floated in the air. Looking at the two most eye-catching sword-like antennae on its head, the cold light had long disappeared. At the sharp ends of the antennae, curved runes spread all over the antennae and landed on the top of the Herculean centipede's head. At that place, a faint golden rune formed into a strange rune that looked like a tadpole. Go. Xiao Hua looked at the Herculean centipede and indifferently waved his hand. He wasn't afraid that the Herculean centipede wouldn't understand his meaning. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua waved his hand, woo! A gust of wind blew as the Herculean centipede urged the black smoke to charge at second brother Ji. Second brother Ji was also very powerful. He originally wanted to use his steel spear to kill Yu Zhongquan, but when he heard the wind, he immediately turned around. Seeing the Herculean centipede in the black cloud, he frowned and patted Yellow Ox. He pointed his steel spear at the sky and shouted, "Which immortal friend from the Black Cloud Ridge is here?" Unfortunately, the Herculean centipede didn't talk to him at all. The black cloud was activated, and the air within a few feet was condensed into a beam. As the Herculean centipede attacked second brother Ji felt like he was suffocating. Ah! Second brother Ji was shocked. He tried his best to use his steel spear to stab the Herculean centipede. Crack! The steel spear touched the centipede's feeler. The tip of the spear slid slightly and was unable to exert any force. Moreover, an inhuman force came from the shaft of the spear, causing the spear to be sent flying. Second brother Ji was scared witless. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, before he could think of a second idea, he saw another black smoke streaking across the sky. The Herculean centipede's antennae easily split second brother Ji and his mount in half. A gust of blood instantly rushed into the air. Seeing second brother Ji abandon him to deal with the Herculean centipede, Yu Zhongquan was a bit embarrassed and angry. However, before he could fly forward again, second brother Ji, who was extremely powerful in his eyes, was killed by the Herculean centipede in a flash. Yu Zhongxuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Immediately after, a cold thing swept past his body, making Yu Zhongxuan's hair stand on end. He immediately raised his Qingfeng sword and prepared to be on guard. However, before he could raise his Qingfeng sword, the Herculean centipede actually flew up again. It rode the black cloud and rushed in another direction. It seemed that its target was another bandit general. Who is this? Yu Zhongxuan let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to look around, a young man who wasn't much older than him suddenly appeared in front of him. He was so scared that he almost screamed. This young man stood in front of Yu Zhongxuan and didn't say anything. He only looked at Yu Zhongxuan from head to toe. Under his curious gaze, he almost stretched out his hand and tore Yu Zhongxuan apart to take a look. Sensing this malicious gaze, the goosebumps that had just appeared on Yu Zhongxuan's skin again. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and raised the Qingfeng sword. As if to boost his courage, he anxiously asked, "You? Who are you?" This person was naturally Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at Yu Zhongxuan with a smile, as if he was looking at something very interesting. When he heard Yu Zhongxuan's question, he smiled and said, "Don't ask this Xiao first. This Xiao will ask you, you are Yu Zhongxuan. How old are you? Where do you live? Are you married? Do you have a wife named Huang Yi? Where did you come from and where do you want to go?" Yu Zhongxuan was stupefied. He looked at Xiao Hua with extreme disbelief. He was simply drowned by Xiao Hua's questions. After a while, he finally reacted and said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "You. Is your brain damaged?" As he spoke, Yu Zhongxuan walked past Xiao Hua in a few steps. He wanted to rush over and kill the mountain bandit, but strangely, Xiao Hua smiled and appeared in front of Yu Zhongxuan like a ghost. He said with a smile, "Yu Zhongxuan, if this Xiao's brain is damaged, then I'm afraid there isn't anyone in this world with a good brain. How about this? This Xiao sees that you are a talented person and wants to matchmake you. Tell me, what kind of girl do you like? How about this Xiao introduce a little cabbage to you? You. Get out of the way." Yu Zhongxuan's face was completely red. He pointed his Qingfeng sword at Xiao Hua's nose and said, "This one knows that you are not a mountain bandit, so this one will not sacrifice you to my sword. But if you continue to slander this one and continue to nag like this, don't blame this one for being impolite. AI, you really don't know what's good for you." Xiao Hua shrugged and retreated a few steps. He said helplessly, "This Xiao is the moon elder of the heavens. I fell into the mortal world and wanted to matchmake you a 10,000-year red string. If you are the moon elder, then this one is the sword immortal." Yu Zhongxuan unhappily walked a few steps forward. As he spoke, his Qingfeng sword danced and rushed towards a mountain bandit. "Go wherever it's cool." All right. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said with a smile, "The sky is cool, this Xiao will go to the sky and stay there." As he spoke, Xiao Hua activated his flying talisman and flew into the air. He sat there with interest. You can go wherever you want. What does it have to do with this one? Who would have thought that Yu Zhongxuan would completely ignore him? His Qingfeng sword lifted the bandit's padao and stabbed towards the bandit's throat. The bandit's padao flashed. He originally wanted to defend and counterattack, but suddenly, panic flashed across the bandit's face. He actually did not dare to fight against Yu Zhongxuan's Qingfeng sword and wanted to dodge. This bandit's underling was originally not Yu Zhongxuan's opponent. If he fought with his life on the line, he might have been able to escape with his life. But now that he was so afraid, he only wanted to dodge. Naturally, after a few moves, his throat was stabbed by Yu Zhongxuan and he died on the ground. Yu Zhongxuan sneered. He ignored the blood on the tip of his sword and the bandit's eyes that were still open on the ground. He jumped up again and chased after another bandit. However, soon after, Yu Zhongxuan was extremely puzzled as he discovered that he was really invincible. Not only did the sword light hit him, all the underlings were scared witless. Even before he could catch up, those bandits who saw his shadow also fled. This made him really excited. With righteousness in the chest, evil ghosts will be easily defeated. With righteousness in mind, one will fight 100 battles without hesitation. Yu Zhongxuan could not help but roar towards the sky. He shouted with extreme joy, "Come, come, come, who dares to fight 300 rounds with me?" At this moment, Yu Zhongxuan had already reached the side of the carriages. The originally terrified shop assistant's face was now filled with ecstasy. He welcomed Yu Zhongxuan and shouted, "Thank you, immortal master, for your kindness. You're welcome, you're welcome." Yu Zhongxuan was in high spirits. The Qinfeng sword in his hand trembled slightly as he responded proudly. But suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. What? Immortal master. Yu Zhongxuan suddenly turned around and saw Xiaohua standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He stood there with a smile, and there was an indescribable wretchedness in his eyes. Yes, the ranger Yu Zhongxuan actually understood wretchedness in the eyes of the so-called Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. You really are. Immortal master? Yu Zhongxuan's left hand trembled as he raised it. He pointed at Xiaohua and asked in shock. When Yu Zhongxuan finished speaking, he felt that it was inappropriate. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back. This Xiao is immortal master? Xiaohua said with a smile, "Didn't I just tell you? This Xiao is the moon elder in the sky." Chapter 32-43. Young Master, Young Master. Just as Xiaohua and Yu Zhongxuan were talking, there was a rush of horse hooves in the distance. An old man with white hair and beard was also riding a big cyan horse. He rushed over without a care for his life. Although the old man's face was full of fear, the concern in his eyes was obvious. Seeing that the old man was about to catch up, Yu Zhongxuan's face showed a trace of unnaturalness. He hurriedly shouted, "Seventh uncle, I'm fine." Hearing Yu Zhongxuan's impatient answer, the old man's eyes showed a trace of comfort. Then he shouted behind him, "You too, hurry up and save the young master. If anything happens to the young master, this old man will peel your skin and pull out your tendons." Behind the old man, there were also 2 large green horses. Riding on the horses were 2 men dressed in tight clothes. These 2 men held the same green sword as Yu Zhongquan. Although these 2 men urged their horses with all their might, their horses were clearly not as spirited as the old man's horse. Although the 2 men said yes, they were still unable to surpass the old man. "You two don't want to live anymore?" Seventh uncle was furious. He was respectful to Yu Zhongxuan, but he was not polite to these 2 family guards. Seventh uncle. The guard on the left smiled bitterly, "You are chasing the young master without a care for your life. This little one is also worried about the young master, but you gave the most handsome Zhui Feng to the young master. This little one can't catch up." "That's right. Seventh uncle." The guard on the right whispered, "Didn't you see that there is an immortal next to the young master? With that old man, wouldn't he be 100 times more useful than us?" Fart, fart. Seventh uncle shouted, "Daoists are all deceiving things. Even if that person has some skills, how can he be more assured than are you family? If you two don't go and protect him, this old man will break your legs." The 2 family guards smiled bitterly and hurriedly urged their cyan horses. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, the horses were not enough. In the end, they only arrived with seventh uncle. At this moment, Yu Zhongxuan was no longer in high spirits like before. He was somewhat listless as he drooped his head and stood beside Xiaohua. Xiaohua had already landed, but he could clearly see that it wasn't because of him, but because of the old man who hadn't arrived yet. Sure enough, when the old man arrived before them, he didn't even bother to greet them. Instead, he immediately leaped to Yu Zhongxuan's side and ran his hands all over Yu Zhongxuan's body to make sure that he wasn't missing an arm or a leg. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief and said earnestly, "Little young master, You are the precious treasure of our Yu clan, a piece of meat in our old ancestor's heart. Once you go out. Seventh uncle. Yu Zhongquan's face turned red. He stole a glance at Xiao Hua, who was still standing in the air, and complained, "There's a senior expert here. You should speak less." "Sigh, young master, it's not that this old servant wants to criticize you." Who would have thought that once Yu Zhongquan spoke, seventh uncle would become even more long-winded. "This old servant has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. This old servant has walked more bridges than you have walked on roads. What kind of swindler has this old servant not seen?" In the past, there were many Daoist priests who came to our Yu clan to eat and drink. Which one of them didn't bow to this old servant when they saw him? This old servant is very clear about their tricks. You sneaked out without telling your family. If this old servant hadn't discovered you early. Seventh uncle. Yu Zhongquan's face turned completely green. His deception of claiming to be a ranger was inadvertently exposed by seventh uncle. Yu Zhongquan's face suddenly disappeared. He didn't even have the courage to look at Xiao Hua. He quickly walked towards his cyan horse. "Little young master, hee, little young master." The two family guards hurriedly stood in front of Yu Zhongquan and pleaded, "If you return home, we will serve you on your horse. If you don't return to see your wife, we won't dare, scram." Hearing his wife, Yu Zhongquan's face turned completely black. He angrily said, "This Joy Feng is this young master's mount. You dare not let this young master get on his horse?" Seventh uncle, seventh uncle. A fat family guard anxiously said, "If little young master gets on Joy Feng, we won't be able to catch up, cough cough." Seventh uncle coughed twice. He glanced at Xiao Hua beside him and lightly said, "This Daoist priest, this is my Yu clan's private matter. It seems you can't stay here and watch, right? Although you're not a Confucian cultivator and don't know about seeing and hearing indecent things, there's no need for you to stay here and watch the show, right?" "Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed." Xiao Hua looked at Yu Zhongquan with interest. It seemed the difference between what he thought and Yu Zhongquan was too far. He laughed several times and flew away. "Humph, swindler." Seventh uncle glanced at Xiao Hua and then turned to Yu Zhongquan and said, "Little young master, if you want to hide for a few days, we can just treat it as playing." Xiao Hua, who had been reprimanded as a swindler, was flying in the air. Everywhere he looked, there were bandits fleeing in a sorry state. Behind these bandits, there were dozens of bodyguards shouting and chasing after them. They seemed to be extremely happy. Above these bandits, the god power centipede was riding a black cloud. From time to time, it would swoop down. If it wasn't a flash of black light cutting the bandits into pieces, it would be like a black arrow piercing through the bandits' bodies. Wherever the black cloud went, it was truly invincible. No one dared to fight it. Hee hee. Xiao Hua proudly looked at the god power centipede's devastation. He secretly said, "With this Zhao's identity, I naturally can't lower myself to the same level as these bandits." But this fake ranger who ran away from home said it well. "If the bandits commit evil deeds, I will kill them. If the bandits commit evil deeds, I will also kill them. Although these bandits can't take a single blow from this Zhao, how can I easily let them off with their evil deeds? This god power centipede, and little black and little yellow can help this Zhao. Anyway, there are a lot of evil spirits in this hidden immortal continent. Adding a few more of them won't make a difference." At this time, 3 of the 4 strongholds leaders had already been killed by the god power centipede. The last one was still fighting with Yuanya. However, looking at the panic on the fake monk's face and his scattered moves, it was likely that his mind had already collapsed. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated by Yuanya. The managers of the several companies, including Qi Jin, had already ordered the workers to tidy up the carriages and check the goods. They were ready to wait for the escorts to come back. As for Xiao Jian, his eyes followed the god power centipede as it flew up and down. He stared at it without blinking. It seemed that he was both confused and envious. Woo! With a sharp cry, the god power centipede seemed to have lost its target. It turned a few times in the air and rushed to the fat monk's head. The fat monk's face immediately turned pale. Taking advantage of this moment, Xianxia rushed close to the fat monk. He waved his magic wand and hit the fat monk's shoulder. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fat monk screamed miserably. Under this attack, the fat monk's shoulder bone was broken. He no longer had the strength to lift the weapon in his hand. The fat monk hurriedly shook the donkey and wanted to escape with the donkey. "Where are you going?" Xianxia roared. He jumped up and waved his magic wand at the fat monk's back. The fat monk was about to be killed by Xianxia. Pfff. The sound of a fart as loud as spring thunder came from the donkey's tail. An incomparably foul smell mixed with black gas rushed towards Xianxia. Even the donkey's tail was like an iron rod that struck towards Xianxia's chest. Bang! Xianxia was scared out of his wits. He only had time to use his magic wand to block the donkey's tail. He himself fell to the ground with a fart that he had never heard before. His face turned black and green. Damn it, they are all weirdos. Xiaohua was unable to stand steadily in the air again. The incomparably powerful Xianxia was actually knocked out by the fart of the donkey. I wonder what he will think when he wakes up. Ouch, slow down. Since Xianxia was knocked out, the god's powered centipede naturally couldn't stand it. Without waiting for Xiaohua's orders, it immediately rushed down. The fat monk, who was already weak and numb, couldn't resist the god's powered centipede at all. Xiaohua still wanted to keep the strange little donkey, but it was already too late. Of course, Xianxia was poisoned by the strange little donkey and not simply fainted. However, in front of Xiaohua, this little bit of poison was nothing. A detoxification pill was enough to wake Xianxia up. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Xianxia's face wasn't more interesting than Yu Zhongquan's face. Instead, it was calm, as if being fainted by the fart of the donkey wasn't an extremely embarrassing thing. Ouch, this old man understands. Xianxia himself grew up in the forest. In his eyes, donkeys, are there any differences between humans and donkeys? Xiaohua, who was watching the show, suddenly slapped his forehead and came to a realization. Since the 4 bandit generals were killed, the escorts who stayed behind to guard the carriages immediately sent out a signal. The escorts who were chasing after the bandits immediately gave up on their targets and returned. Their mission was to protect the carriages of the trading company, not to kill the bandits. Killing bandits was the job of the soldiers. The king of Jia country didn't pay them any money. However, all the escorts looked at the god's powered centipede with fear when they returned. In this battle, the one who deserved the most credit was naturally the god's powered centipede. The 4 bandit generals were beheaded, and more than 10 powerful bandits were killed by the god's powered centipede. If it weren't for the god's powered centipede, the escorts who represented justice wouldn't have been able to obtain victory. The escorts, who were the first to be dissatisfied with Xiaohua and then disdainful of Xiao Jian and the others, suddenly discovered their own shallowness. Their hearts filled with fear and anxiety, they each began to make their own plans. As soon as they returned to the side of the carriage, they began to discuss. Not long after, Qi Jin was pushed out by the crowd. He walked in front of Xiaohua with a smile on his face. At this moment, Xiaohua had just put the god's powered centipede into his space. He looked at Qi Jin with some confusion. "Senior Immortal." Qi Jin said cautiously, although Senior Immortal disdained to make a move, Senior Immortal's spirit pet was very brave. It saved our trading company from the bandits. We just discussed that we are willing to pay half of the celestial stones we won from Senior Immortal's disciple. Chapter 32-44. No need. Xiaohua smiled faintly. This old man has no disciple. The evil in this world must be dealt with by the righteous people. This old man killed these bandits because of this old man's actions. There's no reason for me to ask you for a reward. Yes, yes. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't accept it, Qi Jin was a bit embarrassed. He knew that Xiaohua didn't want to interfere with their matters with Xiao Jian, so he answered while walking to Xiao Jian's side. As for how Xiao Jian would respond, Xiaohua didn't care. Because at this time, the so-called ranger Yu Zhongxuan seemed to have reached some agreement with the Yu family's seventh uncle. Under the seventh uncle's lead, he came to Xiaohua. Seventh uncle cupped his hands and said, "This old man is Yifeng country's Yu family's servant, Yu Qi. Greetings to Daoist Xiao. From what my family's young master said, it was you who saved him. This old man was a bit slow in treating you. May I know where your Daoist temple is? This old man will report this matter to my family's head and ask him to send people to your Daoist temple to rebuild the Daoist temple and reconstruct the Daoist's golden body." Seeing seventh uncle flaunting his seniority and hearing seventh uncle call himself old man, Xiaohua smiled and returned the greeting. "Old man is too polite. This Xiao doesn't deserve such a great reward. Moreover, this Xiao is also a wild crane with no place to stay. This Xiao appreciates old man's kindness. How can that be?" Seventh uncle didn't give up. He shook his head and said, "My Yu family is a great scholarly family. My ancestors have passed down poems and books. Everyone in Yifeng country knows that my Yu family rules with etiquette. If you don't repay such a great favor, how can my Yu family face the world?" Damn it. Xiaohua saw that every word of seventh uncle's was a great scholarly family. Even if he didn't ask for repayment, he would tarnish the Yu family's reputation. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he waved his hand and said, "Old man's words are wrong." "Oh?" Seventh uncle was surprised and asked curiously, "What advice does Daoist have?" "Although this Xiao isn't a scholarly cultivator, I admire the righteous spirit of scholarly cultivators. Just a few moments ago, the young master of the noble clan was facing hundreds of bandits and the leader of the bandits whom he could not resist at all. The young master said, 'Read books, practice etiquette, cultivate righteousness, and hold a 3-foot sword. Then, we should move forward courageously and sweep away all evil in the world.' Such words are like divine thunder from the 9 heavens that awakened this Xiao. He is only a scholar in his teens, but he can rely on the righteous spirit to reach the realm of, even if there are tens of thousands of people, I will still go forward." Isn't that the ranger in this Xiao's heart? Wasn't he one of the rare and magnificent men in the world? This Xiao is only fighting the enemy together with him, so what help is there? Old Sir is worried about the face of the scholarly cultivator clans, but I still have to worry about the face of my Dao sect. In the future, Old Sir must not mention this matter again. Xiaohua's words made seventh uncle's face glow. He naturally didn't know about Yu Zhongxuan's performance. Although he looked down on the declining Dao sect and looked down on Xiaohua, Xiaohua did save Yu Zhongxuan after all. At this time, he even praised Yu Zhongxuan in such a lofty manner. His heart was already blooming with joy. He couldn't even close his mouth as he said with a smile, "Daoist Xiao is really exaggerating. Little Gongzi is still young and hasn't learned the true meaning of our Confucian cultivation. This is merely what I heard eldest Gongzi and my master often talk about." Words can be imitated, but righteous spirit is irreplaceable. Xiaohua disagreed, facing the leader of the bandits who could easily kill him. Your noble young master stepped forward bravely. This is definitely not some simple matter of hearing and seeing. It's all because your sect has taught your son well. Alas. Seventh uncle didn't expect Xiaohua to actually hold Confucian cultivators and his Yu family in such high esteem. It seemed that Xiaohua didn't have any barrier between Dao sect and Confucian cultivators. He was very happy in his heart and looked at Xiaohua a lot more pleasing to the eye. When he heard Xiaohua's last words, he couldn't help but sigh. Daoist Xiao may not know, but this old man has watched little Gongzi grow up. Think of the little baby who peed on this old man's neck when he was young, seventh uncle. Yu Zhongxuan's face was as red as a red cloth. He threatened, "If you keep talking, I'll leave." Okay, I won't say. Seventh uncle was full of smiles, as if he had forgotten his previous vigilance. He asked Xiaohua, "Where is Daoist Xiao going?" If you have time, how about we go together? Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed and replied, this Xiao wants to go to Bronze Pillar State, but I don't know if I'm going the same way as you. Before seventh uncle could speak, Yuanya walked back and handed over the cleaned magic wand to Xiao Hua. He said respectfully, thank you for the weapon, Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua took it and put it into his space. He looked at Yu Zhongxuan and smiled, Yuanya, this is Yu Zhongxuan, the descendant of Yifeng State's great Confucian. You didn't see him when you were fighting just now. He actually dared to fight a bandit leader by himself. His courage is definitely out of the ordinary. I'm Yu Zhongxuan. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Yu Zhongxuan had already seen Yuanya who fought the fat monk. Yuanya's bravery made him admire him. Now that he had the chance, how could he not know how to befriend him? He hurriedly bowed and said, I'm Yu Zhongxuan. Although Yuanya wasn't good with words, hearing Yu Zhongxuan's courage, he also looked at him in a new light and hurriedly returned the greeting. However, after the two greeted each other, they didn't know what to say after a few words. The scene was quite awkward. Xiao Hua waved his hand again, Lu Yi, Yuanya isn't good with words. Come over here. You're both young people. You should get to know each other. Yes, Daoist priest. Lu Yi didn't dare to move around in the carriage for fear of causing trouble. Now that he heard the call, he hurriedly slipped down from the carriage, mighty. In front of the carriages, there were already shouts from the escort agency. Obviously, they were about to set off again. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Old sir, please. Young people have their own topics. We have our own matters. How about we chat as we go? Xiao Hua was very concerned about the matter between Yu Zhongxuan and Huang Yi. Naturally, he also looked at the people of the Yu clan in a new light. He really wanted to get to know Yu Zhongxuan better. Of the two Yu clan guards who didn't announce their names, one accompanied Yu Zhongxuan, while the other led Joy Feng, which Yu Zhongxuan was riding before, over and asked seventh uncle to get on the horse. Seventh uncle lifted his leg and got on the saddle horse. He said to Xiao Hua with a smile, Hee hee, this old man is already old. I'm 82 years old. Daoist priest Xiao has the ability to retain one's youthful appearance. This old man can't see how old Daoist priest is compared to this old man. This. Xiao Hua was a bit hesitant. After thinking for a bit, he smiled and said, Old sir's age is really not young. However, old sir's skills are vigorous and not inferior to ordinary people. Even if you say you're 60 years old, this Xiao would still believe it. Ha ha ha, seventh uncle laughed heartily. This old man only received the clan head's generous gift to practice the clan's secret arts. Although I can't achieve great success and can't sweep away the demons in the region like the little Gongzi and the others, but when it comes to condensing qi and blood, there's no harm in moving nimbly. Otherwise, how could the heavy responsibility of following the little Gongzi fall on this old man's shoulders? Besides, this old man is nothing. My clan's previous clan head was over 100 years old, but he was still able to wield a 3-foot-long sword and kill the Xuanyang water bandits' leader. That's what you call amazing. At this point, seventh uncle came to a realization and said with a smile, that's right. At this point, this old man still hasn't asked for Daoist priest Xiao's name. Daoist priest Xiao also doesn't seem to have mentioned my age. Xiao Hua sighed. Looking at seventh uncle's somewhat arrogant smile, he didn't know how to answer. It seemed that the so-called desire to win or lose wasn't only commonly seen in battles and gambling, it was also commonly seen in ordinary speech. It wouldn't wear out because of a person's age. Or perhaps seventh uncle felt that he didn't have Xiao Hua's divine abilities and wanted to find a balance in these minor details. Xiao Hua just couldn't answer this question. Even he himself didn't know his true age. If he counted from the Dawn Rain Continent's Shanghua Ming, perhaps he was close to 200 years old, right? However, even if Xiao Hua said the most reliable and also the shortest age at this time, would seventh uncle believe him? My surname is Xiao and my given name is Hua. This year. At this point, Xiao Hua faintly smiled, I already don't know how old I am this year. After all, the Yu family had many scholarly disciples. What kind of situation hadn't they seen before? They also had corresponding secret techniques to deal with it. But what puzzled others the most was Yu Zhongquan's ambition. Yu Zhongquan wanted to be a ranger. Not the great grandmaster that the Yu family had in mind. What was a ranger? The ranger that seventh uncle spoke of was very different from what Xiaohua thought. Chapter 32:45. What was a ranger? A ranger sounded very awe-inspiring. In the eyes of many people, it was a swordsman who traveled all over the world, upholding justice and helping the weak. Many of the chivalrous stories passed down by word of mouth in the secular world were also related to rangers. Rangers were almost synonymous with justice in people's minds. However, in fact, in the eyes of Confucian cultivators, especially in the eyes of those great Confucian families, rangers were synonymous with debauches. They were people who couldn't cultivate Confucian cultivation techniques and couldn't practice sword qi. They could only rely on their mediocre swordsmanship and wander around, idling around. In the eyes of great Confucian scholars, these people were all poor and destitute, abandoned children who couldn't accomplish anything. In short, they were a group of Confucian cultivators who didn't care for their grandparents and didn't love their uncles. They were a different branch of Confucian cultivators, but in fact, in the eyes of Confucian cultivators, they were just wild foxes. In particular, these rangers didn't care about etiquette, morality, honor, and shame. They were like male dogs in heat, teasing good women everywhere, destroying their chastity, and then patting their hands. They once again wandered around the world. They even said that they were in love with each other, so there was no need to spend all their time together. Rangers are the scum of us Confucian cultivators. Listening to seventh uncle's somewhat teeth-gnashing shout, Xiaohua almost thought that some of seventh uncle's women had an affair with the rangers. However, after listening to seventh uncle's words, he finally understood that it wasn't seventh uncle's personal grudge with the rangers, but a group of great Confucian families who followed the rules and regulations of this free and undisciplined lifestyle. Confucian cultivators are upright cultivators between heaven and earth. Oh, Daoist Xiao, it's not that this old man wants to slander your Daoist school, but Daoist school steals the essence of heaven and earth for their own use, not thinking of giving back to heaven and earth for marriage, which is exactly what we Confucian cultivators despise. The disciples of Confucian cultivators should read the books of the sages, know etiquette, know right and wrong, hold the outline of heaven and earth, and follow the rules of heaven and earth. Use the outline of heaven and earth to rule the world, conduct yourself properly, and don't use the thoughts in your heart to kill. Seventh uncle looked at Xiaohua with some disdain and said, even if you want to eliminate evil and punish evil, you should use the methods of Confucian cultivators to punish and not use your own evil. Rule by law, rule by law. This is the difference between us Confucians and you Daoists. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he could also be considered a Confucian cultivator, and his Confucian cultivation was even higher than seventh uncle's, this was the first time he had heard words that integrated the principles of heaven and earth into people's daily actions and into the management of a country. Although seventh uncle's words were not without bias, Xiaohua still felt as if he had been enlightened. He had already realized this when he was in the Dawn Rain continent. There weren't any restrictions between the three kingdoms of cultivation. Ordinary cultivators would draw their swords against each other from time to time and kill each other for their treasures. There were countless cases of greed at the sight of wealth. Isn't this just the lack of the Confucian cultivation method that seventh uncle mentioned? This Dharma was like the heavenly Tao of Taoism. All kinds of cultivation were under the heavenly Tao. One could comprehend the heavenly Tao, but one could not provoke the heavenly Tao. The Dharma of Confucianism was the heavenly Tao. If one violated the Dharma, they would be punished by the Dharma. Naturally, the heavenly Tao was far grander than the Dharma. The Dharma was merely a small shadow of the heavenly Tao under the governance of Confucianism. Seeing Xiaohua's expression change, seventh uncle said proudly, although this old man is not good at our Confucian cultivation method, I often read the historical records of our Yu clan's ancestors. From the ancient history, Taoism didn't follow the rules, didn't know etiquette, and didn't establish the Dharma. This was why they lost their own rules. If you say they were annihilated by our immortal and Buddhist sects, it would be better to say they lost their way. They lost their direction of survival under your so-called heavenly Tao. Seeing that seventh uncle was talking nonsense again, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Old sir, some of your words are indeed enlightening and deafening. This Xiao can't deny it. However, if you want to generalize and use Dharma to cover up the annihilation of Taoism, it's not appropriate. No matter if it's Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoism, they are all cultivation paths between heaven and earth. Although their paths are different, their directions and goals are not necessarily different. Since each of them can exist, they naturally have their own reasons for existing. Old sir, you're pointing out the annihilation of Taoism right now. Your words have evidence, but maybe there are other reasons. You're pointing out the annihilation of Confucianism and Buddhism with similarly conclusive evidence? Nonsense. Seventh uncle felt that Xiaohua was speechless and was acting shamelessly here. He smiled and said, "No matter where it is, Dharma is the epitome of heavenly Tao. Everything must be done under Dharma." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. He pointed behind him and said, "Take those bandits from before for example. Exterminating bandits is an act of the country, the duty of the officers and soldiers. He asked, "I wonder which family's young lady is worthy of your noble son?" When it came to good things in the family, seventh uncle couldn't help but show off. He didn't need Xiaohua to ask and had already explained the matter clearly. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, this young lady's surname wasn't Huang, but Chang. She was the descendant of a great Confucian family in Xian country. She was well matched with the Yu family. Although the two families had the idea of marriage, the children of the two families were still young and didn't mention the agenda. Now that Xian country had an urgent matter that required Yifeng country's help, in order to find a suitable reason, Chang family took the initiative to propose marriage. Since Yu family had the intention of forming an alliance, the two families hit it off and settled this marriage. Yifeng country could legitimately send troops to Xian country. This was originally a good thing that would benefit both the country and the family. However, when it came to Yu Zhongshuan, it was tantamount to a bolt from the blue. He had always had the ideal of being a ranger. He hoped to wield a 3-foot-long sword and sweep away all the injustices in the region. Now that he was trapped by marriage, how could he allow himself to be captured? Therefore, before the engagement ceremony was completed, he fled from home. Yu family's old ancestor felt sorry for Yu Zhongshuan, so he sent seventh uncle and 2 family guards to protect him. He also brought Zhui Feng along. When seventh uncle caught up to Yu Zhongshuan, he naturally gave Zhui Feng to Yu Zhongshuan. Who knew that Yu Zhongshuan would ride a horse and flee? Seventh uncle and the other 2 chased after him bitterly. If they hadn't been robbed by bandits, the 3 of them probably wouldn't have been able to catch up to Yu Zhongshuan. Ha ha ha, with little friend Yu's character, as long as you practice a little more in the future, this Confucian cultivator's flying sword will definitely reach great success. Old sir doesn't need to be too worried. Xiaohua laughed heartily when he heard this and looked at Yu Zhongshuan with interest. Although Yu Zhongshuan wasn't a ranger right now and didn't even have the means of a ranger, he was able to pull out a sword at a critical moment. Others could call him stupid or rash, but Xiaohua just happened to like this kind of righteous person. For this kind of person who would rather throw away his life for his own ideals, how bad could his character be? Hearing Xiaohua mention the Confucian cultivator's flying sword, seventh uncle sneered and said without any trace of politeness, "Daoist priest must also have some magical powers, but do you know what the real magical powers of us Confucian cultivators are? It's not those people who hold a treasure sword, nor are it those swordsmen who step on a flying sword and spit out a flying sword to take a person's head from 1,000 miles away. It's those great scholars who set the universe with a single word and soar to the 9 heavens. My Yu family's little Gongzi didn't walk on the righteous path of Confucian cultivators, but why did he walk on the path of flying sword?" "Oh." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said curiously, "I can understand a single word and soar to the 9 heavens, but what about setting the universe with a single word?" Chapter 3246. The world is deteriorating day by day, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. People have always been opportunistic and eager for quick success. Seventh uncle snorted, even Confucian cultivators can't help but be contaminated. They gave up on the great magical powers of their ancestors and only focused on weapons. The sharpness of weapons, the heart of people, and the skillfulness of power can hurt the heavens. Although the flying sword is sharp, it is too frivolous. If people today are opportunistic, I won't take it. The reason why we Confucian cultivators are called Confucians is because we use words and literature as the foundation, qi and blood as the bones. This kind of magical power is the real magical power of Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua was confused and asked curiously, could it be that reading words and literature can defeat the enemy? Why not? Seventh uncle said proudly, the mighty power of Confucian cultivators can defeat ghost qi with just words and kill evil spirits with a single word. See. Xiao Hua suddenly realized and almost lost his voice. I finally understand. Of course, at the bank of Liao River, Mo Jinli took out a small book. After opening it, hundreds of armor inscriptions bloomed inside. Weren't these armor inscriptions hitting the shrimp soldiers and crab generals like talismans? However, Mo Jinli didn't have enough energy, so those armor inscriptions couldn't exert more power, so they didn't show anything. Armor inscriptions. Green seal inscriptions. Gold seal inscriptions. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. Yes, since the green seal inscriptions have earth-shattering power, and the gold seal inscriptions can also have the power of Buddhist mantras in the mouth of Buddha relics, then why can't the armor inscriptions? Oh. Taoist priest, you know the power of Confucian cultivators? Seventh uncle was a little surprised. Xiao Hua smiled and told him about Mo Jinli's book. Seventh uncle nodded slightly and said with a smile, I understand. The power of the armor inscriptions is passed down from ancient times. That book is the ancient imperial weapon of Confucian cultivators. It is preserved in some Confucian sections. It is one of the magical powers that I mentioned. What I said is also commonly used by Confucian families, but it is different. As he spoke, seventh uncle raised his hand and carefully took out a scroll from his bosom. He waved it in front of Xiao Hua's eyes and said with a smile, if I hadn't met Daoist priest earlier, I would have relied on this scroll if I wanted to rescue young Master Xiao from the hands of the bandits. Oh. This item. Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense and felt that this scroll was filled with a kind of overwhelming righteous energy. This righteous energy was like a sharp sword, and the scroll was basically unable to contain it. Can I take a look? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Of course. As seventh uncle spoke, he opened his hand, and the so-called scroll opened in the wind. Hiss. Xiao Hua looked at the slowly unfolding scroll, and his pupils shrank. It was a scroll that was 1 foot wide and 3 feet long. Inside the scroll, there was the word, one, written in a flamboyant style. This word was not the inscription armor, but the common language of the hidden immortal continent. However, the strokes of this word were like swords, and it contained a great righteousness. Instead of saying that it was written on the scroll, it was better to say that it was floating on it. The scroll trembled slightly, and the word seemed like it was going to fly out. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua felt a kind of tyranny in his eyes, and a kind of suppressive fierceness came from the word. It was as if he was slightly unconvinced, it would fly out and attack. How is it? Seventh uncle smiled and said, Daoist priest doesn't seem to be an evil person. Otherwise, this scroll wouldn't need to be activated by qi or true qi, and it would automatically attack. If it was before, as long as I opened this scroll, the bandit leader would definitely turn into ashes in this word. Xiao Hua scanned the word with his divine sense, and a kind of strong repulsive force was born. He nodded and said, the power of Confucian cultivators really exceeded my expectations. This great Tao really is endless. I still have a lot to learn. Ha ha ha. Seventh uncle couldn't understand what Xiao Hua was saying. How could he know that Xiaohua himself was also a Confucian cultivator? He laughed loudly and said, "Unfortunately, Daoist priest has already entered the evil path and is going further and further away. If Daoist priest goes into seclusion for another 100 years, you won't even see this word." It seemed that seventh uncle didn't believe Xiaohua's words of seclusion for 100 years. Ha ha ha, it seems like that's really the case. Xiaohua didn't expose him and laughed as well. He watched seventh uncle carefully put away the scroll. There was no greed in his eyes. Seventh uncle also seemed to have realized that his expression when looking at Xiaohua was a bit different from before. After all, with Xiaohua's cultivation level that could save Yu Zhongxuan, it wasn't necessarily impossible for him to snatch this scroll. Seventh uncle's heart, which had been worried for a long time, finally calmed down. After talking for a long time and walking for a long time, it was time to rest. The Yu family's guards had already prepared some dried meat and offered it to Yu Zhongxuan and seventh uncle. Seventh uncle naturally gave it to Xiaohua politely, but Xiaohua only smiled and shook his head. As for Yu Zhongxuan, he naturally wanted to share the dried meat with Yuanya and Lu Yi, but he only saw the two shaking their heads. Yu Zhongxuan was surprised and asked in a low voice. Lu Yi originally lied perfunctorily, but after hearing Xiaohua's voice transmission, he didn't hide it and whispered to Yu Zhongxuan. Yu Zhongxuan's eyes lit up and he looked back at Xiaohua several times. Xiaohua smiled and waved at Yu Zhongxuan, hinting him to come over. Yu Zhongxuan was also very generous. He walked over and bowed. "Immortal master, I heard that Daoists have immortal fruits that can stop one from eating for several days. I always thought that it was just a legend. Although I'm a great Confucian cultivator, after cultivating to a certain extent, I can also transcend the mortal world, but..." Little Gongzi, seventh uncle, smiled and said, "I don't know whether Daoists have such things or not. But I know that master has already cultivated to the point where he doesn't need to eat. If you cultivate diligently, you can also achieve it. Grandpa is so hungry that he's skin and bones. In my opinion, it's better to eat more." Yu Zhongxuan said disdainfully. "Little Gongzi." Seventh uncle felt a bit embarrassed and said anxiously, "How can you say that about master?" Xiaohua naturally knew Yu Zhongxuan's thoughts. Now that he was very rebellious, not only did he think that his little wife who hadn't married him was bad, he also thought that everything in his family was bad. He didn't cherish anything that Confucian cultivators had. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up everything to become a ranger. Hee. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out 2 spirit jujubes and handed them to Yu Zhongxuan. He said with a smile, "These things are just snacks for me when I'm not hungry." Hee. "Thank you, immortal master." Yu Zhongxuan took them and immediately put them to his mouth. He seemed to have heard Lu Yi say that he could only eat them in small bites. However, he didn't eat them yet. He immediately handed the other spirit jujube to seventh uncle and said, "Seventh uncle, can you taste it for me first and see if it's poisonous?" Seventh uncle was originally very dissatisfied with Yu Zhongxuan calling Xiaohua immortal master, but seeing Yu Zhongxuan being so filial, the dissatisfaction in his heart had already dissipated. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Little Gongzi, if you like it, you can eat it yourself." "Don't." Yu Zhongxuan shouted, "You came to protect me. If I accidentally take poison, how will you explain it to your family? You should eat it first." Okay. Seventh uncle's eyes were a little moist. He took the spirit jujube and was about to put it into his mouth. "Seventh uncle." Xiaohua looked at the warm scene and said with a smile, "If this spirit jujube doesn't have true qi, you can only eat it in small bites. You can use the Confucian cultivation method to refine this spirit jujube." "Of course, I don't know if it's possible." This. Seventh uncle was stunned. He classified Xiaohua as a swindler. Just now, he earnestly taught him for a long time. Who would have thought that at this time, he would actually take out a spirit jujube? Seventh uncle knew what a spirit jujube was, but the Yu family was a Confucian family, so they were somewhat repulsed by Taoism. He always felt that using a spirit jujube was a heretical method. How could he take this kind of thing? Yu Zhongxuan certainly understood what seventh uncle was thinking. He didn't care about it. He picked up the spirit jujube and took a small bite. While savoring the fragrance of the spirit jujube, he also felt the impact of the spirit jujube in his body. Wow! After a moment, Yu Zhongxuan extremely exaggeratedly shouted, "Seventh uncle, if you don't eat it, you will regret it. This is even more delicious than the dragon saliva pear of Green Lotus Mountain." Hee hee. Seventh uncle only smiled and said, "If that's the case, why don't you thank Daoist priest?" Yes, thank you Daoist priest," Yu Zhongxuan hurriedly said. His eyes were still staring at Xiao Hua's sleeve. Looking at his greedy appearance, this was the temperament of a 14 or 15-year-old youth. How could he be a rebellious youth who left home to travel without permission? "I still have some, I'll give them to you together." Xiao Hua was somewhat amused. With a wave of his hand, he took out a small handful and handed it to Yu Zhongxuan. "But these things can't be eaten often." "Ah. Why?" Yu Zhongxuan was wild with joy. He didn't understand why this Daoist priest, who he didn't know, was so fond of him. Xiao Hua said in all seriousness, "It's very simple. Because after eating these, you won't want to eat the food of the secular world. You can't fast, so in the future, won't you starve to death?" "Huh, this kid knows." Yu Zhongxuan laughed heartily. He felt that Xiao Hua's words were very interesting. He took these spirit jujubes and ran to Lu Yi and Yuanya's side, giving 2 or 3 to each of them. Xiao Hua looked at seventh uncle again. He had already hidden the spirit jujubes, so Xiao Hua didn't mention this and casually chatted with seventh uncle about Confucian cultivation. Seventh uncle seemed to have also seen Xiao Hua's extraordinariness. His words in the future were not lacking in respect. Of course, regarding the secrets of Confucian cultivation, especially the appearance of the Chang family's little miss, seventh uncle avoided them deeply. Xiao Hua couldn't ask more even if he wanted to. Very quickly, several days passed. Ahead of them, there was a fork in the road. One road went north, the other went east. The Sunhai Trading Company's caravan was going north, which was the capital of Jianghu country, and the road to the east was going to Bronze Pillar country. Xiao Hua naturally didn't want to go to Jianghu country's capital. He was somewhat anxious to go to Bronze Pillar country. He wanted to see the situation of the auction and see if there was anything he needed. Xiao Jian originally wanted to go to the auction, but now he had lost interest. He wanted to go to Jianghu country's capital to see the excitement. However, when he heard seventh uncle of the Yu family say goodbye to Xiao Hua, saying that he wanted to go to Jianghu country's capital to visit the Yu family's relatives, Xiao Jian immediately changed his mind. Ever since he met Yu Zhongxuan, seventh uncle talked with Xiao Hua while sizing up the surroundings. Xiao Jian was immediately listed as a swindler by seventh uncle. Chapter 32-47. At first, seventh uncle was abnormally vigilant towards Xiao Hua, and he was even more aggressive towards Xiao Jian. However, after several encounters, Xiao Jian distanced himself from seventh uncle. Other than Yuanya, who would sometimes approach Xiao Jian to greet him, only Qi Jin would often strike up a conversation with Xiao Jian. In short, Xiao Jian was very lonely on this journey. It was as if he was walking on pins and needles. It was uncomfortable, as if there was a pair of eyes behind him that wanted to see through him. Now that he had the opportunity to get rid of these eyes, how could he not cherish it? After Xiao Hua and the others bid farewell to everyone, the one who was reluctant to part was Yu Zhongxuan. Xiao Hua was really too good to him. Not only did he give him a lot of spirit jujubes, he even obtained a chant from Lu Yi for fasting. With Yu Zhongxuan's intelligence, how could he not know that this was Xiao Hua's tacit approval? If Xiao Hua wasn't a Daoist cultivator, Yu Zhongxuan would almost think that Xiao Hua wanted to take him as a disciple. Even the thought of Xiao Hua's little daughter growing up appeared in his mind. Looking at Yu Zhongxuan and Lu Yi hugging each other as they bid farewell, Xiao Hua smiled. Since he met Yu Zhongxuan again, would he let him slip away? It's just a family of Confucian cultivators. Once he recovered his cultivation, he didn't need to do anything else. As long as he gave Yu Zhongquan a pair of ranger wings, wouldn't Yu Zhongquan obediently follow him? Huang Yi, Huang Yi. Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at the depths of the sky. This Xiao doesn't know where you are, whether it's the netherworld or Xiaoyu continent. This Xiao also doesn't know whether this Yu Zhongquan is the Yu Zhongquan you're talking about. However, this Xiao was able to meet him. This Xiao has benefited a lot from you. In the future, this karma will fall on him. If the 9 heavens were in the 9 heavens, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. If the 9 heavens were in the 9 heavens, wouldn't Huang Yi have already flown into a rage? Yu Zhongquan's little wife was actually a descendant of the great scholar surnamed Chang. And not Huang Yi. Xiao Jian finally came back to life. He was no longer as lifeless as before. He urged his horse beside Xiao Hua and whispered something. Apart from a smile, there was respect on his face. He now understood that Xiao Hua was definitely an unfathomable Daoist senior. Not a spy like he thought from the beginning. Moreover, the word unfathomable was truly unfathomable. It wasn't the kind of word that he used to brush off others. However, after walking for more than 10 days, the surrounding scenery gradually changed. There were more and more low houses, more and more villages with smoke rising from chimneys, and even the road was much smoother and more spacious. Xiao Jian still didn't mention anything about the spirit jujube, as if he had never seen it before. Every once in a while, he would ask Yuanya to find some food for him to eat alone. Even his past and his wasted Daoist cultivation were not mentioned at all. This kind of stubbornness made Xiao Hua admire him, and some of the hatred from before lessened. Actually, humans were very complicated and had many sides. No matter what Xiao Jian's character was like, he would always have some good points. After more than 10 days, Xiao Hua and the others arrived in front of a large city. This large city was more than 10 zhang high, and the city walls were made of several feet of green bricks. There were some mottled brownish-black color in the gaps between the bricks, and there were also some dark green moss. The entire city wall wasn't particularly flat, and there were many potholes on the brick surface. The potholes were big and small, and the big ones were several feet wide, covering several large stones. The small ones were the size of a thumb and several inches deep. Between these potholes, there were hair-thin cracks connected together. In addition to the thick brownish-black color accumulated in the gaps between the bricks, the potholes on the city wall were also the same color, giving off a heavy feeling. In particular, in this dusk, the dusk revealed itself from the ground and reflected on the city wall. The light and shadow were like a sad note on the city wall. On top of the city wall, there were many banners that stretched for miles. The flagpoles of these banners were as thick as a bowl and 1 zhang high. The flags on the flagpoles were also several feet wide, and there were totems of birds and beasts drawn on them. There were also words such as Bronze Pillar Country and Su written on them. These banners fluttered in the wind, and there was a feeling of golden drums being beaten. Along with the dong 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 sounds of drums, there were people wearing battle armor and holding spears on the city wall. They quickly ran along the city wall to change positions, giving people the illusion of war. "Father, our city is so high." A childish voice sounded from Xiao Hua's side. Xiao Hua shifted his gaze away from the city wall, and he saw a 3-year-old child riding on the neck of a burly man, crying out in surprise. "Yes. Nyo, this is my Bronze Pillar country's capital. This is also what father told you before, the capital that even under the joint attack of 40,000 soldiers from 3 countries, they still couldn't take it," the burly man said in a loud voice. "Boy knows." The child's clear voice replied, "They besieged our capital for 10 days and 10 nights, but they still couldn't break through the city wall. In the end, our king led a large army back to the capital and used 8,000 soldiers to defeat the enemy, causing them to flee. Look at the marks on the city wall, they were all made by stones in the past. Those rocks are falling like rain." Only the cities and soldiers of my Bronze Pillar country can withstand such a ferocious attack. The burly man said and looked up at the soldiers running back and forth on the city wall. He said regretfully, "It's a pity that it's war now, otherwise father could bring you up to the city wall to take a look." "It's okay, father. Boy will also join the army when he grows up. At that time, boy will personally go up to the city wall to defend." The child said very seriously. Not bad, this is my Bronze Pillar country's child. I'll be waiting for the day you'll be on guard duty in the capital city." The man laughed heartily as he carried the child toward the city gate that was several feet wide. Hee hee. Xiao Jian laughed coldly. Bronze Pillar country is so militaristic, the capital city is nothing more than this. Dao Master Xiao is right. Lu Yi stood up on the carriage and said with a smile, "This kid has been to a few countries' capital cities before. This Bronze Pillar country's city cannot be considered the highest or the biggest." That's right, although this city is over 10 zhang tall, Xiaohua had seen Tongmu City, Sun Tian City and so on. Which one of them is not 10 times bigger than this city? This kind of small mortal city really cannot enter his eyes. However, the mottled marks on the city wall are all made of blood and meat paste, making Xiaohua sigh. As for Yuanya, he probably doesn't care about city walls at all. "Xiao Jian, this city doesn't have a name?" Xiaohua looked at the 3 words, Bronze Pillar Country, above the city gate and unconsciously frowned. Reporting to Immortal Elder. Xiao Jian said with a smile, "According to the rules of the hidden immortal continent, the capital city does not have a name, only the country's name. On the contrary, other cities have their own names." "Oh, so that means this capital city is originally Bronze Pillar country?" Xiaohua smiled, "This custom is really interesting." "Yes." Xiao Jian raised his hand and said, "The king of the Bronze Pillar nation lives in this capital. The Bronze Pillar nation's royal palace is also there, and so are the civil and military officials. As long as the capital city is captured, the Bronze Pillar nation will fall. It's normal to say that this capital city is the Bronze Pillar nation. There are rivers all around this capital city. Is this used to protect the city?" Xiaohua pointed again and frowned. "Is this kind of defense useful? Immortal Elder should know that this is called a city moat." Xiao Jian explained, "The city moat can separate the city from the enemy's cavalry, heavy infantry and so on, preventing them from directly facing the enemy. Moreover, there is a lot of river water in this moat, some of it is poisonous water, some of it is fire water. Wanting to pass through this moat is not easy. This Bronze Pillar country's moat is relatively wide, ordinary catapults are unable to get close. Those huge rocks that hit the city walls are also powerless. It is said that in Bronze Pillar country's moat there are man-eating fish beasts. That year when the 3 countries besieged the city, thousands of people died in the moat. Actually." Xiaohua hesitated and said, "This moat is nothing in this Xiao's eyes." This Xiao remembered that you once said that Bronze Pillar country was ruled by Confucian cultivators. Confucian cultivators have countless methods. This moat is of limited use. Just like the so-called 3 countries besieging the city, as long as someone flies up and attacks, the city will not be destroyed. Hee hee, Immortal Elder. Xiao Jian laughed. This Bronze Pillar country is ruled by Confucian cultivator aristocratic families, but these aristocratic families are not necessarily in charge of this country. There are even other countries. The Confucian cultivator aristocratic families do not care about the wars between these countries. Moreover, even if the wars between different countries are fought, the ones to bear the brunt are the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families behind the scenes, not the city. As long as these Confucian cultivator aristocratic families have an agreement and compromise with each other, there will be no talk of attacking the city. Only when the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families are unable to coordinate will they attack the city. In fact, only when 2 Confucian cultivators are equal in strength will they start fighting. The 3 countries besieging the city that the man spoke of, as far as this junior knows, there were 3 smaller Confucian cultivator aristocratic families that wanted to replace the Confucian cultivator aristocratic family with the surname Su, so the 3 families and 3 countries attacked the Bronze Pillar country. As for the end, it seems that the Su family invited another great Confucian cultivator to settle the war. As for what that man said about the king leading the army to save the city, that is a skillful rumor. This old man understands. Xiaohua nodded slightly. In this world, when things reach the ears of the common people, how can there be any truth? While they were talking, a group of children holding small lanterns ran out of the city gate, shouting happily. These lanterns were all made of green lotus leaves, and the places they illuminated were either square or oval. However, they were all painted with a green and white color, making the lanterns look like lotus flowers. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jian was stunned and sighed. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. Time really flies. Hungry Ghost Festival? Xiaohua naturally did not know what the Hungry Ghost Festival was, but he did not ask too much. After all, it was fine if he did not know about the Bronze Pillar country. It was just that he had cultivated for a long time and did not step into the mortal world, so it was not a big deal. If he did not even know about the usual festivals, then there would be a problem with Xiaohua's origin. Xiaohua did not want others to have any suspicions. Chapter 32-48. Let's go, we'll enter the city. Xiaohua looked at the setting sun and waved his hand. This large city was the capital of the Bronze Pillar country, so the interrogation was naturally strict. When the four of them arrived at the city gate, they were stopped by the soldiers guarding the gate. The Bronze Pillar country was founded by Confucian cultivators and did not respect Taoism. Xiao Jian was sweating profusely from the questioning, but fortunately, his official documents were normal and everything in the country of Xi was normal. After spending some money, they successfully entered the city gate. As soon as they entered the city gate, the liveliness in front of them was different from the outside. Outside the city gate, there were only villages, simple and plain like what Xiaohua and the others saw. After entering the city gate, it looked like there were also villages and rivers, but whether it was the people's clothes or temperament, it was different from outside the city. In particular, these villages did not have the same smoke as outside the city. Only a few places had some smoke, but most places did not have any smoke. On the side of the river, there were many children who were excitedly throwing fist-sized lanterns into the water under the guidance of the adults. They wanted to watch the lanterns float down the river. Unfortunately, most of these crudely made lanterns sank to the bottom of the river as soon as they touched the water, causing the children to cry out in pain. These are the manners of the wealthy families in the suburbs of the Bronze Pillar country. Seeing that Xiaohua was looking at the surrounding mountain villages, Xiao Jian said indifferently, they have a large amount of wealth in their hands and want to live a leisurely life in the countryside. However, they cannot truly move out of the city, or even to other towns. They will draw a plot of land at the edge of the capital and live the life they want. After another hour of riding on horseback, the road beneath their feet had been replaced by bluestone slabs. The trees on both sides were neatly arranged, and lanterns were hung on the trees. From afar, they looked like twinkling stars. Looking at the surrounding buildings, they were also tall and big. These magnificent buildings were all famous shops in the capital city. Now, they were all decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and their doors were wide open. Many people strolled on the main road and unconsciously walked in. With so many people, Xiaohua and the others naturally couldn't ride horses. Louis very cleverly took Xiaohua's reins and led the horse behind Yuanya. There was an inn nearby with many people lodging there. However, Xiao Jian only glanced at it once before walking past without stopping at all. Xiaohua thought that it was because there were too many people here. However, after passing by a few more houses, Xiao Jian didn't even look at them. Xiaohua was greatly surprised and asked, Xiao Jian, it's already late. This Xiao doesn't need to rest. You all need to stay here. Aren't you going to find an inn? Immortal, you haven't been in the mortal world for a long time. I'm afraid you don't know. If it were a normal day, we would be willing to stay here. However, today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, a festival for the secular world, and also a sacrifice for our Daoists. Since we are Daoists, we should stay in the Daoist temple and not spend the night outside. Xiao Jian said with a bitter smile. All right. Xiao Hua didn't expect that the fallen Daoist still had so many rules. He could only nod his head. However, after seeing so many people, Xiao Jian began to ask around. However, when they saw Xiao Jian's Daoist robe, they hurriedly avoided him as if they saw a fly. They didn't give Xiao Jian a chance to speak. Daoist Xiao, it's better for this little one to go. Lu Yi couldn't bear to watch for a moment and said in a low voice. N. After hearing Xiao Jian's agreement, Lu Yi handed the reins of the horse to Yuanya and disappeared into the crowd. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lu Yi had already returned. He pointed ahead and said, Daoist Xiao, there's a Shiluo ridge 2 miles ahead. There's a Qiang temple on it. Immediately after, he walked in front of Xiao Hua and respectfully said, Daoist Xiao, this little one has just made some inquiries. It just so happens that there will be an auction tonight at Bright Moon Lane. That place isn't too far from Seven Suns Monastery. However, it's still early. Are you going to Qiang Temple or Bright Moon Lane? Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this and said with a smile, since this Xiao is also a Daoist disciple, I'll go to Qiang Temple first. It won't be too late to go to Bright Moon Lane after I'm done. Okay, this little one will lead the way. Lu Yi took the reins from Yuanya's hands and walked to the front. Just after turning a few streets, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. Between the tall buildings, there was a huge garden. The people around Xiao Hua suddenly increased. Not only were there men and women behind Xiao Hua, but there were also other streets that connected to the other directions of the garden. There were also more people coming from those places. Okay. A burst of noise came from the crowd in front. Then, a 1-foot-long lotus flower lantern rose from the crowd. The lotus flower lantern looked very exquisite. Whether it was the lotus leaves at the bottom or the flower petals around the lantern cover, they were all very lifelike. Moreover, these flower petals trembled slightly under the light of the lantern, just like a bud that was blooming. However, the lotus flower lantern had just flown a few dozen feet into the air when another voice shouted, Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. This lotus flower lantern should go with the flow of the water. Although flying in the air is beautiful, it doesn't conform to etiquette. Good. Immediately, there were many busybodies who cheered loudly. Rise. The scholar pointed at the lotus flower lantern, and it immediately flew from his hand. As the lotus flower lantern's light illuminated the surroundings once again, the scholar raised the brush in his hand and began to walk with strange steps. He chanted, Heaven and earth have righteous energy, and all kinds of things are manifold. Below are rivers and mountains, and above are the sun and stars. To people, they are vast and abundant, filling the heavens. The path of the emperor shall be cleared, and he shall spit out the court. Following this impassioned recitation, the scholar's body emitted a scarlet light. At the same time, the light trembled and shone with the scholar's footsteps. Finally, it slowly fell on the scholar's brush, and the scholar's final words were heard. Spit out the court. With a shout, the scarlet light between the brush and the brush shone brightly. In the instant the brush flashed, the scholar placed the brush on the lotus flower lantern. The light covered the lantern's light, and when the light disappeared, the lantern's light was revealed again. A scarlet, one, character appeared on the lotus flower lantern. The one character was like a golden hook, and every stroke was like a sharp sword. An unconcealable sword intent was emitted from this character. Good. The girl couldn't help but clap her hands and cheer. Miss, please keep this lotus flower lantern well. If you miss your loved ones, can you personally place this lantern in the stream? The scholar with the surname Jiang put away the brush and said with a smile, When the gate to heaven and earth opens at midnight, the people you miss will definitely see it and will definitely visit you in your dreams. Chapter 32-49. Hee hee. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Seeing the lotus lantern falling from the sky, the girl hurriedly grabbed it and said with a smile, "I want to put Mr. Jiang's calligraphy at home to suppress evil. I can't bear to let it flow in the stream." The girl's emotions were clearly very rich, and her expression could be considered naked. However, Mr. Jiang smiled and cupped his hands. "No matter what, I hope Miss will have a wonderful Hungry Ghost Festival." "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang." For a moment, many men and women shouted, wanting Mr. Jiang to add the finishing touches to their lotus lanterns. "Ha ha ha. Thank you for your support. This Jiang is just an ordinary person in the academy. This Jiang has many martial brothers, and their cultivation is not inferior to this Jiang's. Everyone, don't worry." Mr. Jiang laughed and waved his hand. Many lotus lanterns flew out from everyone's hands and landed near the pavilion. Not only in front of Mr. Jiang, but also in front of the other students. Xiao Hua and the others were not too close to the pavilion, but when many lotus lanterns flew up, the bright lights still illuminated them. Mr. Jiang's gaze was like lightning, sweeping past the four people. When he saw Xiao Jian's Daoist robe, he unconsciously paused, and a strange expression flashed. However, this expression disappeared in a flash, and his gaze fell on the lotus lanterns again. The three principles are related to fate, and the Tao is the root. Yu 9 yang, Li also insufficient. Chu Qiu in crown, send the carriage to the north. Cauldron sweet as syrup, seek but cannot obtain. Inside the pavilion, the sonorous and powerful chanting voice came out word by word. Many students waved their ink brushes to add the finishing touches to the lotus lanterns. Xiao Hua and the others walked out from the pavilion. This garden was lively, but this liveliness belonged to the students, to the villagers, and not to them. Other than the pavilion closest to Xiao Hua, from time to time, there were soaring true energy blooming in other places of the garden, and even some gorgeous sword energy. In this kind of noisy night, this kind of righteous night, even if it was the Hungry Ghost Festival, even if it was the night of 100 ghosts, there was no need to be afraid of ghosts approaching, right? After leaving the garden, Xiao Hua and the others walked a few streets under Lu Yi's lead. The surroundings gradually quieted down. Although there were still some hanging lanterns, it was far less noisy than before. Moreover, these few streets already looked dilapidated and even a little desolate. The distance between the streets was getting longer and longer, and there was a river that wasn't particularly wide beside the street. However, the river was filled with stinky water, and the air was filled with a foul stench and a bunch of flies. A small bridge appeared in front of Xiao Hua's horse. Several beggars in ragged clothes were holding dirty basins in their hands as they quickly walked past Xiao Hua's horse. Xiao Hua smiled because he could already see that behind the small bridge, there was a desolate slope. There were a few dilapidated shacks on the left side, and the smelly gutter-like stream on the left side was precisely circling around this desolate slope and the shacks. This must be Shiluo Ridge and Seven Suns Monastery, Xiao Hua thought in his heart. However, just as he was about to speak, he frowned again. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw two black-clothed people about 100 feet away from him. They were quickly passing through a pile of ruins. They were using Qin Gong to run into the distance. Oh. These people, could they be the local? Xiao Hua's divine sense only swept a little, but he didn't know why these people had aroused his vigilance. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Lu Yi, is there any organization similar to the Cloak Gang in the Copper Pillar country? There is. Lu Yi replied without hesitation. Black Wind Sect. Oh. Isn't this the capital of the Copper Pillar country? How can such evil people exist? Xiao Hua withdrew his divine sense and asked curiously. Without waiting for Lu Yi to speak, Xiao Jian coldly said, Senior Immortal should know that since ancient times, officials and bandits have been one family. Not to mention the borders, they exist in any country's capital. N. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and pointed with his finger. Let's go. After crossing this bridge, Seven Suns Monastery will be in front. Clatter clatter. The monotonous sound of horse hooves echoed in the quiet street. At the side of the lively Copper Pillar Academy, in the garden that Xiao Hua had just walked through, there was a slightly dark place. Teacher Jiang, with sweat on his forehead, was sitting there drinking tea and resting. With a sound of a flying sword, an inch-long flying sword landed in front of Teacher Jiang's eyes. Teacher Jiang frowned and looked left and right. With a clap of his hand, the flying sword turned into a small paper sword and stopped in his hand. When Teacher Jiang opened the paper and saw what was inside, his expression didn't change. A sword light appeared in his hand and shredded the paper. Then, he stood up and said indifferently, 100 Ghosts Parade, 100 Ghosts Parade. Hearing that the Seven Sons Monastery was right in front of him, Xiao Jian patted the horse beneath him. The horse quickened its pace and climbed onto the small bridge that wasn't too tall. At this moment, the full moon in the sky had yet to rise and the small bridge was a little blurry in the night. When Xiao Jian climbed onto the bridge, he realized that the other side of the small bridge was very low-lying. It was a vast expanse of darkness and there were occasional flickers of light. It was completely different from what he had seen before. Let's go there. Xiao Hua pointed at the left side of the bridge. There was a dim yellow light there, but it wasn't obvious. All the Daoist temples in the world are one family. Xiao Jian sighed. Although the capital of Copper Pillar Nation is prosperous, Seven Sons Monastery and Longevity Town's Jiangchao Monastery are no different. When everyone got close to the dim yellow light, they saw a door blocked by a pile of broken tiles. This door was about 1 zhang wide and 2 zhang tall. However, Xiao Jian lost interest after a glance. There was no other reason, other than the fact that it was several times bigger than the Jiangchao Monastery's door. The entire Seven Sons Monastery's door looked as though someone had moved the entire Jiangchao Monastery's door over. The paint on the door was dry, like the scales of a river fish that had been scraped off. Some fell off, some hung there. Even the door that was open was like the Jiangchao Monastery's door. It was slanted and looked as though it was about to fall off the axle. Of course, on the two sides of the door, there were 2 big red lanterns with holes in them. On the door, although it was very clean, the words Seven Sons Monastery were still blurry. This told Xiao Jian that he wasn't dreaming of Longevity Town. Slow down, slow down. Xiao Jian had just walked to the front of Seven Sons Monastery when he heard an unusually benevolent voice. Although this voice was old and hoarse, it was extremely clear in the night sky and wind. Benevolent Lord, please eat slowly. If it's not enough, there will be more. Xiao Jian looked over in confusion. Right in front of Seven Sons Monastery, there was a big iron pot. Inside the iron pot was steaming hot porridge. In front of the iron pot, there were more than 10 beggars in ragged clothes. There were old and young beggars, and there were even a few women carrying babies on their backs. These beggars, without exception, all had their gazes on the porridge. They licked their dry lips and swallowed their saliva without concealing it. A sickly youth with a face full of stains received a bowl of porridge. He didn't care that the porridge was scalding hot and immediately drank a mouthful. Behind the iron pot, there was a short old man holding a wooden spoon in his hand. He hurriedly said to the youth. Under the light, the old man's smiling expression was as though he was looking at his own anxious grandson. Xiao Hua had already dismounted from his horse and walked behind Xiao Jian. His gaze was different from Xiao Jian's. It didn't land on the porridge, but rather on the old man. This old man was about 60 years old. His back was a little hunched, and he wore a slightly loose Daoist robe. This Daoist robe didn't seem to have any luster under the light. It was obvious that it had long been worn out. The old man's sparse white hair was neatly combed and tied into a small Daoist crown on his head. The old man was very hale and hearty, and he had a sage-like appearance. However, in Xiao Hua's eyes, this old Daoist was no different from an ordinary person. Not only did he not have any magic power, he didn't have any Daoist cultivation. Good people. The old Daoist's gaze moved away from the youth and he said apologetically, "This porridge has just been cooked. Originally, I wanted to wait for it to cool down before taking it out. However, I was afraid that you would be hungry and wait for a long time, so I hurriedly took it out." Everyone, after serving it, let it cool down a little before eating. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. I don't have much food, but I still have this porridge. It will definitely be enough. Thank you, Daoist. These beggars said weakly. It was obvious that they were really hungry. Some of them had already heard the sound of Xiao Jian's horse hooves and raised their eyes to look at Xiao Jian's group. The old Daoist's ears didn't seem to be working well. He didn't hear the sound of horse hooves and continued to use the spoon to scoop up a spoonful of porridge from the iron pot. His arm was trembling as he poured the porridge into the broken bowl of another beggar who had already stretched out his arm. Oh? When Xiao Jian jumped down from his horse, his figure flashed past the old Daoist's eyes. Only then did the old Daoist realize that someone was approaching. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Jian's Daoist robe. Joy flashed across the old Daoist's eyes as he called out, "Immeasurable Daoist, fellow Daoist is here? I am Xiao Jian. Greetings, senior." Xiao Jian placed a palm in front of his chest and bowed respectfully. I don't dare. This old Daoist, Dao Shan, is only a few years older than you. I can't be considered a senior. The old Daoist didn't put down the spoon in his hand and returned the greeting with one hand. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait for a moment. Once this old Daoist has given the porridge to these good people, I will invite fellow Daoist into the temple for a chat. Senior Dao Shan, please go ahead first. Xiao Jian looked at the door behind the old Daoist in bewilderment. He didn't understand. This Seven Sons Temple's door was so big, shouldn't it have some disciples? Could it be that this Dao Shan was even worse off than him? He didn't even have a disciple. The old Daoist naturally saw Xiao Hua and the others behind Xiao Jian. However, seeing that they were all young, he thought that they were Xiao Jian's disciples. He smiled kindly and scooped porridge for the beggars. However, after a short while, the old Daoist's arm trembled even more violently. If you don't let him welcome Senior in, I'm afraid you will lose face for my Taoism. It won't look good if word gets out. All right. Xiao Hua was curious. He didn't understand why a Taoist temple needed to welcome him. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the iron pot in front of Seven Sons Temple was already empty. However, there were still many skinny and sallow beggars in front of the iron pot. These beggars saw that the porridge was gone and left in disappointment. However, there were still some who looked at it and stubbornly stayed in front of the iron pot. Daoist. Looking at the empty door, Lu Yi said softly, "Are we letting these people leave?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Let them wait first. Once we enter, we will let Master Dao Shan cook the porridge." "Yes," Lu Yi said softly. Those beggars were all overjoyed and obediently waited there. Just as they were talking, a string of music came from the Seven Sons Temple. Then, a few skinny Daoist children walked out from the door with either a flute, or a sheng in their hands. Behind these Daoist children, there was Dao Shan who led a dozen or so neatly dressed middle-aged and old Daoist priests. Dao Shan, who was walking at the front, was even holding a long, white plank-like thing in his hand. Xiao Hua wanted to ask Xiao Jian, but Xiao Jian's face had already turned solemn. He quickly walked to the door of Seven Sons Temple and stood straight with his hands in his Daoist robe. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly walked to Xiao Jian's side and stood still. Seeing Xiao Hua come, Xiao Jian hurriedly took half a step back to show the difference. Lu Yi was quick-witted. He hurriedly pulled Yuanya, who was stunned at the side, and stood beside Xiao Hua while Xiao Jian was behind him. He let Yuanya stand beside him so that he was facing Xiao Jian. Dao Shan and the others walked in front of Xiao Hua. They didn't say anything until the song ended. Only then did they say, "I, Dao Shan of Seven Sons Temple, welcome Senior Xiao Hua and fellow Daoist Xiao Jian to my Seven Sons Temple." Following these words, Dao Shan raised the plank and bowed respectfully. Disciples welcomed Senior Xiao. Even though they saw that Xiao Hua was very young, many Daoist priests still bowed respectfully. Xiao Hua and the others also returned the bow. Although Xiao Hua didn't know the specific etiquette, he still raised his hand and the dozen or so people were lifted up by him. Everyone was shocked. Senior Xiao, please enter the temple to pay respects to the Daoist ancestor. Dao Shan's expression didn't change. He said word by word and turned around. Yes, master, please. Xiao Hua replied and walked towards Dao Shan. When Xiao Hua's figure passed by Dao Shan also walked forward and accompanied Xiao Hua into the temple. Seven Suns Temple wasn't small. After entering the temple, they saw a rather large courtyard. There were 2 rows of rooms on the east and west. Opposite them was a very imposing hall. Although these rooms were old, their scale was far from what Tidal River Temple could compare to. In particular, there were 2 side doors on both sides of the hall that led directly to the back of the hall. Thinking of the scene he saw from the small bridge, Xiao Hua knew that there was a large place behind the hall even without Dao Shan's introduction. The hall was brightly lit. In addition to a few oil lamps in the hall, there were 3 arm-thick red candles burning brightly on the altar table. In addition to the red candles, there was also an incense burner on the altar table. A few incense sticks rose in spirals from the incense burner. On both sides of the incense burner, there were several plates. On the plates were some rice, noodles, grains, and so on. However, what puzzled Xiao Hua was that there was no statue of a Dao ancestor behind the altar table. Instead, there were several levels of shrine platforms. On the shrine platforms, there were small signs with some words written on them. In front of the signs, there were small celadone bowls. Pay respects to the Dao ancestor. When Xiao Hua walked to the center of the hall, Dao Shan shouted loudly. He was full of energy. How was he like a 60-year-old old man? Looking at the empty shrine platform and the signs, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already thought about this problem when he was in Dawn Rain Continent. Who was the Dao ancestor? Now that he was in Hidden Immortal Continent, this problem still hadn't been solved. He hadn't even paid respects to the Dao ancestor when he was in Dawn Rain Continent. Let the dead be respected. Xiao Hua imitated Xiao Jian and placed his hand inside his Daoist robe. He raised his hand up to his forehead and then slowly bowed. Only when his forehead was at the same level as the altar did he stop. Then he bowed 2 more times, making a total of 3 bows. Respect to your teacher. When Xiao Hua got up, Dao Shan shouted again. This time, the 3 bows were a bit higher than the previous 3 bows. Xiao Hua paid attention to Xiao Jian's actions and followed step by step. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Dao Shan shouted and turned around. He held the board that had already turned yellow in his hand and led his disciple to greet Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua now understood that this board that had turned yellow was actually carved out of jade. However, what made them sigh with emotion was not only that. When they stood at the head of the bridge, there was a huge archway in front of them. It was at least 10 feet tall, and this archway was extremely luxurious. Although they couldn't see clearly what material it was made of in the night, just by looking at the archway itself, they could see that it didn't have any lanterns. Instead, it emitted a faint light under the surrounding lanterns, and this light emitted different colors from different parts of the archway. Even the 3 large words, Bright Moon Lane, on the archway was simply a rainbow color. This rainbow color was different from the usual brilliance of magic treasures that Xiao Hua had seen before. This rainbow color had a kind of domineering, a kind of dazzling feeling, and gave people an indescribable impulse when they saw it. Behind this archway, there was a narrow street that was several feet wide. On both sides of the street were 3-story buildings, and all of them were brightly lit, with the sounds of orioles and swallows dancing. Moreover, looking further, there were several crisscrossing streets, and countless rows of small buildings. Not to mention the incomparable ostentatiousness of this bright moon lane in the night sky, even the lights of the bright moon lane that were comparable to the natural bright moon reflected in the night sky only made this corner of the Copper Pillar country a nightless place. Xiao Hua and the others stood quietly at the head of the bridge. The spacious bridge was once again filled with people weaving together. Some were walking out of the bright moon lane with drunken smiles, some were hugging beauties, and even more were like Xiao Hua and the others, entering the bright moon lane from the side of the river. In their eyes, they didn't care about the outer appearance of the bright moon lane, they only cared about the inner meaning of the bright moon lane. Let's go and take a look. Xiao Hua used his divine sense to scan the place. There were quite a few places that were unbearable, but Xiao Hua was too lazy to continue looking. After giving an order, he walked down from the bridge. "Io, these Taoist masters? How about coming to our top floor to take a look?" Just as they walked down from the bridge, a woman with heavy makeup who had been staring at them for a long time already pounced over. She wanted to grab Xiao Hua, who was in front of her, and opened her mouth wide with a smile. "The girls in our building love handsome men the most. With a glance, I can tell that this Taoist master and the others are not ordinary. They will definitely be considerate to you." Xiao Hua's face didn't have any expression, as if he didn't see or hear anything. His gaze was very clear as he looked forward. As for the hand that the woman used to grab Xiao Hua's sleeve, she simply couldn't touch Xiao Hua's Taoist robe. A seemingly invisible barrier separated the two, as if the two were not in the same world. This Taoist master. That woman couldn't grab Xiao Hua, so she didn't hesitate at all. She stretched out her hand to grab Xiao Jian, and said respectfully, "Your appearance is comparable to Pan An's, you are the one that my family's girls love. Come, 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 this servant will introduce you to the #1 courtesan of the bright moon lane." Xiao Jian, who usually looked a bit wretched, coldly looked at that woman. He touched his chest and said coldly, "This Taoist master only has 2 copper coins here. Can the big sister of the top floor see this Taoist master?" Xiao Jian's voice wasn't soft, and the smile on that woman's face slightly stiffened. She immediately threw him a coquettish glance and said with a very charming smile, "This Taoist master is joking with this servant. There are more than 1 Taoist masters and Buddhist masters who come to my top floor. You unworldly experts are the most generous." This Zhai Xinglu's origin is somewhat unusual. Oh. What's unusual about it? This junior remembers that there seems to be a Zhai Xinglu in the state of Danliang. Xiao Jian said in a low voice. Of course, this matter is too small for this junior to remember clearly. Back then, there seemed to be some alliance that wanted to build this Zhai Xinglu in the state of Danliang. This junior only took a look. As for whether it was built or not, this junior has already forgotten. If it's in the state of Danliang, the state of Bronze Pillar also has it. Maybe the state of Shi and the state of Jia Sa also have it. This Xiao understands. Xiao Hua snorted. Who cares about its origin? This Xiao is only here to trade. I don't intend to tear down this Zhai Xinglu. Why won't they let this Xiao in? Moreover, since this Zhai Xinglu is able to sell vitality stones, there must be someone supporting it. Without any origin, how is it possible? Yes, this junior is only reminding senior. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Jian with a smile that didn't look like a smile. If you didn't lose those vitality stones to the escorts, any one of them could be exchanged for a lot of money here. Not only would it allow Master Dao Shan to give out porridge with peace of mind, but it would also allow the girl who you said had a tragic life with no freedom to be redeemed from the brothel. Don't you think it's a pity? Now that I think about it, it is indeed a pity. Xiao Jian didn't hide it and said in a low voice, however, those vitality stones belong to this junior. Whatever this junior does is this junior's freedom. If this junior loses the freedom to choose because of the freedom of those girls, this junior would rather not have such an opportunity. Xiao Hua nodded and didn't want to say anything more. There was a small empty space behind the signboard of Zhai Xinglu. At this time, there were some car doors parked there. There were also some handsome youths dressed in green who were waiting behind the balcony. Then, Xiao Hua gave a casual tug and the brawny man in golden armor was immediately sent flying from the carriage. Without any resistance, he landed on the ground in front of Zhai Xinglu. How dare you? A cold voice came from the golden carriage. Hiss. The 4 dragon horses stretched out their necks and neighed at the same time. They opened their mouths and bit towards Xiao Hua like real dragons. Humph. Xiao Hua sneered. His figure rushed towards the center of the dragon horses like a ghost. He very cleverly landed between the 2 dragon horses in the middle. Then, he spread his arms and patted the backs of the 2 dragon horses like a great peng spreading its wings. Oh. The 2 dragon horses let out a mournful cry. Their entire bodies fell with Xiao Hua. When their 4 hooves landed on the ground, they trembled violently, as if they were about to kneel down at any time. Damned little Daoist. Along with this cold voice, the door of the golden carriage opened. A young Confucian scholar walked out, holding a folding fan in his hand. His face was filled with shame and anger, and his eyes seemed to be full of spirit, but there was a trace of ruthlessness in them. "Io, young Master Duanmu, you've finally come." Just as this young Confucian scholar was about to walk towards Xiao Hua, an extremely loud and clear voice came from below the signboard of Zhai Xinglu. Then, a similarly dressed middle-aged Confucian scholar quickly walked over. His face carried a smile like a spring breeze. "I'll go now." "Good, that's a good boy. I'll dote on you too." The burly man reached out and patted the youth's shoulder. The youth trembled and almost fell to the ground. Not sure if it was because the burly man was too strong, or if the burly man's words were too powerful. Walking past the huge shadow of Zhai Xinglu's signboard, Xiao Jian was worried and said softly, "Senior, you were a little impulsive just now." "Oh." Xiao Hua smiled and said curiously, "Fellow Daoist Xiao is considered experienced and knowledgeable. You can't be so petty, right? You even approved the construction of Zhai Xinglu back then. You were also the ruler of a country." A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face as he said, "Times have changed. I'm now a Daoist priest in dire straits. I don't dare to mention my past bravery. Moreover, this Zhai Xinglu is different from Duanmu family. I don't know about Zhai Xinglu's background, but Duanmu family's background, senior isn't afraid?" "Duanmu family?" Xiao Hua's eyes turned as he had a bad feeling in his heart. He said softly, "Is this family very powerful?" "Senior really doesn't know? Didn't you see the 2 jade lotuses on the golden carriage? That's the symbol of Duanmu family. Only the direct descendants of Duanmu family have the right to use this symbol." This time it was Xiao Jian's turn to be shocked. Although this Duanmu family isn't the #1 scholarly family in Hidden Immortal Continent, but it's still at the forefront of the first class. It can almost be compared to the first-class families. Not to mention that you and I are unable to contend against them in our current situation. Even if we use the power of a country, it would still be hard to match them. "Oh, Senior, please don't blame Junior for being straightforward. Junior can't see through your cultivation, but even if you've reached the 6th or 7th grade of elemental energy, you still wouldn't be a match for Duanmu family." "Oh." Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. If the family's power is so huge, then what about the scholarly sects? Like country Shi's Chongyun sect? How many classes are the families divided into? What are the first class? What are the second class? My lord. Xiao Jian, who was at the side, was completely dizzy. He stole a glance to the left and right. There weren't many people who came to Zhai Xinglu. At this moment, there were only a few carriages in this empty space. The youth in green was leading the way in front, so Xiao Jian lowered his voice and said, "Senior, you've really been cultivating overseas all this time." But even overseas, hidden immortal continents' four major families, Dongfang, Shimen, Nangong, and Baiming, have existed since ancient times. How can you not know? Those so-called scholarly sects are merely clowns. How can they be compared to the profound heritage of scholarly families? However, Junior isn't a scholarly cultivator. My Danliang country was also a Dao sect in the past. Junior doesn't understand the specific situation of these scholarly families. I only know that these scholarly families are divided into 9 classes. Each class is divided into 2 levels, the first class and the second class. The 4 major families that Junior mentioned just now are the first class and the second class. Junior doesn't know which ones exactly. These scholarly families are the true masters of hidden immortal continent. Alas, now isn't the time to talk about it in detail. When there's time in the future, Junior will explain it in detail to Senior. Damn it, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. He always thought that scholarly cultivators were similar to Dao sections. Those scholarly sects like Chongyun sect and Tianji sect were the same as the cultivation sects of Xiaoyu continent. They were the mainstream of hidden immortal continent's cultivation. But he didn't expect that this so-called scholarly families were the true behemoths. Sweeping a glance at Xiao Jian, who had a bitter expression on his face, Xiao Hua knew that what he said was the common knowledge of hidden immortal continent. Everyone should know about it, especially cultivators like him. He also couldn't blame Xiao Jian for not reminding him. Anyone who saw that divine dragon horse and that golden carriage wouldn't know that this was the appearance of the peak character of hidden immortal continent. Those people couldn't wait to hide. Instead, he had a dispute with them. Moreover, looking at the appearance of that muscular man wearing golden armor, he didn't seem to be willing to let the matter go. It was really troublesome. Senior. Xiao Jian's previously upright face began to look shifty. He looked left and right and said in a low voice, Junior saw that this Duanmu Gongzi wasn't a broad-minded person. Just now, he was restrained by this Zhu Gongzi and couldn't get angry. But that Zhu Gongzi's meaning was obvious. Since it was Zhai Xinglu's guest, he wouldn't let Duanmu Gongzi take action. But if Zhai Xinglu left, he definitely wouldn't care. Junior saw that the coachman didn't drive the carriage in. Maybe he's doing something outside. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity. Although Xiao Jian didn't say the word slip, Xiao Hua understood. Even Lu Yi's face showed the same expression. Hee hee. Xiao Hua sneered, we came here on behalf of Dao sects. If we don't even enter Zhai Xinglu's door, wouldn't our Dao sect's reputation be thrown away by us? Dao sects? What reputation does Dao sects have? How come I don't know about it? Xiao Jian muttered, Dao sect's reputation is worthless compared to brothel girls, right? What did you say? Xiao Hua frowned. He timidly released his pitiful divine sense, wanting to check it out. Then, he saw half of Xiao Hua's head poke out from the jade door. He said with a smile, just come in directly. Then, that head went back into the jade door. Xiao Jian's heart settled, and he walked in without thinking. As expected, there were no obstacles at all, nor were there any dangers. Xiao Jian only saw a flash of light in front of him, and in front of him was a passage that looked like a galaxy, appearing right under his feet. In front of him was a constellation surrounded by nebulas. Ah! Behind Xiao Jian, Yuanya and Lu Yi also entered. The two of them could not help but cry out in surprise. Yeah, Xiao Jian snorted coldly. Don't say that you know this old man. Yes, master. Yuanya forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and respectfully replied. Pfft. Not far away, a woman in palace attire happened to pass by. Hearing Xiao Jian and Yuanya's conversation, she could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. However, the woman immediately took a deep breath, placed her hands on her waist, and bowed. She respectfully said, "Fellow Daoists, if you wish to enter the Star Palace to trade, please pay a low-grade origin stone." Oh. Isn't this the auction? Xiao Hua was naturally the first to ask. Reporting to Daoist priest. The woman said with a smile. Our Zhai Xinglu's auction will be held in Xinglu in an hour. This is only the Star Palace for ordinary transactions. There are many fellow Daoists like you. They did not come to the Star Palace to participate in the auction. Their purpose is to trade with other fellow Daoists. If you want to enter the Star Palace to trade with them, you have to pay a primal stone in exchange for a star token. Only Daoists with star tokens can enter the Star Palace. Ah. A low-grade primal stone. Xiao Jian was flabbergasted. Why doesn't your Zhai Xinglu rob people? That's too expensive. If I want to trade with others, I can do it outside. Why must I do it in your Zhai Xinglu's Star Palace? Hee, Daoist priest is right. It's only in this Star Palace that no one will rob you. My Zhai Xinglu can guarantee the safety of the items you trade inside. The woman was not angry at all. Of course, my Zhai Xinglu cannot guarantee the authenticity of the items you trade. A low-grade primal stone can be traded inside, right? Search the Star Palaces one by one. Xiao Hua asked again. If we also want to make a small Star Palace like this, how many primal stones would we have to pay if we took out our items to trade? 10 low-grade primal stones, the woman answered cleanly. 10 low-grade primal stones. Not one mid-grade primal stone? Xiao Hua stared blankly, then understood. The primal stone exchange in Hidden Immortal Continent might be different from Dawn Rain Continent. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a mid-grade primal stone from the space. He handed it to the woman and said, "Give me 4 star tokens, the kind that can only be traded with others." Yes. Seeing Xiao Hua being so generous, the woman was very happy. But when she took the primal stone from Xiao Hua's hand, she smiled bitterly and said, "If I'm not wrong, Daoist priests should be a mid-grade primal stone. Do you have any low-grade primal stones?" "I don't have enough low-grade primal stones to give Daoist priest." "Oh, right." Xiao Hua thought of something and asked, "Can Zhai Xinglu exchange primal stones for gold and silver?" "Of course." The woman nodded. Could it be that Daoist priest wants to use this primal stone to exchange for some gold and silver? Yes, exchange the rest for silver. Then please wait a moment. The woman said with a smile. I will exchange for you now. However, Zhai Xinglu takes a 10% cut to exchange for gold and silver. I hope Daoist priest will forgive me. Oh. How much silver can one low-grade primal stone exchange for? Xiao Hua, who had always been stingy, felt a little heartache. I'll let Daoist priest know that one low-grade primal stone can be exchanged for 10 taels of gold. If Zhai Xinglu takes 1 tael, Daoist priest will actually get 9 taels of gold. This, outside, one low-grade primal stone can be exchanged for 15 taels of gold. Xiao Jian said with some displeasure. Why is your Zhai Xinglu so shady? Hee, Daoist priest, it's up to you. Hearing this, the woman stood still and looked at Xiao Hua, then at Xiao Jian. This is my Zhai Xing Lu's rule. However, I advise Daoist priests that it's safer to exchange at Zhai Xing Lu. Others may not have so much gold. Go ahead and exchange quickly. Xiao Hua waved his hand, indicating for the woman to leave. Then he glared fiercely at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian hurriedly nodded, knowing that Xiao Hua hated him for losing those primal stones. Yes, even if one low-grade primal stone could be exchanged for one tael of gold, how much gold could he exchange for with so many primal stones? He had lost so much gold. Chapter 32:58. The star path was winding, and after a star fell, Xiaohua saw a scholar wearing black clothes walk out with a smile on his face. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and walked over with a silver star card in his hand. When Xiaohua was about a foot away from the star cluster, he saw a smoke-like star dust rush out from the star cluster and land on the star card in Xiaohua's hand. Puff! A silver brilliance burst out from the star token, completely covering Xiaohua. At the same time, a thin vortex appeared in the middle of the star token. This vortex turned into a star bridge in a moment, and specks of starlight emerged from the vortex and fell under Xiaohua's feet. When Xiaohua's feet moved slightly, the star bridge automatically retracted and took Xiaohua into the star cluster. After entering the star cluster, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. It was several feet wide and looked like a study room. Inside the study room, not only were the 4 treasures of the study placed on the desk, there was also a bookcase and a bed in front of the window. There was even a palm leaf fan placed in the corner of the study room. However, through the window of the study room, there was no scenery outside. "Fellow immortal, please." A voice came. In front of the empty desk, a ray of light appeared and slowly fell from top to bottom. Immediately, a silver human figure formed by countless star dust gradually appeared. The voice came from the mouth of this human figure. "Fellow immortal." Xiaohua looked down and sure enough, he had also turned into a human figure formed by silver star dust. He smiled in his heart and cupped his hands in greeting. That person stretched out his hand and said, "Fellow immortal, please sit." I wonder what fellow immortal has taken a fancy to. Seeing that person sit down, Xiaohua also sat on a chair not far from the desk and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal, what do you have here?" "Oh. Look. Fellow immortal also has a silver figure. Didn't you also rent a star palace?" That person asked curiously. "It's inside fellow immortal's star palace." Xiaohua didn't hide it and said with a smile, "Hee, I just came in and haven't entered the star palace yet. I just happened to pass by here, so I came in to take a look. If fellow immortal has something good, I'll definitely buy it. It's also good to have a prize." When that person heard this, he smiled and said, "Fellow immortal really has vitality stones. You're only renting the star palace for 2 hours, and there's only an hour left before the auction starts. Instead of going to your own star palace to look at other people's things, you're here to stroll around. Forget it, this is what I want to trade this time, take a look." As he spoke, that person pointed with his finger. A book flew out from the desk and landed in front of Xiaohua. "Many thanks." Xiaohua took it and was about to open it, but the book flashed and a string of words flowed on the book. It turned out that this book was just a decoration. "Oh, I understand." Xiaohua's eyes focused on the contents of the book, but he suddenly realized something in his heart. This so-called star palace should be a small illusion array. Everything can be arranged according to master's wishes through the star tablet, this book. Xiaohua thought for a moment and saw that the contents of the book were either calligraphy or painting, ink brushes, and even rice paper. He couldn't help but stare blankly. What use did he have for this thing? He originally wanted to ask, but there wasn't enough time, so he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly looked at the back. Fortunately, after the 4 treasures of the study, there were some spiritual herbs and spiritual pills. Of course, the medicines written on the book weren't Daoist medicinal pills. Unfortunately, Xiaohua could understand the names of these medicines, but he didn't know the specific effects. He simply stopped looking and handed the book to that person, saying with a smile, "Fellow immortal, you've made ample preparations for this transaction." "Hee, fellow immortal, are you different?" That person took the book and said with a smile, "I wonder what fellow immortal has taken a fancy to." "Fellow immortal, do you have the extreme magnetic origin light?" Xiaohua asked. That person was obviously stunned. After a moment, he asked curiously, "What's the extreme magnetic origin light?" "Hee, forget it." Xiaohua stood up, "If fellow immortal doesn't have it, then forget it. I really haven't heard of this thing before. I'm very sorry." That person didn't get angry. He also stood up and said with a smile, "However, fellow immortal, do you have the 1,000-year-old perpetual morning grass? If you do, I can pay a high price for it." Perpetual morning grass? Xiaohua frowned. There were countless strange flowers and herbs in his space, but he really hadn't heard of this thing before. However, he immediately understood and said with a smile, "I do have some spiritual herbs here, but I don't understand plants and vegetation. I wonder which one fellow immortal is talking about." "Oh, I'm talking about this thing." That person waved his hand, and a silver ball of light appeared on his hand made of stardust. Then, that person pointed at this ball of light, and a ball of light rushed out from it and landed on the wall of the study. A picture scroll appeared on the wall, and it was precisely a stalk of exquisite grass. "Hee, so it's exquisite grass." Xiaohua understood. If this person in front of him was a cultivator, he would probably be at the peak of the qi refining stage. He should be using this exquisite grass to build his foundation. Xiaohua waved his hand, and a 2,000-year-old exquisite grass was taken out from the space. He handed it to that person with a smile and said, "What a coincidence, I have a 2,000-year-old exquisite grass here." Chapter 3259. That's right, how could Xiaohua not laugh? Since a 2,000-year-old Ling Long grass was only worth 10 high-grade spirit stones, and there were so many things in this person's book that were only worth 20 high-grade spirit stones, then, to Xiaohua, the Ling Long grass was not worth any spirit stones. But obviously, the spirit stones in Xiaohua's space could be exchanged for many things, right? If not for the fact that the lightning sound transmitting talisman could reach the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua would definitely frantically send a sound transmitting talisman to his friends on the Dawn Rain continent. "The people here are stupid and the spirit stones are few. Come quickly." What was special was that a Ling Long grass could be exchanged for a Ling Long grass. This was something that Xiaohua would never have dreamed of in the Dawn Rain continent. Others might not be able to use this Ling Long grass, but Xiaohua could use it. He had the great strength Vajra Dharma body cultivation technique. This thing could devour the Ling Long grass of the Buddhist sect's eminent monks, so there was no need for any cultivation. The heavenly laws embodiment technique and the great strength Vajra Dharma body were combined slightly, making the cultivation of the Dharma body much easier. Xiaohua's heart was incomparably refreshed. He walked out of the Star Palace and hurriedly rushed into his own Star Palace. After entering with the help of the Silver Star token, he did not set up any background and hurriedly pointed at the star token. A mirror like the full moon flashed in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua pointed at it, and pieces of words flashed across the mirror. Starting from Tian Yi and Tian Air, all the things that had been announced in the Star Palace and had not been traded were revealed. Sigh. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and felt somewhat helpless. The contents inside were no different from what he had seen just now. The only extra things were the names, but most of them were useless to Xiaohua. This star-plucking tower is still not considerate enough. If they could list all the things that I like and not reveal the rest, that would be the best. These 10 low-grade spirit stones were spent in vain. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and pointed at the silver star token. That star token gave birth to a ball of light, and another mirror like the full moon appeared beside the previous one. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, and a few large words appeared on the mirror. I'm afraid this is the least amount of content in the star-plucking tower. Of course, there were only strange items and items of unknown origin. There were only these words, nothing else. Of course, there were the requirements, but also the strangest. Demon core? Jiuxia Xiaohua waved his hand, and the contents of the mirror disappeared. It should have been sent to the other star palaces. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the mirror, and the words, Yao Core, appeared in the flipping pages of the mirror. Seeing these words, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with realization, "Damn it, that's right. This is the 3 continents of the hidden immortal continent, the pure land of ultimate bliss, and the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Since there are relics, there must be Yao Cores. Since there were demon cores, then, there must be a pill formula for using demon cores to refine medicinal pills. Since this Xiao was able to obtain some pill formulas in the QC, there will definitely be some here as well. However, Taoism has already declined here. Don't tell me that even the cultivation methods have disappeared?" At this time, Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. Thinking of the cultivation method, he hastily pointed his hand. Just as he was about to add something to the mirror, he suddenly felt the silver star card tremble. A door appeared in the starry sky before him. He said with a smile, "Fellow immortal is right. This one was careless. Next year, I just happened to obtain some old spiritual herbs and have been saving them up until today. I want to exchange them for some useful things here." As he said this, Xiaohua hurriedly pointed his hand at the star card and added another sentence, "I have all kinds of spiritual herbs for exchange." When that person heard that it was spiritual herbs, he was obviously very interested and asked anxiously, "What kind of spiritual herbs does fellow immortal have?" Xiaohua smiled, "It should be what fellow immortal wants to exchange with this one, or what kind of spiritual herbs does fellow immortal want?" To be honest with fellow immortal, this one was lucky and obtained some spiritual herbs. Even I don't know the names of many of them. This one really doesn't have anything. I already knew that fellow immortal has spiritual herbs here. Just now. That person was actually very regretful, forget it. Fellow immortal, you always have something good, right? The range of your strange items is too big. Can you be more specific? Cultivation methods. Xiaohua decided to get straight to the point and asked, "Does fellow immortal have cultivation methods of Confucianism, Buddhism or Taoism?" Fellow immortal is joking, right? That person stared blankly, "You. What do you want these cultivation methods for?" This is this one's business. Fellow immortal doesn't seem to need to know, right? Xiaohua said with a smile, "If fellow immortal has these cultivation methods, this one can consider exchanging spiritual herbs with you." That person shook his head slightly, "This one naturally can't give you my cultivation methods. As for the extra cultivation methods, this one also didn't expect that someone from Star Picking Tower would want them, so I didn't take them. However, if fellow immortal wants to obtain Daoist cultivation methods, I'm afraid it won't be easy." You. How did you know that this one wants Daoist cultivation methods?" Xiaohua almost jumped up from the stone chair. He had concealed it for a long time, but it was still exposed. That person said indifferently, "If this one tells you the reason, would fellow immortal consider exchanging with this one?" "Good. First tell me what spiritual herbs you want." Xiaohua agreed. 500 years old dragon beard grass. That person was overjoyed and quickly said, "Does fellow immortal have it?" Xiaohua naturally had dragon beard grass in his space, but he didn't know if this person wanted it or not. When he took out a 300 years old dragon beard grass, that person was already extremely happy. It's actually very simple. Fellow immortal just came in and didn't carefully look at the list of star-picking towers. Star-picking tower, star-picking tower. There are many cultivation methods of Confucianism. Cultivation methods of Confucianism are very common in my bronze pillar state. As long as you have the aptitude, you can cultivate them. As for Buddhist cultivation methods, fellow immortal doesn't know? Although my bronze pillar state doesn't allow Buddhist sects to enter and no Buddhist temples are open, in the other countries of Yu province, as long as there is a temple in the capital city, Buddhist cultivation methods can be obtained for free. Ah. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded, but after thinking about it carefully, what this person said was very reasonable. The hidden immortal continent was originally the foundation of Confucian cultivators, so the cultivation methods of Confucian cultivators naturally had to be popularized. And if the Buddhist sect wanted to infiltrate the hidden immortal continent, then the cultivation methods of the Buddhist sect naturally had to be followed in. "307 received the primeval stones and the small storage pouch. He was really beaming with joy. For mid-grade primeval stones, this was a reward that 307 had never seen before. Although the senior in front of him was really a bit strange, he was really generous. What else does senior need? After 307 put the 30 mid-grade primeval stones in Xiao Hua's hand, he asked again. He already had a premonition that the senior he met tonight was definitely a big spender. Sure enough, Xiao Hua simply didn't hesitate and said, "What materials does your Zhai Xing Lu have for refining tools?" This time 307 smiled bitterly and said with a smile, "Senior, if you always wanted to plant those 10,000 spiritual herbs yourself, Junior could still accept it. I would be very happy to recommend these spiritual herbs to Senior. But there are also close to 5,000 kinds of refining materials. Senior, you want some of each, but there's no use at all. Although my Zhai Xing Lu can earn some primeval stones, Junior still has to remind Senior." Good. Hearing this, Xiao Hua threw over another mid-grade primeval stone without demur and said, "That's right, young man. Take this primeval stone. You let this old man save primeval stones, so this old man will reward you with primeval stones." "Many thanks, Senior." 307's heart really bloomed with joy, and Xiao Hua also very much enjoyed the feeling of being so generous. Yes, in Xiaoyu continent, a mid-grade spirit stone really doesn't count for much, but here, it can actually be exchanged for a moment of loyalty from a green-clothed youth. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said, "You take out the details of these materials for me to see, or how many primeval stones the jade eyes costs, this old man will pay. These jade eyes aren't worth any primeval stones." 307 immediately took out one from his bosom. "Junior will give one to Senior." Good. Xiao Hua took the jade eyes, used the clear eyes technique to look at it, and said the names and quantities of dozens of materials. In front of 307's stupefied eyes, he paid more than 10 high-grade primeval stones. Looking at 307's appearance, Xiao Hua's heart is really refreshed. These materials are considered common in hidden immortal continent, but they are rare in Xiaoyu continent. Xiao Hua looked at them and was reluctant to part with them. On the contrary, hidden immortal continent's rare materials are in Xiao Hua's space, so although he bought a lot of materials, the amount of primeval stones he spent was not much. Taking the high-grade primeval stones from Xiao Hua, 307 hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Senior, Junior will tell Senior another piece of information. Recently, Copper Pillar country is waging war. My Zhai Xinglu recently obtained a batch of materials. The quantity and variety are very large, and it is said that there are also some rare materials. If Senior wants, Junior can help you make an exception. It only costs 10 top-grade primeval stones. See. Xiao Hua took a breath of cold air. He got so many materials, but only spent a dozen high-grade primeval stones, and what 307 said was 100 times more. And from what he said, the price of this batch of materials is not just one top-grade primeval stone. Xiao Hua looked up and down at 307's appearance. It did not seem like he was faking it. He only pondered for a moment, then clapped his hand, took out 10 top-grade primeval stones and 1 high-grade primeval stone, and handed them to 307. I'll leave it to you now. 307 looked at the high-grade primeval stones, his eyes shining, and slightly bit his lips. It is very obvious that this guy was moved by Xiao Hua's bribery again and again. Although it would take some time and delay the green-robed Xiao Hua's comprehension of cultivation methods and secret techniques, Xiao Hua believed that the green-robed Xiao Hua could not always comprehend cultivation methods. How could he not exercise his muscles and bones? The balance between work and rest still needed to be done. As for whether the green-robed Xiao Hua had muscles and bones, that was not something Xiao Hua thought about. When Xiao Hua was pondering, 307 also looked at Xiao Hua with apprehension. Although Xiao Hua's appearance and expression were replaced by the stars and could not be seen clearly, this short period of pondering actually made 307 feel incomparably long. This matter was far simpler than 307 thought. He thought that he would have to bend the rules a little. Who knew that as soon as he reported it, he immediately received a warm response from the steward. He did not need to spend a single low-grade primeval stone. Even the steward's reaction was the same as Xiao Hua's. He wanted to personally negotiate with Xiao Hua on behalf of 307. After 307 said Xiao Hua's words, the steward extinguished his thoughts. Looking at the 10 pieces of top-grade primeval stones in 307's hands, he hurriedly put these worthless primeval stones into his Qingquan bag and handed them to 307. Before 307 left, he even said that as long as this transaction was successful, 307 would be heavily rewarded. Little friend. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said with a smile, "These are not the materials you mentioned. Even if I wanted to use these, it would be troublesome." 307 hurriedly smiled. Yes, these are naturally not the real materials. But if Senior had someone to clean them up and refine them, the quality would be much better than ordinary materials. Besides, if not for the fact that the Bronze Pillar State is at war with the outside world, it would be impossible for my Zhai Xinglu to obtain so many broken magic tools. Especially since this batch of materials has not been included in the list that Senior saw earlier. If other seniors saw it, I'm afraid the price would not be this. Xiao Hua originally wanted to bargain for a bit, but 307's last sentence moved him. That's right, if others knew that there was such a large batch of damaged magic tools, even if they didn't have the heart to buy them, under the careful investigation, they could still raise the price too high. Since these magic tools were useful to him, why should he be stingy? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua threw the Qingquan bag into the void and took out the magic tools that were as big as a small mountain. After instructing the green-robed Xiao Hua, he hurriedly retreated and returned the Qingquan bag to 307 without even looking at the green-robed Xiao Hua's face. Hiss. 307 was immediately dumbfounded. This is a Qingquan bag. This senior, actually also has a Qingquan bag. And even, a Qingquan bracelet. Thinking that Xiao Hua actually had a Qingquan bag that was of a much higher grade than the ordinary small Qingquan bag, and even a Qingquan bracelet, 307's eyes once again flashed with self-satisfaction, a kind of pride at his sharp eyes. Many thanks, senior. 307 took the empty Qingquan bag and carefully put it away. He then reached into his bosom and took out a triangular token with a star engraved on it and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying respectfully, this is my Zhai Xing Lu's VIP token. In the future, Senior can use this token to enjoy a 2% discount on all of my Zhai Xing Lu's services. Oh. Only a 2% discount. Xiaohua raised his brows and smiled. But thinking about it, he had only spent 10 supreme-grade primeval stones. This was really a far cry from the hundreds of supreme-grade primeval stones in Xiaoyu continent. Yes, Senior, 307 smiled obsequiously. If Senior spends more primeval stones at my Zhai Xing Lu in the future, you will naturally change to a higher grade token. Oh, that's right, if Senior wants to participate in my Zhai Xing Lu's auction, you don't have to pay any fees with this token. Even if it's the commission for the auction, you can still charge less. This old man understands. Xiaohua casually put away the token and said, this old man indeed wants to participate in the auction later. Now that there's not much time left, take this old man to the 3rd floor. Yes, Junior understands. 307 said and waved the star token in his hand. A star path appeared in front of Xiaohua, extending to both sides. 307 stepped onto the star path and said, Senior, please. Junior will take Senior to the 3rd floor now. But when he saw Xiaohua step onto the star path, he reminded him, Senior, the materials used to make these scrolls on the 1st floor are not bad. If Senior has no use for them, you can buy them and give them to your juniors. Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes turned. He thought of the item in the hands of Yu Clan's 7th uncle and Mo Jinli. He hadn't been able to find a suitable person to ask about it. This was a good opportunity, so he smiled and said, this old man has already made some transactions with some immortal friends in other star palaces. This old man doesn't have many juniors, so this is enough. However, this old man wants to ask you, what's the difference between these things and the ones outside? What's the difference between the scrolls made here? 307 saw that Xiaohua had already bought them, so he naturally knew that Xiaohua wouldn't buy them again. But how could he not say these words to get closer to Xiaohua? Taking advantage of the opportunity to go to the 3rd floor, 307 replied, Senior must know that scrolls are things that carry the noble qi of Confucian cultivators. Its use is different from imperial tools. The quality of the material and the quality of the array have a great impact on the quality of the imperial tool. But scrolls are different. Ordinary brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone can be made into a very good scroll. You and I are willing to make a deal, it's very fair. Huh, well said, fellow Daoist Xiao. Fuji Wen heard and laughed loudly. He bowed and said, this one and my humble wife thank fellow Daoist Xiao for the origin stones. If fate wills it in the future, this one will invite fellow Daoist to my humble home for a chat. Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua helped Fuji Wen up and said, young Master Fu, hurry up and go. The auction is about to begin, you and I both need to prepare. Indeed. When he heard the auction, Fuji Wen hurriedly turned around, this one still needs to let Zhai Xing Lu verify my qualifications to bid. Qualifications to bid? Xiaohua understood. This was probably the token that 307 mentioned that allowed one to enter the auction site. Since he had the token to enter the auction site, there was no need to rush. When Fuji Wen's stardust-like figure disappeared, Xiaohua couldn't wait any longer and took out the bone. He impatiently immersed his soul sense into the bone. He was even more anxious and curious than when he was dual cultivating. See, it really is this item. Xiaohua's soul sense clearly saw the contents of the soul cultivator's words and the diagram of the soul treasure. He waved his hand again and took out the bone ball from Million Meng Mountains from the space. Xiaohua had already examined this ball of bones before. This ball of bones was divided into 18 layers. Each layer was composed of tens of thousands of tiny bone particles. Although the outermost layer looked like a ball of bones, when the bone particles moved slightly, they formed a faintly discernible skeleton. When Xiaohua met Grandmaster Qin Qin in the soul refining cave, he discovered the shaman code. However, he didn't dare to rashly drag this bone ball into the heaven ring to examine it. Moreover, after many unforeseen events in Million Meng Mountains, he didn't have the opportunity to discover the origin of this bone ball. After returning from Million Meng Mountains, Xiaohua returned the bone snake to Xiao Mao. Although he kept the bone ball, he didn't pay attention to it. What he didn't expect was that in this hidden immortal continent, 100 years later, in this inconspicuous bronze pillar country, he found the green seal text to control the bone ball and the origin of this bone ball in the hands of Fu Jiwen. It turned out that this bone ball was a soul treasure of soul cultivators. It had the same origin as the soul falling lamp and the nether passage. The function of the soul falling lamp was to attack and kill. Its green seal text could directly communicate with the aura of Huda Great God. Those few second-grade sword transformation swordsmen couldn't resist the soul falling lamp at all. The nether passage used the bloodline of Huda Great God's descendant to connect directly to the netherworld. The nether passage was the medium to condense the power of the green seal text. As for this bone ball, it was called the soul bridge, a soul treasure used to communicate with the souls of others. The records in Fu Jiwen's bone ball were very clear. Although the soul cultivators of Million Meng Mountains had been cultivating soul arts for generations, they still didn't have a complete understanding of the mysterious souls. They didn't even know where the so-called 9 heavens of spirit origin and the mysterious dark clouds were. Or in other words, they knew it was there, but they couldn't sense it. Even with the soul cultivation technique of 9 heavens of spirit origin and the Magus Codex, these soul cultivators of Million Meng Mountains couldn't cultivate their nascent divinities in the layers of spirit heavens like Xiaohua. Since he couldn't touch his own soul, the souls of others couldn't be touched either. There was no need to talk about attacking and killing. If it's possible, this old man can give you some pointers. Thank you, Daoist priest. Lu Yi was wild with joy. He hurriedly took out a dozen small cosmos bags from his bosom and handed them over to Xiaohua. The things are inside. This little one is afraid that it's not safe to keep them in my bosom. And, looking at Lu Yi's slightly stingy appearance, Xiaohua felt that it was very familiar. He took the bags with a smile and sent them into the space. Immediately, Xiao Jian and Yuanya also took out a dozen small cosmos bags and gave them to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't look at them carefully and accepted them. It's really good to have someone to help me. Xiaohua thought in his heart, if it was me, I wouldn't be able to do so many things in such a short time. Finally, Xiao Jian took out a small cosmos bag and handed it over to Xiaohua. Senior, this is the spiritual grass that hasn't been traded yet. Take it. Return it to me after the auction. Xiaohua waved his hand and said. A grateful expression appeared on Xiao Jian's face. He hurriedly bowed and said, Xiao Jian, thanks senior. Oh, right, take out 30% and give it to Yuanya and Lu Yi. Xiaohua thought of something again and said with a smile, they don't need to go to the auction. Take those spiritual grass and walk around. Maybe Brother Lu can find something good. Yes, Xiao Jian didn't hesitate and gave 30% of the spiritual grass to Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi was somewhat hesitant and said in a low voice, Daoist priest, this little one can't see what's inside the small cosmos bags. What if I'm cheated by someone else? Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed loudly. He swung his sleeves and walked away in large strides. As he walked, he said, in this world, there's nothing that the heart can't see through. As long as you want to, spiritual sense and other things can't replace your heart. This. Yuanya was confused, but Lu Yi's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand what Xiaohua was talking about. At the end of the star path was a wide Milky Way. Oh, it's said that in ancient times, when Taoism was prosperous, there was a kind of array that connected two extremely far places. For example, one was Zhai Xing Lu in Bronze Pillar country and the other was Zhai Xing Lu in Shi country. Entering the transportation array of Bronze Pillar country's Zhai Xing Lu would bring you to Zhai Xing Lu in Shi country. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and explained. Little E shook her head blankly. This servant's knowledge is shallow and has never heard of the transportation array that Senior is talking about. And this servant has never walked out of Yuzhou. Perhaps there are other transportation arrays that Senior is talking about? How about, this servant helps Senior ask? No need. Xiao Hua faintly said, you can't reveal anything that this old man has said here. Yes, this servant understands. Little E hurriedly replied. This request was really simple. Zhai Xing Lu originally asked them to keep their mouths shut. Even Zhai Xing Lu itself never asked about the movements of these distinguished guests. After getting the answer that he didn't want, Xiao Hua's heart was in a mess. Previously, when he heard Xiao Jian say that to go to Western Paradise, one had to take a boat across the East Sea, Xiao Hua didn't care. He thought that Xiao Jian didn't know about transportation arrays, but now, after hearing Little E's words, he was afraid that the three continents really didn't have transportation arrays. The problem was, without transportation arrays, the cultivators of the three continents would go to very far places. How could they arrive quickly? Did they all fly over? Even if it was as fast as lightning evasion, then, it would still take a long time to fly a distance of 1,000,000 li. Oh, right, Master Qing Chen's rainbow wand, Chumu Huan's flying crane. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, and young Master Duanmu's golden carriage. Confucian cultivators and Buddhist cultivators don't use transportation arrays. Instead, they use these flying magic tools and flying spirit beasts. Little E, Xiao Hua muttered again and said, at the auction, are there flying magic tools? Senior should be talking about flying magic tools, right? Little E probed. Xiao Hua slightly nodded and replied. Of course there are. And there are quite a few of them. Little E said with a smile, Senior should know that the word magic, in a magic tool, originally meant to control. It's said that in the earliest days, magic tools were all called magic tools. Only magic tools used for flying were called magic tools. But later, there were too many magic tools. Furthermore, magic tools and magic chi weren't easy to distinguish, so magic tools were all called magic tools. Hee, this old man knows. Xiao Hua made up the numbers and waved his hand, saying, this old man is just a bit puzzled. The legendary transportation arrays are very convenient, so why were they lost? This. Little E said awkwardly, with this servant's knowledge, I'm afraid I can't answer Senior. However, This servant seemed to have served a great Confucian a few years ago. Although he didn't mention transportation arrays, he once said that reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 1,000 li. Confucian cultivators can only learn more by walking more. Moreover, one can't travel 1,000 li without accumulating one step. Only by advancing step by step can one understand the difficulty of each step. In his opinion, not only can you not have a magic tool for flying, you also can't have a flying demon pet. Where you want to go, you can only rely on your own ability. Sweat. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile, "Little E, are you sure this great Confucian isn't a rotten Confucian? Sometimes, it's impossible to travel extremely far in a short time just by relying on one person's flight. Senior, please don't laugh." Yu Linfeng chuckled and said, "Fellow immortal who wants to regain their youth, don't daydream." Ha ha ha. A few people couldn't help but laugh. It was as if they could see a white-bearded cultivator taking a few rejuvenation pills and immediately turning into a baby. After the laughter, Yu Linfeng spoke again. "This rejuvenation pill has the same starting price as the beauty-retaining pill. However, each increment is 20 mid-grade primordial stones. Fellow immortals, please bid." 100 mid-grade spirit stones. A group of female cultivators began to bid. Even a few male cultivators' voices appeared. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, this rejuvenation pill was also quickly sold out. Moreover, the price wasn't very high. In the end, it was only 2 more primordial stones than the previous beauty-retaining pill. It was a successful bid for 10 high-grade primordial stones. This was great. Xiaohua, who originally wanted to rely on the rejuvenation pill to make a fortune, was disheartened by this reality. AI, that's right. Returning to her appearance from 10 years ago, what's the difference between this and the beauty-retaining pill? Even if an old woman returns to her appearance from 10 years ago, what's the difference? 2 high-grade primordial stones is still considered a lot. That's right, Xiao Yi. Xiaohua asked in a low voice, "How many years can a 9th grade rejuvenation pill restore one's appearance?" Senior knows. It can restore one's appearance from 100 years ago, and it won't change for the rest of one's life. Xiao Yi said in a low voice. Oh, Xiaohua nodded. Then, a 1st grade rejuvenation pill can't be taken continuously. Then a 1st grade and 9th grade rejuvenation pill can't be taken continuously either? Exactly. Xiao Yi said with a smile, "My Zhai Xing Lu hasn't bid on a 9th grade rejuvenation pill for a long time. If Senior wants to take this kind of elixir, it's best to wait." Xiaohua smiled. "Is there no elixir in this world that can directly restore one's appearance to one's youth? Is Senior testing this servant again?" Xiao Yi pursed her lips and smiled. "Isn't the immortal elixir from the immortal palace empress? Moreover, this servant also heard that the Dipankara Buddha in the Western Paradise also has elixirs that can restore one's youth. Hee, these aren't things that I can reach." Xiaohua pretended to sigh. "I just don't know how much a 9th grade rejuvenation pill costs recently. It seems to be 100 pieces of supreme grade primordial stones." Xiao Yi replied solemnly, "This kind of rare elixir is really rare. This servant remembers it very clearly." Sigh, only 100 pieces of supreme grade primordial stones. Why is it so little? Xiaohua listened very dejectedly, and he thought of Qian Diheng who was far away in the Dawn Rain continent for no reason. It's still more convenient to bid for the rejuvenation pill in the Sky Patrol City. Damn it, Qian Diheng, this guy took a huge advantage of this Xiao. I don't know how many spirit stones I earned from the rejuvenation pill in the end, but this guy doesn't know what to do with these spirit stones. Give them to Mistress and the rest? Or keep them for this Xiao? Sigh, presumably, with his high standards, he might not take a fancy to the myriad Thunder Valley. Even if he did give some of those spirit stones, I'm afraid it won't be too much. If this Xiao can return, these spirit stones will definitely be this Xiao's. This guy's character is still trustworthy. But if this Xiao can't return, these spirit stones will be too cheap for this guy. In just a few thoughts, Xiaohua actually sighed twice, and a kind of deep homesickness involuntarily overflowed in his heart. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything after asking a few questions, Xiao Yi also didn't dare to say more. She stole a glance at Xiaohua, not knowing whether he would bid or not. Chapter 3271. Alas, fellow immortal you, although this item has the benefits you mentioned, it can only withstand the lightning thunder lightning. However, the thunder amplifying wood can only block the golden thunder of Gengxin. Even the golden thunder of Xinyu is not strong enough to block it. The other types of fire lightning, and earth lightning cannot block it. Instead of bidding for this item, why don't we find a great craftsman to forge a few imperial equipment that can block the heavenly thunder? Who do you think would do such a stupid thing? I've participated in 3 auctions in a row. Fellow immortal, you've already taken out this item the last 2 times, but no one bid for it. Fellow immortal, you should save your time and let us see what kind of surprises you'll bring out next. A voice rang out, seemingly very familiar with the thunder amplification wood. Yu Linfeng smiled and said, "This fellow immortal is right. My Zhai Xinglu naturally knows this as well. However, this lightning thunder lightning is a natural spiritual item of our 3 continents. It is different from those imperial tools that can withstand the heavenly lightning. Although the imperial equipment of a great artifact master was powerful, it was able to block the lightning power and lightning chi of the lightning tribulation. Only a natural spiritual item could block the lightning power and leave the lightning chi behind. If any immortal friend were to rely on this item to pass through the lightning tribulation, the benefits obtained would far surpass that of a normal imperial equipment. My Zhai Xinglu wants to leave this natural spiritual item for the fellow immortal who needs to withstand the golden lightning. Forget it, it's your Zhai Xinglu's business anyway. This old man will be patient." That cultivator sighed, clearly too lazy to explain. Golden lightning? Wood lightning, fire lightning, and earth lightning? Xiao Hua, who was in the room, was bewildered. Seeing that Yu Linfeng was bluffing again, he turned his head and asked, "Xiao Yi, this old man wants to ask you, other than these wood lightning, fire lightning, and earth lightning, what other heavenly lightning are there?" This. Xiao Yi clenched her teeth, her face a bit red. She smiled and said, "This time, this servant has been tested by Senior. This servant has only heard of heavenly lightning and earthly lightning. That Senior just now seemed to have said heavenly 5 elemental lightning. Xinyu golden lightning should be earthly 5 elemental lightning, heh, not bad." Xiao Hua's face should be even redder than Xiao Yi's. Fortunately, his skin was also thick for 200 years. He only chuckled and looked out of the window again, secretly wondering if he should bid or not. 7 high-grade primal stones, a dim figure behind Yu Linfeng shouted. Yu Linfeng's face lit up. He turned to the cultivator who finally made a bid and smiled. Immortal friend really knows how to do business. This thunder amplification wood has a base price of 8 high-grade origin stones. You're only willing to pay 7. You're really making things difficult for me. This item doesn't have much use for this old man. It's just a preparation. If fellow immortal you doesn't think it's suitable, then forget about it." That person played it down. It sounded like he didn't care about this item at all. Yu Linfeng thought for a moment and said with a smile, "The auction hasn't really started yet, but this rare thunder amplification wood is already breaking the reserve price. I can't make the decision. Fellow immortal, please wait a moment. This old man offers 8 high-grade primal stones." Suddenly, a voice came from the 3rd floor pavilion opposite Xiao Hua. "Fellow immortal you doesn't need to ask for permission." Heh, that's great. This old man thanks Senior." Yu Linfeng was even more happy. He cupped his hands and smiled. Then, he asked the cultivator downstairs, "Fellow immortal, can you increase the price? If you don't, then this item will be this senior's. That person didn't make a sound. It was unknown whether he was thinking or had already given up. Oh, is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? If not, then this item will be this senior's. Yu Linfeng raised his voice. 9 high-grade primal stones. It was still the same voice, but this time, it was filled with helplessness. Xiao Hua laughed from upstairs. Huh, this guy really wants it. But it seems like he doesn't have too many primal stones in his small Qingquan pouch, so he's playing hard to get. Unfortunately, there's also a rich and overbearing person waiting on the 3rd floor. Damn it, isn't this the legendary waiting for rabbits by a tree stump? 10. Sure enough, the rich and overbearing person on the 3rd floor didn't care at all. At this point, the cultivator who just bid couldn't hide his intentions anymore. He could only follow suit. Not long after, the price of the thunder amplification would reach 40 high-grade primal stones. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire Bright Moon Palace was in an uproar. The previously cold and cheerless atmosphere was swept away by the lack of bids. Everyone understood that no matter if it was the rich and overbearing person upstairs or the person downstairs who made the first bid, both of them were determined to get the thunder amplification wood. After all, this thunder amplification wood's use was very targeted. Since these two people both needed this item, then they both needed this item to resist the golden lightning. Since they had already encountered this item, who would let it go? 40 high-grade primal stones, ah. It was more than 5 times the starting price. It was far beyond everyone's expectations, and even more so, far beyond Yu Linfeng's expectations. Fellow immortal, do you still want to increase the price? If not, then this item is this senior's. He said with a smile, since this senior needs the thunder amplifying wood so much, this item. Wait a moment, the person on the other side hesitated for a moment and said, this junior didn't come here specifically for this thunder amplifying wood, so the primordial stones in my hands are slightly insufficient. But when I heard about the thunder amplifying wood, I suddenly remembered that I have a close friend, who should be able to use this item. In a few months, it will be her birthday. This junior wants to give this item as a gift. Fellow immortal, please don't give in. This fellow immortal, this junior's identity, will be revealed to fellow immortal after the auction. This junior will definitely thank you greatly. Hee, as for this junior's identity, Star Picking Tower's young Master Zhu is very clear. Fellow immortal doesn't need to worry about anything. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was amused. Damn it, if I'm not mistaken, this guy is probably that bullshit young Master Duanmu, right? Even if he isn't, for a so-called birthday gift, you're fighting over this thunder amplifying wood with Fujiwen. Look at Fujiwen, he's already said that this thunder amplifying wood is related to his wife's life. You still won't let it go. Even at this point, you still want this Xiao to show mercy? Not a chance. This Xiao doesn't care if you're young Master Duanmu or not. Today, this Xiao will fight to the death with you. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't speak, that person was overjoyed and said with a smile, many thanks, fellow immortal. Cough cough. Yu Linfeng coughed and said with a smile, senior hasn't increased the price yet, and this junior will add another top-grade primordial stone. That person suddenly realized and said with some embarrassment. Unfortunately, before Yu Linfeng could speak, Xiao Hua said with a smile, this senior will add 9 top-grade primordial stones. Senior. When the others didn't speak, Xiao Yi hurriedly reminded, Senior, you can't increase the price anymore. Why?